here, like some didn't respond to me. Cheers, guys. But the ones that I did speak to, I asked them all, who are your top 3 teams in this event? And very consistently, the names that kept coming out were G2, FaZe, and Fury, like by far and away the ones that were up there the most. But there's been a few sort of like fringe bets on teams like VP was the big one that really came out as one that teams were very excited to see deliver and potentially perform onwards. Interestingly, only DZ got mentioned once, and I think no other NA team got mentioned. Maybe. There's a surprise waiting to happen here on the home turf, and surprise,
not just that ban, getting that external wall open, so that is immediately good progress from Weibo. They can now start about that top floor clearance, and I like the setup from all gamers here. 3 on the top floor, as you've mentioned. Fenomene as the coach, he's going to be you know, really helping to kind of inject some of this international siege thinking into the lineup. Turd manages to go in and get a kill onto Moonlight, taking down the sort of most active player for all gamers so far. Is not going to be a bad way to start this round for Weibo.
Played that super smart as well. Speakeasy putting pressure upstairs on Skybridge is what forced him to run down green, and then what's waiting for him? 2 players, one on the window and Turd across the other angle. Could have been a horrible disaster there if the team killed each other, for example, but they were rewarded with what they've got. 3 versus 1. They come away with the kill, and it's the Ella dealt with. And now really they've got to still deal with a couple more that are upstairs. In fact, 3 of them still currently up on that top floor, but that means there's only MC himself on the site.
Not too much of a problem for this third choice site, but it could create an opportunity to get that diffuser in. But for the time being, Weibo are still focusing on this top floor clearance, which I think is the way to go. They're going to start seeing the Toxic Babe canister come out. That's going to be the last one thrown now. No more in pocket. So it is now a matter of time until all gamers start to feel the squeeze up on this top floor that's likely to come when Speakeasy can aggress forward into our 6th room. Ooh. But he's going to be taken down. Railgun manages to find him, and Solo mid doubles down, finding one of his own, taking Ape down, and in the blink of an eye it goes from a 4 versus 5 to a 4 versus 3 switcheroo for all gamers.
They're looking really stuck here, Weibo. Oh, that's so lucky for Solo mid, landing a wonderful shot back. At least Hoven elsewhere gets one more, but it's down to a 2 versus 2 as Hoven doubles up, starts to save his team. What a fantastic shot from Hoven onto Solo mid. A 3K in the round, and MC, the player that I said was alone on site, has got it all to do.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to hold on from here. He's got about 8 seconds left to go. Ooh. Finds the first, but it's just well played by Weibo. A little 3-2-1 between the two of them. Push from opposite directions and just guarantee yourself the kill. And I think another lesson to be learnt there for all gamers. The mid round went brilliantly for them. They had a strong advantage going into that kind of late game phase, but you are against teams here that will turn it over. You are against players like Hoven who will just get a 2 or a 3K to close out the round. And again, it is a tough round end for them.
Well, you say the mid-round was wonderful. Their hold upstairs, and really how much we saw Weibo struggling to break that open with a 2K that started things out. They tried this push forward as a unit of 3 or 4 and lost 2 players, and I thought, wow, they might actually crumble here, if not for Hoven doing exactly what we saw Moonlight do back in round 1. Pick up a 4K, also closed out a 1v1. Wonderful round from him, and show that there are equally players on the other side that can work a bit of magic when it is called for. I thought it might be after round 4 that we saw a tap timeout though, Tim, but no, it's come in even earlier than that after just 3. And of course, our operator ban is going to follow, so we'll get to see what either team takes away. But clearly, Fenomene had some ideas here on what needs to change.
And the bans will come in, Blackbeard and Mira. So, Fenomene obviously deciding that the Blackbeard from Speakeasy is causing consistent problems. They dealt with it pretty well in that last round, to be fair. Got a very nice kill onto him, but 2-1, we find ourselves Weibo looking fairly good on the attack. I think it doesn't bode well for all gamers if we look, you know, throughout the rest of this game. I'd be starting to get a little bit concerned. If Weibo can get themselves 3 or 4 on the attack, I think that could be a bit of a problem. When the sides switch and we get them onto the defense, you feel like that's where Weibo are really probably going to shine on there.
Mirrorbands are surprised we didn't see it at all during that first quarter. Maybe more anticipating that it could be a thing that rolls out in the second, I don't know. By the way, it's been taken offline. On the other side, you take away one shield. Guess what, Tim? They're going to run straight towards another Speakeasy back on what feels like a timeless classic of him playing the Monty.
Yeah, I know that the Blackbeard's got, you know, plus points of his own and threat. But I feel like sometimes with the shield bans, if you're going to go for one, I know they've done it in kind of a reactive sense because it's being played a lot, but I feel like it's you've got to go for the group of bans. You've got to take the whole lot out, because otherwise, like you say, they're just going to throw them onto. They're just going to throw the blitz at you.
Was so niche, but I think now
you're going to continue to have these problems.
All the shields.
All right, well, let's keep our all eyes on the shield. You often say Monty is the one you want to follow. He's one whether he wants carrying a diffuser, but here, Speakeasy, I think it's more about him being the spearhead. Of course, the last thing you want to do is push really aggressively as a Monty, and then drop that diffuser in no man's land, and suddenly the whole thing becomes a little bit of a recovery effort. Moonlight trying to make something happen on the Ela here, but no. Reaps a little bit too wise to it. Tim doesn't even give him a chance.
Yeah, great start there for Weibo, and really a almost worst case scenario for all gamers. Like I said, Moonlight always desperately wanting to get himself involved in the rounds, usually picking up those early fights, but really not worked out for him in this one. And they're going to lose the Ela. Likely had a couple of Geschmack mines in the pocket as well. We see them being used in kind of that active utility role now, rather than being dished out too often at the beginning of the round. So all gamers are going to be looking to hold on to the top floor. Quick breach again from Weibo just outside of the first minute, but again, it's good. I've spoken about those Kaid and Bandit bands. You've got to make sure that you're taking advantage of, you know, the difficulties you've created for the defenders, and they've done that brilliantly. Inside a minute 30, they've got opportunity now, you know, to move in for a mask wall plant. Really good. They've just got to deal with the Azami.
Yeah, he's got that diffuser now as well. I thought you might see it moved over from Turd to him. So he's the one looking to try and make a plant happen, but for now they know that there's a lot of utility to choose through, not least because of Railgun. And you're hearing it now, the Shumikers raining down, fire burning on through, C4 still to play behind, plenty of smokes, and a couple of keepers to replace when things do start being taken away. But we've got 60 seconds to work with here, Tim. It's a lot of time, and Turd is on a tear. Finds two, a 5v2 breaking out, and there should be an easy plant going down.
Yep, smoke canister goes down to cover that, so the Monty is nice and safe inside. That will be secure. Jazz does manage to find one, but the damage was done by Turd long ago after he managed to get the kill onto the Azami, onto the Tachanka particularly, and the smoke as well. Just really took away all of that plant denial and gave them the opportunity to be in the post plant here. Weibo have been able to sort of reset themselves, get back into position. MC manages to find one onto Reaps, but he is now faced with a Monty. He'll have to try and battle the shield. He's going to be taken down by Hoven, who once again just beautifully supports the rest of his team with that final kill. And that's going to be another round for Weibo.
I think it was the opportunity spotting by Turd there that really rewarded them. Otherwise, that could have got to a bit of a frustrating point. You had these Keybers set up, you had the Shumikers that we spoke about, the smokes available, a C4. They had loads of utility available there to waste time. And with no real big backstab coming in from Skybridge, I thought, oh, there could be in a bit of bother here, actually. But once he steps forward and finds those two headshots, it just starts to fall apart from there for all gamers. So well done by Turd, well identified. And that's 3-1 to Weibo now. Back of an all gamers timeout, they couldn't quite turn it around.
No, I don't. And the thing is, I don't think, you know, all gamers are playing particularly badly here. I think Weibo are just really punishing any small mistakes, any small windows of opportunity. Weibo are there and ready. As you say, I think, you know, they've had plenty of opportunity to have a look at those VODs of all gamers playing on there, and they are very well prepared for them. So Weibo are going to be attacking this time. Basement floor again. Last time out, they were able to pretty much walk on into site and find themselves a couple of kills. So all gamers just need to make sure, maybe if they are playing that more turtle defense, which they did last time, everybody was down there on the basement level, just need to batten down the hatches a little bit more and make sure that they're not leaving any gaps, because Weibo will take full advantage of that if they do.
That's exactly it. So there is some work to do. Let's see if they can get it done in the next couple, or if Weibo will march on to a 5-1 half. Starting to feel that way after the surprise factor, I think, of round one. It's tough to see how they might find themselves over the line here, and maybe they'll do it down in the basement. Tim, you had the concerns last time round about the lack of vertical breach coming in for the attackers. Maybe again it's going to be another case if they don't really care about the verticals, they're just going to go lateral instead.
Very possibly, like you say, not really bringing that utility and maybe expecting that there will be opportunity for them. Interestingly, nobody playing on blue stairs at the minute for all gamers, so there could be an opportunity there for Weibo to get themselves into kind of filtration and push from that side, which is, you know, sometimes a popular attack. We often see the smoke, and we did last time they defended this site playing up at the top of blue stairs, but they have decided this time to leave that open. For a quick break going on, so again just leaning into that thread that I've been pulling out throughout the game of the value of that Bandit and Kaid ban, and again Weibo showing that they understand exactly what the game plan is behind those bans and using it effectively.
More looking eyes on the call, to be fair. But last time we see you attacking this site, not this site actually, other site we were attacking into, it was Reaps. If I want to say it was Turdo who was on it back then, playing on the DKB. They made use of it more for the clearing around the map itself. And actually pushing their way through from that was what rewarded them a couple of kills. Stopped all games being able to pull out anything too crazy. So I think you might even see more of the same again. We've got that last call available to them here. Reaps working his way across this top part of the map. We've seen them already deal with one of those yokai drones off the back of the IQ coming out. And so again, it feels like Weibo have got answers to all the questions that all gamers are asking them at this point. But are we going to see them be able to execute in time, at least to start things out? No, reach the first pull, and they phone call that was in back pocket.
Yeah, great stuff from Moonlight again. He's done this at times really well for his team, but the trade will be there, and it is once again Hoven. I've said a few times today that he just has that ability to back his team up beautifully, and does it again. Third manages to find solo mid. Trade is straight back there from Yaz. Hoven with the counter trade manages to take him, and again it's Hoven doing that work, putting in the hard yards and keeping his team in a man advantage. 3 versus 2. Railgun and MC have it all to do. Only 3 kills between them in the first 4 rounds. They're going to have to find another 3 and double that tally if they want to win the round.
We've really got to see Railgun getting involved here as well. If your drones have been chewed out, then let's get yourself into a better position to support your teammate. But no, the trade was there onto MC, and Railgun falls shortly after. Unfortunate, as it did come down to a pretty close 2v2 to close it out, but it's Weibo up to 4-1, Tim. Probably what we expected coming in. Again, speaking about the map veto and how Weibo never played this map, there's nothing All Gamers really could have done to prep for Weibo on this map, but there was plenty that Weibo could do to prep for All Gamers.
Yeah, exactly that, and it certainly looks to be the case, and they're taking advantage of it here in the server. 4-1 half, and like I say, I think if anything, I'm going to expect to see Weibo get stronger on the defence, so All Gamers, I think, really need this round 6. I often talk about round 6, you know, and the value of it, if you're kind of on the back foot a little bit as All Gamers, just having that opportunity to switch the momentum as you're going to go into that second half and move attack. It can kind of refresh your mindset, but by getting that round 6 win as well, not only do you get that refresh, but you also just get that opportunity to build that confidence a little bit, put a couple of kills in, and they could really do with a strong round like they had back in round 1.
All right, well, let's hope that this vertical hold they pulled off last time around can be repeated, because it did put up a real challenge for Weibo. Ultimately, it was Hoven. I feel like we can't stop saying his name today, Tim. He's been playing so ridiculously well, and honestly keeping Weibo in a couple of rounds where it looks like things could slip away from them if they weren't careful. But last time it came down to him getting that 2K up on the top floor, but eventually saw them able to collapse into MC, who was alone on site. It looks like it's more of the same. We have got every player on the side of All Gamers currently upstairs, getting themselves set up and prepped. I do hope you see 1 or 2 fall away, otherwise we might just find the side of Weibo to say, cool, site's open, hit it.
Moonlight is going to be playing, as you say, up on that top floor, so he needs to be dealt with.
They all are, Tim. They might just rush it, actually.
I'm thinking more Moonlight. He's over on the desk side of things. He's playing kind of over in office, and I think it's going to be a risk to kind of leave him in that position. He's got a shield to keep himself there. Yes, exactly, with the Solus as well. So I think they really need to be looking and deciding which side they are going to clear out from.
Although, I was going to say phone call at the same time as trying to go in for a plant here could be a way of disrupting that, at least for a few seconds, and may open things up for Speakeasy to be able to make a plant happen. But as we've seen a few times now, players on Weibo just ignoring the barbed wire and saying, you know what, we'll take that little bit of damage because we can get into a very, very dangerous position. And here it's Hoven looking to be that player, looking for a backstab when an execute goes off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you always need top floor pressure here in some form, whether it be a clearance or whether it be that opportunity to go in and make a difference as the plant is going down. So it looks at the minute like they're
waiting for the phone call.
Yeah, they're waiting for that call to come online. He's going to move his way inside of the map now. He's got diffuser in hand. I think, as you say, we are about to see action stations from Weibo.
Surely it's not just a bait. Like, they've got to play off the back of this and put down light screens, but it is a bit of a bait. They're hoping somebody come through, but as we've already said, Tim, the Solus is on side. They can see this going off. I feel like the chances now they've missed somewhat unless they can deal with Railgun. This is where Hoven can potentially go in and be aggressive alongside Turd to stop this happening, but he's just there ready and waiting and nothing's happened.
This is what I said. Moonlight's got an angle down onto the breach and the door, and he's going to be holding them at bay. They need Hoven to make that move. He's now kind of top mezzanine and in that position to push in towards office and desk, but it could well come on. We'll see. Hoven is going to make the move just in time, misses his man with a bit of a panic knife, and Moonlight flips around and gets the kill. First mistake we've seen Hoven make. Reaps does manage to get the trade. 4 versus 4. that will now be advantage to Weibo. 3 versus 3. This is turning into absolute bloodbath, Des.
Ain't it just? They were ready for everything. They were expecting them all to drop back down towards site, but no, they've held firm upstairs. The danger being, of course, they lost Railgun quite early in that, and I thought that's a great time to hit the brakes a little bit and go for a plant, because there was then very little the other side could do. But with all three still sat in this deadly triangle upstairs, it looks to be an all close out the half. 4-2 to Weibo.
Yeah, just never did enough Weibo to clear out that top floor. I'd said at the beginning I was a little bit concerned about it. They needed to be dealing with Moonlight a little bit more effectively. Hoven unable to do that, and it was a tough one for them. So maybe a little lesson for Weibo there. It's a map that, as we know, they don't play it too often. You know, so there are going to be occasions where maybe everything doesn't quite go to plan for them. But a 4-2 half on attack, I think they will be more than happy with, and looking towards heading.
富、名声、力、この世のすべてを手に入れた王を目指し、夢を追い。
No, it's just a stream.
Into the defense.
It just slightly misaligned, I think, on what the exact game plan was, because once all that utility rained out, I was sat here like, as soon as that call's available, they're going.
They just never really went.
That's it. And I was a little bit like, well, you've thrown down the light screens, you've got the call going through to the solar, so they can't sit on the gadget. This is prime time to go. And then nothing happened. And part of me thinks that's because upstairs there wasn't the aggression to the level that was expected, because really at that time, the plant's going down, everyone's looking downwards like, oh, where's it going down? Can we kill the player, yes or no? That's when the two players that were upstairs on Weibo really should have been flooding. Even if they die, your job is just to distract, so they can't have the solars looking downstairs once that call expires. But it didn't quite come off, and as we saw, All Gamers ended up taking the round. But I think overall, Tim, fair to say Weibo played that half really well.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're good for the 4-2 scoreline that they've got. They've been the better of the two teams. I'm looking forward to seeing All Gamers on the attack. We've already seen good numbers, 8 and 5 from Moonlight. See him maybe able to play with a little bit more autonomy rather than in a specific position. On the attack, he can go in and be aggressive on the entries, look for the fights himself on his own terms rather than kind of having to wait for them to come to him. So yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays out. But in all honesty, I think getting Weibo on the defense now, as I've already said, I think this one could start to accelerate away from All Gamers.
It very much could, yes. They've got to be really mindful of that. I think here going into these next few rounds, that you don't want to see the slow and steady decline, the roll downhill as Weibo build up further momentum. They go up 5-2. You know, there's a threat to recover, and you've just lost the first attack. It's going to be a bit bruising. So hopefully they come out with a strong start. I'm always again a big fan of there are two halves to a game of Siege, and I'm hoping we're going to see a bit of a different play coming out from All Gamers overall. But first thing, we've got to get through our hands now that the half is coming to a close. All Gamers are going to start things off by taking away the bandit from the other side, Grim being removed by Weibo.
We'll see who joins him as the next lot come in. Bandit will likely be joined by Kaid. So again, I'm going to be judging All Gamers by the same metric as I was Weibo. Keeping a close eye on that breaching and how much you know, value they gain out of those bans versus how much pain they encounter by having to play into the trap operators and armies and other delay tactics that they've allowed to stay on the board. And then on the other side, we have a Grim and a Sense ban. So again, I can see you already scrabbling through your stats, Des, and previous matches. It would suggest necessarily needs to be specifically targeted bans from Weibo. You know, they've likely seen a bit of something that, you know, All Gamers maybe like to use the sensor plants, things like that. But I think, you know, given the third choice site and the way that we see it played, the way we saw Weibo play it, you know, it's an operator to be bringing along. So it could well just be to kind of block off that opportunity or attempt coming from All Gamers.
I think, and this is exactly why we've now gone to the site we have, Bunk's Briefing. Like every other team, the only time All Gamers have played the Sense has been on Bunk's Briefing, bar one of the time they played it on the top floor across their last 3 games, their last 3 times they played this map. So to me, it's more if we can win the offside like twice, then we're already in a very commanding position. Then we've just got to win one of the primary sites. So they're looking at this and saying, cool, start on the offside, take away the main tool, the Sens that they use to make their attacks happen. They're almost like rolling the dice on saying, we don't think they're going to be coordinated enough or have the flexibility to find a way through without the Sens available. So we'll see, of course, how it transpires, but they've got a couple of other operators they can lean behind, namely here, looking in towards the Monty and that Capitao, which to me makes you think, Tim, we're looking at a default plant maybe in through the breach here, because they've also got the Thatcher on side for denying away any C4s that might come their way.
just watch out if we do get to the point of C4s being thrown by Reaps or Speakeasy. We've seen and there are gadgets in pocket as well that are throwable. We've seen it previously. I can't remember which team it was. It was one of the NA teams on Labs. Absolutely beautiful. I think it might have been Wildcard, but I apologise if I'm assigning that to the wrong team. They knew that the Thatcher was going to be used against the Nitro, so they threw a proximity alarm first.
It was Surf, I believe.
Yeah, it was the last EMP was then used on the proximity alarm, and then the Nitro went out and was successful. So again, this is sometimes why we're seeing those electrical gadgets kept in pocket to give that opportunity, but we'll see whether we get to that point or not. 4 versus 2, we've got 4-2 on the scoreboard. 5 versus 5, we've got Railgun just working in, trying to gain a little bit of space with the Monty around green stairs. So as you said, it does look very one-dimensional towards push straight into sight here.
I thought we were going to see it coming into the pillar, to be honest with you, but I'm guessing they need a bit more pressure elsewhere first. Maybe even looking at the alternate site plant here. So we obviously normally see things, everything gets focused normally around briefing, but maybe looking into more bunks is the alternative. But Hoven needs to be removed. He's the second player that's now downstairs by himself, or was. Third has now joined in.
Yeah, Turd's going to head up the blue stairs. Solo mid does manage to find Hoven, and there's going to be a serious reliance on that vertical hold now. Reaps managing to try and just distract a little bit by putting pressure onto green stairs. He's just going to be backed up again by that utility, but with 3 of them alive, 40 seconds left to go, are Weibo able to hold on to all the angles that they need from above? The only problem I've got here is all gamers are not really pressuring them, so they can focus on that task at hand.
They've got so much utility though here, all games. I think Speakeasy is their main concern. Of course, when the Warden can deal with all these smokes, the smoke bolts, the smokes that can get tossed out, of course, as well, then this is why you have a Thatcher on side. Look, he's been disabled, so now he can't stop the smokes. He can't see through them. They've happened to drop and try and go aggressive instead. And sure enough, MC is dealt with by Reaps, looking for a second, but no. Solo mid spins on a dime, gets rid of Speakeasy, dying a few seconds here as that plant is going down. 2 kills going the way of all gamers, and Turd's got to do it all by himself. Gets the down that he needs, and Turd saves it for Weibo with 2 massive kills. All gamers again, just let Turd slip through the nets.
Yeah, so difficult to keep tabs on a player like that and to, again, win those gunfights when you get into them. 50-50 with him. He's going to come away with a good few of them, does there, with a big clutch. And honestly, I really feel for all gamers on the back of that round, Des. It was a good attack from him. It was, yeah, a little bit different to what we maybe normally see. They didn't really apply a lot of pressure upstairs. They didn't put too much priority or focus on getting up there and clearing it out. But when they recognised how many problems they were being caused from up there, they adapted well. They changed things up. They solved the problems that were in front of them, and by the end of the round, they were in control of the vertical angles. But ultimately, Turd he was a little bit too slippy for them on green stairs and was able to find the angles that he needed to take that one down and clutch up. So Weibo, they go 5-2.
It was a really good, I'm with you as well, for all gamers. It was good adaptation, given they didn't have that sends on sideline. The vast majority of times they attacked that site, they had the sends available. It being taken away, I thought could see them tripped up, but it was a really good response. But as I mentioned, for the second time this game, Turd has just about slipped the net, once back in the first half, then again in that round, that has handed around to Weibo that otherwise could have been a little bit. They'll look back at that round, they'll look back at Hoven winning out the clutch in round 3, and just be asking themselves, what if those 3 rounds hadn't gone against us?
As we've said at the beginning of this, you know, for a lot of the CNL teams, win or lose, it is just such valuable experience to be able to come away from here. You know, it's kind of more, rather than win or lose, it's win or learn, isn't it? It's, you know, come away with much more knowledge, you know, and learning those lessons, and the takeaways that they'll get from it will be invaluable. But this one is not over. They've shown an ability, particularly I'm being particularly impressed with the mechanical skill as well. You know, very, very much in contest for a lot of these gunfights. Moonlight 9 and 5, Yaz 6 and 5. You know, they really are putting up a performance, and they're not making things easy for Weibo.
Oh, they're not looking to make it easy for them either. Look, challenging them at every single turn they possibly can. Not wanting to Ops, but that is where eventually they'll get forced away because of all the utility being dumped in. And so now Ops is in the hands of all gamers.
Yaz is working his way underneath Amos. I would expect him to be looking to challenge onto Hoven in that desk position at some point. Just going to a little bit of support to make sure he's clear, I think, to go in under there. But they have got the guys inside of Ops now, actually using that keeper barricade for a little bit of cover for himself. I love to see that, the defensive utility being turned over and the attackers taking advantage of it.
Sure, of course, making good use of the snake, as you probably expect many teams to be doing at this competition, revealing the location of 2. Being able to call that out to the rest of the team, always going to be valuable. Probably worth stressing as well, like from what I said earlier on about MC being the guy that does a lot of with Phenomene being the experienced player on the roster that he might be the IGL. It's not. Solar Mid is actually their IGL. Normally run, but in this round is on the Labs. We spoke about already an awful lot today. With the volume of smokes they've got to play with 6 of them, it feels like that is their win condition for the round. So where he plays, where he is going to be crucial to seeing if they can get away with a win.
Yaz has done some good work underneath there on the Deimos. He's just backed up the Tachanka and forced him a little bit deeper. Is going to give away Moonlight's advance. Doesn't take too much damage though. Switches to the secondary and it's just looking at that long angle. Yaz is chasing Speakeasy around at the minute. He's had to move out onto the concrete floor so he can't be challenged from underneath by that pistol in the hands of Yaz, but it does leave a big space over in Office now. It's up to Hoven to try and hold this.
Yaz underneath is a big one. He's got the track on Speakeasy. That's what they wanted to do. They need to make him move and stop him from being in a default spot to be able to deny the plant. Now, going in behind Candelas and Smoke, they're in a position to look for a plant. Is it now going down? Yes, it is. Moonlight finally gets caught on his backside and finished off. Railgun should be able to finish this one. And Aggress comes forward from Hoffman, gets rid of one, looking for a second, but no, also shut down. They've managed to make it work, Tim. We're down to a 2v2.
This is absolutely anybody's at the minute. Turd and Speakeasy looking to find those kills, but it's going to be MC managing to pick up the first, and he does the real damage, taking the Ella off the board. It's all up to that big LM. He's churning out those bullets, but none will find the target as Yaz manages to put the shotgun to work. He has been a thorn Speakeasy's side throughout that entire round. He was trying to play in behind desk. Yaz was underneath, peppering him through the floor with the shotgun, with the Vendetta. He then starts tracking over and over and over again so that the Tachanka cannot deny that plant space. It created the room. It was then a brilliant finish to the round with the shotgun to take him down in the 2v1. Yaz has done phenomenal work on the Deimos through that round. 3rd on the board for all gamers.
And dare I say, an execute that you would see many tier 1 teams pulling out.
Yeah.
It's the sort of stuff that we're very used to seeing. We saw it back in the first half too. But they pulled it off there to fantastic effect. And as you mentioned, put Speakeasy under a lot of pressure throughout the whole thing. Even though he took no damage, it was more the fact the trap was there and the floor was exploding underneath his feet. Start running around and not line up to deny Railgun from getting that plant down. Into the basic we go then. Let's see how this one shapes up. Note towards Weber back up was a lack of vertical destruction. Well, all game is up entirely, Tim. In fact, they're changing it up here, away from the round, over towards the sledge. And that double intel could be, and the Deimos coming out too.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
Okay then, 2 more rounds that Weibo need, but all gamers on a slow burn of a comeback possibly here as they get themselves on back. Just Moonlight care initially, doesn't want to be losing himself too early in the round. We have seen that from him already. Like I say, he does love to get in those entry battles. If we have a look, he's been involved in 5 so far out of entry battles that we've had. He's won 2, lost 3, so maybe not up to his usual standards, but he's playing a tough team in Weibo to try and find gunfights against.
Even those things up in this round and go 3 and 3. Side, a lot of trap operators again. You saw it actually in the lost round. Moonlight was trying to move forward at quite some pace. I think because the game right now on the attacking side, with things like Snake coming into the fore, and of course Deimos being a very powerful operator still, it enables a lot of opportunity and teams to then move very, very quickly and punish defenders who are isolated or in uncomfortable positions. This is where trap operators come in. It slows down. You saw Moonlight on his charge up rocket stairs in the ran straight in towards one of those razor balloons, and that slowed him down for a good 30 seconds or so. And again, you're into more of the same. That is such unfortunate timing. The smoke. Well, there's a free kill coming out from Yaz, who nets a second there, reached the fall as well. Solo operator and deleted 2 players by himself.
Yeah, great play from Yaz, and it's on the back of that Deimos round that he had out. He's done some important with the Dockerby. He's going to be back to Moonlight as well, who manages to find our Patriot from Turd, but 4 versus 2 as all gamers are really starting to It's a little.
Fresh. This is pissing me off.
As soon as the push happens.
You know, who's who of great Brazilian
Situation, I think, once they know, just really punishing any small mistake. Opportunity to beat.
Take a little bit.
Skip this. That stream was all
Standard rotation being brought here by Twisted Minds. Fortunately, we've got the PC a bit of pace out. Is the blitz really the thing that they want to?
much better.
Head of a show inside of Laundry as well.
That was terrible.
Obviously, just trying to adjust for any
Stream was all
environmental
fucked up.
factors. A very similar HP advantage on the start of this. Loira a little bit low, but P9 on his second. Oh, and a big opportunity there as Jalad. He just gets caught out. Herd's just round the corner, but this is fierce.
We are a minute 10 seconds into round 1. I just want to point that out. And it is already a 1v3 Loira who opened things up. Now it's got to close things out in a 1v3 on 1 HP with 1 Dokkaebi Call and 2 flashes. So not the worst thing on the planet, all things considered, to find himself in this position. The whole 1 HP thing is kind of an unavoidable problem, but hey, at least now he's got 2 Dokkaebi Calls. Ooh, actually almost nails Trickst right there, but unfortunately not able to do it. Crazy first round between Twisted Minds and Fury, as pretty much all the action happens within 60 seconds. And I mean, I'm trying to think like exactly what occurred, but we basically just had Furia barreling straight into the defense, and it seemed like Twisted Minds winning every single one of those engagements.
It was real blink and you missed it stuff, wasn't it? Loira, like you say, able to get that opening pick. But after that, it was really kind of the P9 show. And he was in just the right position at the right time to have a great chance onto Diaz and Boxera. There just wasn't really the necessary response. I don't know that Fury were sort of ready and waiting for the level of aggression that Twisted Minds often like to bring.
I certainly wasn't.
They do like to play in a very aggressive in a very aggressive manner, and challenging at the windows, challenging aggressively onto entry points in the building is going to be something that we see them try to rock with quite consistently.
I think also especially a player like Hasham, who I feel like we've kind of understood his game plan for the past 2.5 years since he made his big debut on the international scene in Atlanta. I don't think Fury were going to be all that surprised. Well, I mean, in a way they didn't anticipate it, but I think once Loira got the kill and saw that it was Hasham riding in that corner, he's like, oh yeah, well that makes sense. I kind of should have figured that in hindsight. Do a bit of a PC issue, so just a brief tech pause. Hopefully, back soon. But at least for the first round, very good showing from Twisted Minds. Like you said, liking to contest those points of entry, not being worried or not being scared of taking those fights against Fury, which is honestly kind of important because, as we said at the beginning, this is just kind of like basically every great player that's not on FaZe Clan or Team Liquid Alienware. And because it's Brazil, that means these players are all very scary and really, really, really good. The talent in this region still runs very deep. And so if you're taking a fight against Loira or Diaz or literally just any of those 5 players, you got to be careful and really got to lock in. Twisted Minds certainly were in round 1 as they take the victory over on the second floor site. And now we'll rotate over to the second.
Standard rotation being brought here by Twisted Minds. Fortunately, we've got the PC issue sorted nice and quickly so we can get underway with the action. Furia may just want to try and extract a little bit of pace out of this game, but then you look at the lineup that they were threatening and they were bringing the blitz, and you're thinking, oh, hang on a minute, if we want to take a little bit of pace out, is the blitz really the thing that they want to be sort of bringing to try and do that? Because that usually just speaks of someone putting their foot even further to the floor. Maybe it will just be a case of barreling towards one another. We'll have to see, but at least for the meantime, Furia, Boxera going to be getting himself in on the action straight up onto the roof. Joined, of course, by the Grim Bees, which we don't always get to see. Grim has been a very popular band so far throughout Salt Lake.
I love it.
This time, Twisted Minds opted to get rid of the Snake instead, so we're sort of clearing the way for those other disruption-based operators, and Volps is going to be rocking the Grim in this round.
And Volps is a player who, at least on the side of Furia, tends to pick up the shield, but they don't have necessarily like a clear shield player like we just saw VP have. A bounce between Volps and maybe a couple other players. Boxera being a good example. Good information found by Laura right there. Just says, oh, okay. There's just a guy standing in the hallway. I will continue on clearing out some utility inside of the site, of which there is no shortage. Magnets, Bergmots, and F-Knots will be 3 immediate contenders for that shot drone. Great use of the Kibas, blocking off Boxera. Tries to pinch the Azami right around the corner. Herds and Loira immediately fell too. Great use of that angle. Boxer relaying the information, a player swinging around the corner. Trix caught with his pants down. This round is slower comparatively by about 7 seconds compared to round 1. And instead of the round ending in about 1:15 seconds, we decided to slow things down and put it to 1:20 seconds.
I told you they were looking to slow things down.
That, technically speaking, is true. That is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
Laura is still getting that opening pick, so really hot on that statistic so far across the first 2 rounds that we've seen. But I really like the use of the blitz there. Herds was a brilliant backstab to what the blitz was doing. Blitz, fantastic, distracting. Hey, look at me, wave my arms all over the place. You know, use your utility on me, use your keeper barriers in this way. And Herds is just on the backstab straight away. And I think Laura was involved with that little play as well. Furia replying with a very quick round of their own here. Could be a quick game. If all these rounds last 35 seconds.
It's going to be, dude, it's going to be the world's first 8-7 game that lasts 40 minutes.
For real.
Barely any time spent in the lobby. That actually would be kind of cool, though. That'd be a very interesting game to cast. I don't think I've ever casted a game I don't think I've ever casted a game that was like that. So that would be fun. That'd be a new experience. We'll see if that happens, though. I have to say, if you've got money on whether or not it will continue in round 3, presence of the Blitz, Blackbeard, and Dokkaebi kind of gives the game away for what Fury are feeling about the pace and the trend of Fortress between these 2 teams so far. 2 shields, of course, doesn't necessitate, require, or even confirm that the round will be quick. But I think it does confirm that what we saw in round 2, where we saw the Blitz make some kind of fast play, and then the whole team is coordinating around it, try and clear out some defenders, that seems to be the game plan that Furia are going for in this series, and the addition of a second shield will just enable some flexibility for where they want to push, and whether or not Bach or Volps goes down, they can still try that again in a different position later.
Odds are on for as soon as the first kill after the first kill flies, odds are on that it is going to be a very quick round indeed, just because that's been the nature of this game so far. Heavy stack up right now as well. Going to be a little bit of a use of Thatcher and that EMP to try and disable some of this information, but look at Guards' position.
Just tucked around the corner and immediately runs into 2 ballistic shields. Now trapped in a corner behind the nade, though Trix picks up the first. The support for both the shields unfortunately taken down. Furia quickly respond by gaining a man advantage. Boxera down on the floor. Could be picked back up as both shields still in the game. Volps with the Scar. Lethal on the entry into Fortress. Hashom and P9 now downed. But Boxera not completely recoverable. Ready for it. Volps not suffering any fools at the moment, as with the final Dokkaebi call going out. Don't think anything worse could have occurred for P9 at that moment than a death mark tracker flying around the corner and spotting him. Relaying that information straight to Fury. He's pretty far away, actually. So I'm not sure if they fully heard the call. Okay, no, they definitely heard the call. Loira still gets smoked, though. Boxera good for the trade. Ooh. We are going to have a quick one, Ollie. I think this one's going very fast if round 3 is just continuing to make some kind of argument.
It's exciting, though, isn't it? I love the team play there from Furia. That was brilliant. We got a great view of it as well, as they're both just barreling through that main door. And we're just seeing players wiggle left and right, you know, ADS in, un-ADS in. I mean, poor old Bach got baited for the entire round.
Poor guy.
It worked out great, though, because Volps got 3 kills for his troubles just through baiting that one player. I don't think it's too much of a surprise to see the Blitz be banned out there at the start of round number 4, though, eh?
It is kind of funny, though, because Volps was demolishing people with that Blackbeard in the last round, so could have been either of them, and I'd been like, yeah, that makes sense.
The thing that's scary here is this isn't how we saw Furia play Fortress in the SAL.
It's not.
This is... It's just different.
It's just crazy how quick these rounds have been going, or at least when the actions occurred, how quick the actions actually happened. I mean, there was quite a bit of a lead up there. I mean, we saw people waiting outside that double door for like a whole minute beforehand. But once it happened, I mean, pretty much most of the lobby was dead within 20 seconds. Furia have a very clear game plan, just like SR did in the last game, but the game plans could not be further apart. They were literally entire galaxies apart for what Furia want to do and how they're using these shields versus how the Rebellion were using shields on this same map just like 20, 30 minutes ago. This is the one site that it didn't... well, I guess actually, this is not the one site, as I just look up and realize. No, this is. My brain is literally breaking. I saw the shower, and I was like, wait, we're in shower on the first floor. But no, this was the one site where it didn't quite work for Furia did it. They tried to bring that shield, use that Blackbeard, and Twisted Minds basically stopped it entirely.
I would agree, but I think that since round 1, Furia have been a lot more aggressive and a lot more purposeful with the way that they're playing this shield. They've stepped it up a little bit. They've turned it up to 11. It's no longer we're just going to play the shield. They're doing it with a heck of a lot of purpose now, and it's blooming terrifying. Volps is an absolute menace when he gets going on that Blackbeard. He's just had a great round. There's nothing saying that this won't be a little bit different. As you said, though, this has been the sort of saving grace site so far for Twisted Minds. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's a must-win, but it'll go a long way in this series if they are able to get a successful defense here.
And just in terms of narrative, I mean, if they lose this site here, the game kind of feels much further out of their control. Box Zero right around the corner. Ooh, somehow getting shot. Just a little two-piece against P9. Opening kill goes the way of Furia. Trix down by the fire, I believe. Yes, that is true. Loira pops a Vulcan pack, in fact, and then also dies to barbed wire. A lot of utility kills coming out in the first minute or so. Quick 3v3, though, and Fulton and Herds on low HP. If Twisted Minds want to win this site for the second and final time this half, they probably got the best odds to do it right here, right now. DMR and TCSG could make quick work of Herds in particular, though Volps isn't exactly long on HP. DS has tried to use these Roar Doors, and while they might have got these attackers inside of the building, it has not gained any clear, decisive advantage. And Tashom now moving on this flank, that you can see the attackers turn around and begin turning their attention. They are clearly aware of this possibility, even if they aren't aware of the Thorn. They'll hit that prone. Do they check? No, they just see him at the last second. And Tashom will slip further back into the arms of the defense.
Still with some utility to lean into here, though. They've got some Vulcan packs kicking around. There's no active Razor Blooms in pocket or anything like that. Those are just going to be placed out, hoping and ready. Herds thinking about dropping the hatch here. Don't know if there's an assumption that someone is going to be playing just on the other side of that. But it's always a worthy angle to check. 35 seconds left, and for rounds that have been lasting around 35 seconds in total, we're in alien territory at the moment.
Oh.
J-Lad is going to be able to take Volps down with it. That renders the diffuser cold.
Diffuser cold. DS so good in these clutch situations. Suddenly finds two. With a show might be on full HP, but that 417 can turn 100 into 30 faster than you can imagine just around the corner. Oh, I wanted to check it so bad. Just right there with 7 seconds to go. He's got to commit with the kill. Pistol around the corner. Oh, just barely sees him, but a Shom quicker with it, and Twisted Minds tie things up.
Real close end to the round there. Both players knowing exactly where the other one was. And for rounds that have been lasting, like I said, 30 to 40 seconds, to see all of it feels like a rare treat here on Fortress between Twisted Minds and Furia. But Twisted Minds maintain their winning record upstairs in command and bathroom. It's been the only site they've been good for so far, and they've won it in two very different fashions. I couldn't get over the amount of util kills.
That was crazy.
I think we had, did we have 2 Vulcan pack kills and 1 barbed wire kill?
I think it was just 1 Vulcan pack, 1 barbed wire. I think it was a trade because I think Loira popped the Vulcan pack, which took down Trixt, but I think Trixt in the process lit up Loira at about 1 HP, and Loira was pushing up in barbed wire, and that's what killed him. So it was kind of a util trade, actually.
A util trade.
It was 2 traded utility kills.
We need a new column.
I was about to say, we do not have that one on the sheet, I'll tell you that much. Surely that's happened before, and like excluding, because explosives, obviously that's probably happened. We probably had a C4 and a nade kill. I imagine those are pretty common.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
But I haven't seen that one before. That one's new.
I'm on guard.
Speaking of new, a little bit of Malusi action making their way onto the board here for round number 5. Just further in this horrendous trap meta that we find ourselves in at the moment, and that Twisted Minds are really looking to exploit. Banshees, Grismots, FNATs, Razor Blooms.
It's just disgusting, really.
It's everything, isn't it?
I feel gross looking at it.
It's drone every single inch.
And you know what the best part is? The one player's not a trap operator, DMR.
DMR.
It's like great. Great.
How important the trap's going to be, though, because this looks like they might be trying to move quick. I know they've not got any blitz or anything like that, but they've still got a Ying, they've still got the Zafir, and the Dokubi call coming out. The plant's already happening here.
We just can. Waiting is an allergic reaction for Fury at the moment. They do not want these rounds to last any longer than they absolutely need to. That doesn't mean they're going to win them, though, because now we're in a 1v5 post plant, and Twisted Minds, well, clearly quite mindful of their defenses, because Furia try to have the quickest round we've seen so far, and it's a flawless for the other team.
I'm left scratching my head after that one, honestly. I get that they've got the plant down. I understand that stage. I'm not that senile just yet.
They all died. That's what happened.
I understand that as well. I just don't understand where the post plant was meant to be. What were they hoping to do?
Well, this is the fun thing about these rounds, is because it's like we try to get a handle on it, and then it all happens, and it's like, okay, now I have to sort back through like a literally second by second, frame by frame analysis in my own brain as to what just happened. Because Herds goes down first. I would assume he hadn't used all of his utility because of how early in the round it was, but maybe he did dump every single bit of bees into the site. But I don't even know. It happened so quickly. My brain couldn't even keep up and comprehend it. What I can say, though, to your point, once you're in that situation, with Volps' position outside, it is possible to cover the diffuse plant, but the defense has so much ability to maneuver inside. I don't know. It's like, I don't even know how to be honest, I don't even know if I can unpack that one.
I don't know if it needs unpacking. It's been and gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It was kind of a 5-0 post plant.
Looked like a little bit of a lash-out round maybe from Fury, just trying to make something happen, trying to get something over the line. Again, I don't think that they're playing in the same way that we saw them play when we saw them in the SAL. It's very different. They've not got that same level of structure.
The idea of a lash-out round when it's just a tie game is also funny.
Yeah, but I think they were just limit testing, just seeing what they can get away with.
That's fair.
They've got 2 rounds on the defense here. They're going to be very confident with their own attacks. It is a map for them that does swing quite heavily one way. So I'm not too surprised to see them not sort of throw their attacks away here, but, you know, give it the best shot.
Well, got one more round to do their best. Try and stop Twisted Minds from taking a lead as we swap sides. Another shield, as we did not have one last round, but it has been a consistent fixture of Furia's attacking lineup. Claws will also be brought. It'll be good support for that Blackbeard, or also just, if Fury want to throw down a smoke, try and lurk and go for an alternative position. Could be quite useful. Lawyer with the first pick. Jalad cut down. Cut short very quickly in this round. But Ashom trying to rat again. Oh, the shield turns too quick. Still finds his way around. Headshot as Volps trapped inside of his own window that he jumped in. And it seems like the attacks on Fortress, I'm really scared for what the next half is going to offer, because I don't think I can handle another 6 that go this fast. A 1v3 before we've even hit the halfway point, but still plenty of information and plenty of tape to see how Twisted Minds won the first half on Fortress.
Vocês estão parados? Vai tentando dronar, mano. Tipo, não sei, Bot, que você tá fazendo. Dá uma dronadinha na música, tá ligado?
É, a música não drona não.
Guys,
já foi. Seguinte,
Nossa, tá
o comportamento, vamos falar primeiro sobre o comportamento. O comportamento que eles estão fazendo é o que a gente esperava. Eles vão seguir o que eles sempre fazem em todos os mapas. O que eles vão fazer agora no ataque? É um fake blocado. Tipo, é os 3 blocados, os 2 jogando dependendo da ponta. A gente sabe disso. O que a gente tem que fazer? Limpar nossa comunicação para não tomar as pontas. Essa pressão que eles fazem na parte da caçada não é uma pressão, tipo, muito boa, tipo, ao ponto de bagunçar nossa comunicação. A gente tem que deixar ela mais limpa possível pra gente ficar de boa e conseguir escutar as pontas, tá ligado? Lembrando agora um pouco dos planos, um pouco mais tático.
Tá.
A gente vai voltar, a gente vai fazer o Bandemos e Doka pra não deixar eles fazer essas pontas deles, vai começar com a peito da choque e vai dar com o comportamento de dar win na águia se os caras for fazer a Playful Bomb. O Beto vai fazer gol pra gente, o Argin vai fazer ward, a gente tem a C4 lá pra fazer no meio da escada. Lembra de comunicar rápido pra gente, ô Box, você tem que antecipar, vai ser aqui comigo. já chama ajuda. não tem
الحاجات الطبيعيه راح نستخدمها اللي هو جارد راح يكون برا الهورس دور وانت تطلع مين مثلا، او انت نعمل بوشنال سباري مع بليتز جاردز وانت تكون برا الهورس، على حسب راح نشوف شو السيت اب بتاعهم. حلو. والاخر شيء الدورمز على بشاتنا الديفولت في وحده اتفقنا عليها انا ودايجو اللي هي ايش؟ راح نلعب اثنين برا هورس وراح نلعب اثنين جهه الكون يفضوا. حلو، ما يكونوا هم بنكس. حلو. انت لا، انت راح تسوي راح تطلع مين؟
اوكي.
على الهورس تدخل، يعني كانوا هم اوفيس بس هم راح يكونوا دراون، فاهم؟ نذبحه بعدين نهدي ونعمل سبليت اكسكيوت بالاخر. هاي كل شيء نستنى نعرفه. الكيتشن حلو. انا بقول لك قرب مايك اول شيء، ثاني شيء لما هم يكونوا كيتشن وانت تطلع فوق هم راح يكونوا فاتحين الهاتشات، فيا بتلاقيهم ماسكين هاتشات ما يمين
انت حتبش تحت انا ليرك فوق.
ايه انت وقاعد تركب فوق انت.
Coming out of that tack timeout, going into the side swap now. The attacks and the defense is coming up. Twisted Minds obviously coming out of this up 4-2, but both these teams a bit streaky on their respective sides, I think, Ollie. I mean, obviously, Furia not maybe doing the best on the attacks, but the defenses should be strong.
I think that's the story of Fortress, isn't it, at the moment for these two teams. Looking back over it, we've got a little bit more data. We've got twice the amount of data on it for Fury than we do for Twisted Minds, just through the amount of times that these teams have played the map. Twisted Minds have a very heavy defense win rate. It's 72% on the defense, whereas their attack is at 54. So you could say that they've got what they expected to get out of that first 6 rounds. They got the 4-2 split. Now the difficulty comes on that defensive side, on that attacking side for them. And flip side, Furia, they get the benefit of that defense. I'm sure that they are going to be able to try and work that. Looking back and thinking over some of the rounds that they'd played, you kind of wonder, was their win condition just get a couple of rounds on the attack here and then start to work from there? Hence why we saw some, let's be honest, very strange siege from a team that we know can be incredibly coordinated and doesn't just have to rely on flair and flash to get the rounds done.
I think it's also we're kind of looking to that explanation because the more you think about it in hindsight, the more it's like, okay, you know, it worked for rounds 2 and 3, right? It didn't work for round 4. It didn't work for 5. And you're like, okay, well, surely they switched it up now at this point. Then they didn't. Like, that was a full 6-round commit for one particular vision. So you're like, okay, well, again, being charitable, giving you the benefit of the doubt. There's a reason you feel like you had to stick it with that attacking side, and maybe it was just a matter of let's just try and brute force to get them on the board, rely on the defenses. Who knows? Either way, Fury now find themselves on this defensive side. And in terms of the operator lineup, again, if the Rebellion and Furia's attacks were completely opposite, Furia's defenses seems to be completely opposite of what they were going for on their attacking side. You've got some trap operators, so you could get aggressive, but none of the traditional, I think, roaming ops you'd otherwise see. A lot of on-site utility.
I think they're just going to try and play buddied up a little bit, aren't they? They've had the mirror taken off them, which kind of is to be expected. Mirror can be great when you're looking to anchor in a little bit and dig into some more of those defensive positions. But they will be bringing out the Warden, and so they're going to be able to at least challenge onto some of that blitz play, if any is going to be attempted. As we can see, there are going to be no shields brought here inside of round number 1. Deimos and a Monty band to just try and hamstring Twisted Minds ever so slightly. Still leaves the Snake, which hasn't been chosen here. Guards is going to be rocking that Dokkaebi in an attempt to gather a little bit of information. Quite like Hasham on the gridlock as well, just zoning off areas of the map and really restricting where these defenders can operate in.
Just such a good flank watch. And also, you know, Hasham puts down all of his trap stingers early enough. He just gets to use the F90 for the rest of the round, and that's pretty good, all things considered. Oof. Twisted Minds have been really focused on this staircase, though. They've been trying to find a way around Box Zero, a way to get at Box Zero for a bit now, and they're telegraphing it so heavily that we've got Hertz coming up with a C4 ready to throw it over top and land directly on the landing. Unfortunately, we'll miss, won't do any damage to these players, but P9's still looking. The whole team is not invested in this staircase, so it's not like everybody's caught up on Box Zero. And clearly something else is happening. Hasham on the opposite side of the map. Playing a bit of flank watch. Finds DS Lucas either swinging or rotating around Museum. I was about to say, I think Loira also looking to get in on the action, but swings quite late, and Hasham ready for it. 3v5 for Twisted Minds, and they've barely even moved, it's felt like. Just sitting in windows, waiting them to peek, and if that's the call, it has been perfect so far. As Herds looks to give them another engagement. And likely only escapes it because he never actually made face-to-face contact with one of the attack. Wolf's thinking about taking a fight there. Dokkaebi on the opposite side of this reinforcement. Look at how patient Twisted Minds are playing. They know that Furia are going to give them these fights, and they are not keen trying to take the initiative and maybe try to catch them off guard. Jalad, how does he get away with that one? Beautiful kill onto Herds. Boxera now on the backside. Finally has that long-awaited duel with P9. Instead, it's Trixt who dispatches him, and Twisted Minds literally just sit and wait.
Flawless round to start off their attacking phase here. Really patient as well. Mentioned how we were seeing a lot of the gridlock usage coming out from Hasham, trying to zone off some of these players, trying to keep them really, you know, sort of headlocked into certain zones. Diaz was like, a dog and a bone. He's like, oh my goodness, he's thrown the track stingers at that window. He must be on that window. And he sat there and watched it for like 35 seconds. And eventually Hisham is just holding the same angle he's been holding for the past minute. And Diaz walks into it. And it's like, okay, that's kind of the story of how all of the kills came from that round.
I just watched what a team of 5 NJRs would be like.
Yeah.
Just sitting at windows, sitting at doors, not a single player getting through. We got 5 mailboxes on Fortress right now.
I don't like the mailbox. It's like this new age of role, isn't it?
I like it. It's alright. It's okay.
I prefer the postman.
5 seconds remaining.
The postman?
Because the postman delivers.
Shut up.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, the thing about the postman is it doesn't really work because postmans are moving a lot, actually.
Yeah, busy.
But, like, are you really busy on the window?
No, I'm saying, like, I'm not saying it's a substitute for the mailbox.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're just saying.
If we're going to introduce one, I'd like to introduce the postman.
What would the postman do? Like, what kind of role would the postman be?
Spoit was the postman in the last game.
Amen. Spoit was the postman in the last game. I'll give you that one, actually. Spoit absolutely delivered. 15 kills, which basically once you get past, like, 13, they all just kind of blend together. Absolutely delivered. And right now for Twisted Minds, I wouldn't say, like, one player in particular delivering. I mean, Hisham in that round did really well, but a very consistent team performance from both teams, win or lose.
It's the nice thing about this Twisted Minds roster is that you've not really got one player that you're looking out for. P9's had some really big rounds. Hisham, yeah, he's going to attract a lot of the attention, but it's spread out equally across the board. Guards, even in this instance, 7-3.
Guards 7-3, and I was about to say, if there is one player you might want to look out for, it is Hisham. Walking up main stairs will send out that Dokkaebi call. Thinks he might have just found a gap. Look at him right outside the site right now. And he has slipped past that defender right outside of Museum. Jalad as well. Assault rifle instead of SMG. Might just catch somebody prone at the moment. Though Hisham still taking a gander. Jalad losing a lot of HP on that engagement. The lurk does not work for the moment for Twisted Minds. Is instead talking about dogs to the bone. They're just looking mighty juicy inside a bathroom right now, and he'll walk straight into a pinch. P9 gets the first kill. So it doesn't result in any kind of lead or distinct advantage for Twisted Minds. As still with this Dokkaebi and the Snake, they're trying to find some information that gives them a competitive advantage over Furia.
Tricks there. It's going to be a little bit less than half. Jalad very low indeed. Equaling the man count, but that's about it. Now time to pop a little bit of utility. Volb's next player to fall. Hisham takes him out on the long angle there.
On the floor.
3 Toxic Babe canisters for Boxera. They're going to become very important in this next 50 seconds. The breach now further starting to get opened. Activating of the goggles. Has the shield to play on, but he's worried about a potential push from behind.
And very understandably so. P9, you always got to worry about it. Boxera finishes him off with the smoke. Jalad been on 1 HP for quite a long time as well. Either him or Trix could suffer a crucial amount of damage because of these toxic canisters. And as Diaz gets the full HP Hisham, that utility becomes even more important. Even the impact grenades from Diaz could get a lot of value. So Boxer waiting around the corner. Chokes off 10 more of the 20 seconds before Twisted Minds can push into this site. Diaz Lucas on a long angle. They're even rotating. Twix got to recover the diffuser. And now in red time, as the Hibana has to push in, Jalad has to find some way to cover. Boxera catches him off guard, and Jalad, nothing he can do. Hip fires for the last one, and Furia begin their comeback.
It's about time, isn't it? It was getting a little bit panic stations there at 5-2. You start thinking, ooh, if this goes 6-2, it's going to be a big battle for Furia to climb. As it stands, they're able to break a 4-round winning streak that Twisted Minds have had so far on Fortress across both attack and defense, that is. They've been able to chalk one up for themselves. Still, not out of the woods just yet. It's only a best of 1. A reminder, we're in Swiss. Win 3, you're through. Lose 3, you are out.
And we're in the fun part of the stage where, you know, 1 loss or 1 victory doesn't really seem like a lot in the moment, but of course, can spiral out of your control very quickly, or spiral in your control, or spiral out of your control in a good way, question mark. Name of the game is win 3, make it in. And the thing you want to avoid is losing 3 and getting out. Right now, Twisted Minds only have to win 2 more if they want to send Furia down to the lower part of round 2. We've only had 2 rounds on this side so far, and Both teams winning around a piece. Neither one clearly the betters on attack or defense respectively just yet. Twisted Minds, with the benefit of this lead, will now look to the tertiary site, try to put themselves on regulation point against Furia. Castle and Mozzie Mute setup being brought in alongside the Azami. You know that Furia are trying to hold a lot of either this bottom floor or the top floor as well, looking to create a labyrinth that Twisted Minds can't even really put together because of all the intel now that they're brought in tandem.
We saw this in the first half. It went either way, didn't it? We saw Twisted Minds win it. We also saw Furia win it themselves. Definitely one of those sites where it can flip and flop either way, hence it being a third choice bomb site. The top floor is going to need to be held. You can see that we've got Herds. He's going to be playing up and around there. Diaz really tucked in there as well, trying to rat in just by one of the foosball tables. It's potential for him to go undroned here, and especially if Herds is playing that Mozzie and he's got a couple of the pests kicking around. Herds can maybe attract a little bit of the attention for him as well, but that all relies on Twisted Minds going for that clear.
Which is not certain. You would think because of the Ram, but they could pivot with a Blitz, a Lion, and a Ying. They could pivot to some kind of rush or quick play. Guards moving in on the top floor, so perhaps going for some kind of clear, though unfortunately Fire will not only stave off that push for just a little bit, but also telegraph it slightly to the defense. C4 out, but Trix quickly backs up, dodges it entirely. No, this guy's not been droned. Diaz is completely unaware. The Blitz just sails right on by. Hertz might actually die in the process as he's frozen by the E1D. But will Diaz be able to find the next? I think just fired some shots as well, so might have alerted the attack to his presence as everybody else in the lobby decides to make a beeline for Herds. Diaz fighting for his life inside a pool at the moment. We got pistols out on the top floor, and Diaz is well and truly trapped. Though somehow still alive. He downs the Ram in the process. I don't know how the hell he's just done that, but Trix only downed. These guards can pick him back up as Twisted Minds with a 4-2 lead.
Everyone was trying to pivot and to support Diaz in that rat play there, and it's just not worked out at all for him. He let the Blitz go past, I guess, in the hope and expectation that more players were going to start to try and follow. And as it stands, with the Lion scan coming in at just the perfect time, any positional advantage that he had by not being droned was just entirely removed because he couldn't support his teammates.
Jesus.
An inevitable end to the round. From what we saw there, it was such big potential for a massive rat play and a real big upset. Twisted Minds have just put themselves onto series point right now.
Yeah, whatever gamble Furia might have had in the first half with that strategy, it has not paid off, and Twisted Minds coming to play on this attacking side. They're on in particular, I mean, some really good coordination. They had an idea. They're like, all right, want to try and pin down Herds. And admittedly, while they missed on DS Lucas, as you said, once that lion scan freezes him in place, there's not a whole lot the defense can do at that point. 6-3 timeout from Furia to try and right some of the wrongs that we've seen. You win 3 rounds in a row just to push this to OT. Again, as a reminder, nobody's eliminated. Nobody's going home. You either go up 1-0, you go down 0-1. But for Furia out the gate, again, as a team that was, I think, surprisingly scary inside of the SAL, and especially a team that I think, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, obviously, Lowe's kind of making it as crazy, but it felt like Furia were taking Team Liquid Alienware's spot in a much more meaningful way than I think, say, like FaZe, for example, being here, not all that surprising, NIP being here as well. We weren't sure what this Furia squad would look like, especially donning this legendary jersey now at this point. Going down 6-3 in your first game. First time on Swiss to Twisted Minds, who are a good team in their own right. Kind of the opposite of the statement SR ended up making on Fortress.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? I don't know. I just don't feel like... I'm not convinced is the problem. I'm still not convinced by Furia's attacks. And it was ages ago now, and I just need to get over it. But I'm just not convinced with the way that they played that attacking phase.
Ollie's still stuck on round 5.
and I'm not convinced with the way that they're trying to play this defense. I think it was the right idea. There was some good thoughts into the, okay, let's just play rat. Let's try and get a couple of bodies in front of us. I'll pop up at the right time. Herds, you're going to be a little bit of the bait, unfortunately.
And it worked a little bit.
It worked, but it didn't work in the sense that they didn't get enough kills and they didn't win the round off it. So, yeah.
It's kind of an important piece.
Successful rat, successful miss drone, but the important bit is the next bit. What do you do after that?
And again, talking about what you do after that, I think the thing for Twisted Minds that we've seen so far is, despite guards, subbing in, 9-4 right now, really good performance, but despite guards subbing in, I think Twisted Minds' coordination's been excellent because, ignore the DS rat play for a moment. If that were just a clear of Herds, not a single thing went wrong. Everyone was on the same page.
Also, how quickly were they to right that wrong? As soon as they'd realised what had happened, everyone pulled in the same direction. It was like, all right, boom, we've missed on someone, no big deal, bang. And it was dealt with within, what, 15 seconds?
Twisted Minds, all on the same page. Also, all putting in a lot of good work. Aside from Jalad, pretty much everybody at 8 or 9 kills for 60% of the roster, and that is an excellent stat line to have. And makes sense why they are up 6-3 against Furia, who now need to get a flawless site rotation just to have a chance at ending this best of one up 1-0 in the Swiss. Some heavy trap play coming in from Furia, as we have seen quite a few times throughout Salt Lake City, and I think through kickoff as well. Ella, Thorn, and Denari, respectively. It still gives them the option, I think, to play a bit looser for Furia.
Yeah.
Gives them the option to play a bit more aggressive. But also, I think with how much traps they have, I think also maybe looking to burn a little bit more time and then punish them with those traps at the end.
I think it's the togetherness for me. For all that Twisted Minds have been playing a fairly aggressive brand of Siege, whatever they've been doing it together. And that's been the real key indicator for me. And it's not to say that Furia have looked very fragmented. They have at times. We have seen those elements of teamwork, but they've just not been as tight. They've just not been as well connected as we've often seen this Twisted Minds roster. So we need to see them tighten that up a little bit here. There is a big chance for them to take this to an OT. It is defensive rounds on Fortress. It is possible. But with the way that Twisted Minds have been playing, and certainly the way that this push is transpiring, it's looking increasingly more unlikely.
Herd's backing him up with that C4. Exact same play they did the last time they defended this site, and while it works out, Ella still goes down to the top of the staircase, and there's another player they can turn towards. Jalad coming in with the pinch. So nice. Again, even though Twisted Minds are dropping bodies, look at that coordination between the Blitz and 2 different players. The reason we're in this 3v3 right now, and the reason why those great gunfights from Furia end up being a little mitigated by the end. At the same time, advantages for both mitigated. Guards and Herds on low HP, and that breaks much more the favor of Furia than for Twisted Minds. If either a Mute or a Blitz has got to be on 1 HP, I'm picking the Mute every day of the week, but now it becomes a bit more important as Guards, the substitute, 12 and 4 right now. That'll be all he'll get. He still makes it a 2v2. Herd's easy pre-fire, even if it's not a headshot. Jalad, bottom frag to victory. 7-3 for Twisted Minds, stunning Furia out the gate.
What a way to close out that game. Twisted Minds come here and done the business against Furia. It's early stages, it's the first round of Swiss, but what a way to start it for this exciting new team. Twisted Minds, substitute or not, guard, super player in the server. We'll be back right after this.
Has to be
I think there's going to
though is the best way I can describe it. Outside of blue, there wasn't really too much to get up in the face of NIP and slow them down or disrupt them, like we saw coming out of Enterprise a bit earlier on. And look, 2 different games, 2 different teams, things will change around, but the fact there was no support coming in towards Kino, we chatted about this a bit earlier, he was very much left in no man's land, and once he was gone, the plank going down, they had the 2 hatch covers, it was a checklist at that point.
I think the early kill, this one, onto J90 really hurt Dark Zero on that defense, because you had a setup where you had 1 in elevator and 1 in open, and if you're doing that, you've committed utility to it, and you're looking to hold on for maybe a minute and a half, and that also helps Kino out in blue, because you're taking all that time from NIP. The fact that Fantasy was able to run down Marble and just, you know, absolutely blast J90 out of the round, it meant then the player in open had to drop away because the pressure was going to mount very, very quickly on them. So all of a sudden NIP had the hatches, they had everything, and it really left Dark Zero on the back foot. So they need to wake up from second 1 of this round. They cannot be getting caught out like that by players like Fantasy.
I'm looking at that lineup from NIP, Tim, and if there's ever anything that screams this is an execute-focused lineup, this is it. Like, they want to get in the window. They want to get a plant down fast off the Amaro. They've got the glass to play behind spokes on windows. They've got the Candelas to spam the living hell out of the defenders so they can do absolutely nothing about it, and a lot of fire and smoke to keep players moving around. And if you're wondering about the striker at the end, from speaking to a whole bunch of teams, you know, Furia first very much popularised it, old school Furia. This is, their answer often was, it's just the fact that it gives you so much extra utility, which again, flashes to stun out more players, nades to force players to move. They have to think that the key thing is they have to make it work when they go for the execute, i.e. you can't bait out an execute and use all your utility and then go, now we'll see what happens next and get some free kills. If you don't get those kills, it all falls apart. So really for Dark Zero, their goal needs to be catching players out, and I'm talking about being cheeky in towards lobby, a C4 potentially from somewhere, but it's already not started out great.
Entry within the first minute, and who is it again? Fantasy going in there, getting the kill, using the Ying, 3-0. You've got Tubber out off the board. Big loss. You're going to lose all those Zoto canisters. He's now on the cams, but we need, you know, to be getting more out of this utility from Dark Zero. They've brought the Echo again. Great operator, but the Yokai drones were a little bit ineffectual last time. Look at this aggression coming out, and it's all timed. Wizard hits, working together. The Yokai tries to do what they can on the Echo, but absolutely nothing happening. Flawless round from NIP. Is it panic stations yet for Dark Zero?
It's got to be a timeout for me. There's just no way they can let this carry on. And by the looks of it, the fact the microphone's down, I do think we're going to go into it. Yeah, we are. 2 rounds in. Call out slamming the brakes on Tim, because the only thing getting slammed so far is Dark Zero.
Yeah, this is a big problem for them. They come out of NA as the #1 team. Don't get me wrong, they haven't had the easiest start to Swiss. G2 and NIP back-to-back. But look, they just look off the pace is the reality here. We've got to call it as we see it, and they look off the pace on this map against NIP. Right now, they are just unable in those first 2 rounds to stop NIP doing whatever they want to do. They've just Amaru'd up the hatch into Elevator, and then Wizard and H just get 3 kills, bang, within about 3 seconds. It was just so perfectly worked.
What was horrible was they knew the Amaru come up Elevator, but just didn't quite connect the shots. Not that I think it would have made a world of difference, but even I stand corrected, to be fair. I expected that it was going to be a window plant coming out of the Amaru off the back of all the smoke being dumped in, but the focus instead was the window repel in from the Capitao to get the plant down, and then using the Amaru for a backstab into what is normally a very critical defender position was absolutely beautiful. And truthfully, although we didn't see it, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason they chose to do that was seeing that hatch was left soft. It wasn't reinforced off or anything like that. That gave the option for the Amaru to go flying up the hatch and do what she did. Wonderful recognition for NIP. Up 2-0, well deserved. Now Dark Zero need to fight their way back in.
Interestingly, heading back down to the basement as well, choosing not to continue on with that rotation. It's kind of like hitting, you know, the reset here. And we've got a little bit of a different setup, and I like this. If you remember last time I spoke about at the end of round 1 that I felt like they'd suffered from that early loss of J9O. He was picked up on the Fenrir inside of Elevator. Fantasy saw his opportunity, got down there, got the kill, and what it meant that was Dark Zero were forced back to site really quickly, and Pino had control of the hatches throughout the entire game. NIP had time to deal with Kino on blue stairs, and then, you know, that worked their way in from there. But this time, they've switched things up a little bit. Newers, this is a bit of a gamble here. He's gone on the vigil. He needs to waste time. He needs to find kills, if at all possible. He's out there on his own. He's a lone wolf, if you will, and he needs to be getting something done for the team. If I look at the G2 game earlier, Newers, J9O, Kino, all quiet games from them, but that is exactly what they needed. NIP have run headlong into him. He's picked up a good start. Pino's down, and that is the Dockerby off the board.
It's good to see the reverse coming about, isn't it, where Dark Zero are the ones getting rid of a critical operator. And Tim, we speak about Dockerby all the time. All that information that she brings, the ability to help you move through the map at pace, is now removed. They're going to have to slow things right down here and see where we can go from there. However, at least they get one back, Tim. It is only the Goyo. It's not the end of the world. His gadgetry is deployed. He's very much a free roaming gun, despite only being the 1 speed. So, all things being balanced out, not for much longer. Now the Ying is gone, Tim. You could not pick 2 better operators to get rid of first.
Yeah, whatever call-out has said in that tactical timeout has certainly done some work for Dark Zero here. It's given them that mental reset. As I've said, we can see that they've kind of gone back to the same site but come out with a very different mentality, a very different approach here to how they're going to defend it. Newers has taken a lot of damage, but he's still in open area. You've got J9O and NJR up there as well supporting him, and they really are keeping on top of them at this point.
A brief slowdown here, halfway into the round. A lot has happened when you look at it. Those 3 kills that we found has really taken the sting out of the tail of NIP. And so for Dark Zero, pulling back, playing together would be the play, but Nuas on the vigil gets picked off as we now start to flood down main stairs, but no, Fultz is there to get a response back. Hates falls 2. It's a 3 versus 2, and surely, I was about to say, surely they can hold on to him, but it's the fantasy factor once again, going big. It's only J90, and off the back of a tech timeout that started out with a wonderful entry, Dark Zero crumble once more. NIP 3-0. Wow.
I'd like to watch that round back because there was a point. And I commented on it.
Just pause the game and watch it back.
Well, I commented on it at the time. Dark Zero had took a choice, and I thought at first, I started like looking through the player positions, and you know, knew as it was in open area, I was like, okay, J90 was up there supporting him, but they'd actually made the decision to try and control site from above. All 4 of the remaining players were above site. Hits wandered down marble and is now stood in an empty site pretty much. He doesn't necessarily know that at the time, but the problem is Dark Zero have then tried to kind of filter back to site, and that's when they've been picked up, when they've been dropping hatches, when they've been going back to site. That's where they've lost their fights. And so I think maybe a little bit of an overcommitment. They thought they'd maybe seen an opportunity of like, right, actually get up above, kind of give them the site, maybe play for the retake, maybe play to prevent the plant going down, you know, like bait them into a plant, but they just lost control of the site and were punished for it.
Well, there is a lot to recover here and see what we can get away with, because it has become a little bit of a problem. Maybe we'll see something change here in the second quarter. Now we've had additional bans come out. Ying clearly proving a little bit of a frustration point despite only being seen twice across those 3 rounds. And on the other side, the Warden being taken away, which to meet him, obviously you don't know what the other side is going to ban at the time, but if they'd taken the Warden away and kept on running the Ying, it would have been more and more oppressive. But it does invite you to bring along other flash-based operators. In this case, things like the Blitz, which is exactly what Basetto is jumping onto, away from the Blackbeard, and instead, it's full choo-choo train time, Tim. Let's get some white screens up.
Yeah, I would have thought that Basetto was going to be playing this quite aggressively. Keep an eye on Fantasy as well, bringing the knock along. Where's his entry point going to be? You know he's that sort of player that's going to try and pop up somewhere surprising, somewhere unexpected, and cause a little bit of a nuisance. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him work this is Fantasy's drone, actually. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him try and work his way in through lobby and just have a little bit of a wander up gold stairs, try and take out those roamers above the site, or maybe even walk into elevators and see what he can find.
Have a little waddle up main stairs, Tim. We've used that term a lot in the rank stack, and it always gets me.
We love a waddle.
Just think about someone waddling like a penguin or something up the main stairs.
Yeah, exactly that.
Got a bit of work to do for sure, but he's starting off great so far on the 5-0. So why not go for a waddle Fantasy, see what you can deliver. Again, Isomir on Basetto. Oh, he sees the arm, but not the head, and that's what he really wanted. Fantasy trying to move his man upstairs into the sightline of the waiting player, off on Repel, but just not quite being exposed to Pino.
Nitro goes out from MGR. He's just launched it out of stock window on towards Basetto. That's where the damage to the shield has come from. And we've got this little battle ensuing here as the Blitz is going to try to get inside. He's just creating a little bit of smoke cover for himself to get on in. And the glass is there in perfect support. They lose the shield, but they do take out the stock player. So NIP can now start this top floor clearance. Nuas picks up Fantasy. That's the little work gone. Dealt with. Kino onto hits. Dark Zero starting to wake up a little bit in round 4. 4 versus 2. It's all up to Pino and Wizard. This is an essential round for the North Americans to win from here.
It's really big from Kino there. It would have been so easy to sit back and look to play behind smokes and keep the 9 lobby, but challenging on towards stock at the same time, once he realized they'd lost that position, was what's taken all the wind out of the sails of the other side. Pino now stepping up and looking to try and get an exchange going himself. Maybe not aware of the player, immediately off to his right, still thinks he's inside of elevator, but he's moved away. Nuas has fallen down, must see the leg there, knows there's a player there, but doesn't quite find his man. No. Dark Zero hold on, 45 seconds to go.
In goes a little bit of utility from Pino. They cannot let them fight back here, and they don't, as J90 manages to pick up one, Kino the other, and that is going to be Dark Zero taking their first round. They could really do with backing it up with 2 more to take an even split on the half here.
NIP will probably feel robbed if this goes 3-3 come the end of it, because they've played those first 3 rounds brilliantly, but Dark Zero have held firm on the top floor, and that was the crucial bit that I mentioned. The nice little 2 versus 1 that they got inside of stock, beautiful, really well played. Unfortunate to lose the blitz as well, but again, that was the spray coming in from inside of Janitor, from Kino, then goes in towards Long Desk, gets up on high, gets the second kill, so he shuts down an entire push coming from that side of the map from NIP single-handedly, and of course gets the closing kill there too. Really big round from him. And one the Dark Zero sorely needed. Let's see how things go now that we are actually defending the top floor.
I have fancy. We'll see whether that pick remains or not, but looking to bring the...
fire.
Yeah, I don't want to get overexcited, but looking to bring the Ursa along. Not one that we see too much of, but we know does bring some serious value, especially if you're wanting to get that diffuser down, if you're able to get them in behind those Talon shields.
See, they were going to play Windows, I think, initially, and they've now changed things over entirely. Yep, total change off. But the fact that we've got the Thermite on side makes you think they want to open up the double walls on square regardless and look to push him from there. Without a shield to go behind, I don't really think they're going to be too worried about it, because you're leaning everything in towards the Sens instead. Whether you've got a shield there or not, it's more a case of can they blindly see us and spray us down? Only the one C4 to play behind. The other thing to watch out for, of course, is going to be the Bandit and making sure that can be removed, but a little bit of window control will sort that out, no problem at all.
I expect to see Fantasy probably working underneath to try and deal with that Janitor position. He's going to know that Kino is playing inside there on the smoke, so go in with the Deimos. So long as they've got the identification on him, he'll be able to track him out and just try to get him moving, and that could tie in with those light screens coming out, creating a little bit of space for that plant to go down. As you say, Bassetto going to be looking probably to open up that double square wall. He's on rappel at the minute, just outside of it. You can see his silhouette in the background there. So, folks, he's in that position behind the castle barricade. Now, we saw NIP actually win a round because of this castle barricade on double window, so I would like to see them deal with that. They've got some nades on Fantasy, on Wizard. They've got the Zofia gadgetry as well. They're looking to deal with it now. They do remove that castle barricade. Really important first step for NIP.
The main bits to start off with, which kind of now, I think, really will communicate to Dark Zero what the intent is the only worry. But this is where NIP should have something in mind. These long, I want to say it was it Stompin who landed a ridiculous shot all the way through.
It's always Stompin on bank.
I want to say it was onto, was it Virtue who was playing Elevator? And we were just like, that is the most ridiculous angle I think I've seen on this map ever.
Fantasy, interestingly, rather than going underneath to deal with Janitor, is taking a slightly more direct approach. Has a couple of pot shots at NJR, and they exchange a little bit of damage. Fantasy coming off worse for Weyer, but it just starts to signal his presence. They need to take control of stock here, I think. That's going to be the next aim for NIP. They do manage.
Look at the addition here. The Yokai being in a spot where it is just makes this even easier for him to be able to hold down. But no, taken out from below. Fantasy into open area has got him under the hatch. A wonderful alternative to clear him out. But now they've got to try and pursue him. And sure enough, they will. Down goes Fantasy. A 4v3 ensuing. But here comes the Blitz. Trying to chase down Fultz. Can he play ring around the roses? Or in this case, ring around the boring corporate offices? Yes or no? Looks like he might get away. The 180 flick onto his head was wonderful. 3v2 for Dark Zero. And surely a 3-3 half can break out here unless Pino, I was going to say Pino and Wizard have got some magic to work, but no, they can't do it. DZ 3 in a row. What a mental half of Siege.
It really was. We've got our half-time timeout, and I think we can listen in to what's being said.
That was much better, fellas. See what happens. He's fucking a little swagger in the defense, ma. Fucking sit down the first 3 rounds, get one kill out of 2, then after they just start fucking hammering him. That was proper, fellas. That was a good last 4 rounds right there.
Yeah, let's go. These guys are
same thing on this attack side. Like I don't want us to start off overthinking shit. We just need to fucking hammer these guys. We've done it before. We're gonna do it again right here. Just get the information, push the Jonesy call, and trust the call. Like nothing specific here. We're gonna ban the Cade and the fucking Valkyrie and just hammer down on them.
Heard. Yeah.
Sounds like a plan to me.
So I'm not able to pee right now.
No, ba.
No, ba.
I'll tell you what you can do though, ba. Is you go.
Yo, ba, if you want to pee, let me know.
What did we do last time? Listen, we actually got to get serious right now, fellas. We actually got to dial in. Was it Japanese or Portuguese last time?
It was Japanese.
It was Portuguese.
Oh, no,
it was Portuguese last time.
It was Portuguese.
Okay, then we got to go Japanese, Junior. Fucking hell, goddamn.
Okay,
all right, let's
give
go.
us a Japanese one.
All right, you ready, ba? It's just for you. Come on, Junior.
3、2、1。
That's for you, ba.
That's for you, ba. That's for you, ba.
Oh, I'm begging.
Mesmo. Aí você pega o Wizard e joga de trap mesmo ali no PC, tá? Se a gente fizer a tiringa, vamos deixar o Hates ali perambulando ali por baixo ali de Mose, tá ligado? Perdão ali. Travar a Zeca dos caras e tal. E depois ele pode jogar full forte em cima ali com um boneco mais de recursos, tá ligado? Já que a gente vai banir esse Ribana, PC e vai ficar tudo forte ali, né? PC, Pengo, vão conseguir abrir, tá ligado?
Fechou.
Aí do bombardear aberto é mais do mesmo. A gente vai conseguir rodar um pouco mais em cima, porque a gente vai ter o elevador forte, né? Porque eles não vão conseguir abrir. E eu acho que você pode manter a Zami o Hates ali, que aí o PC vai ficar muito forte também, tá ligado?
Tá.
Aí, Maguinho, se quiser, vamos priorizar a Torre, tá ligado? Pra os caras não fazerem nada pra bomba rápida, entendeu?
Tá.
Eu acho que é boa.
Você não acha melhor eu começar em cima de Warden? Ou eu acho melhor começar embaixo mesmo?
Round?
So, this unique culture the call-out brings to teams, Tim, I didn't know it involved pissing in each other's mouths. Look, all I'm going to say is, elite performance is elite performance. Whatever works for you, then by all means, rock it. That was a really unhinged half-time, I'm not going to lie. But it's more about the vibes there. NIP, I think, sounded like they were a little more focused. Of course, I don't speak Portuguese, so I can't help you there. But it sounded like far more focused on what to be doing in the game. Now, looking at these bans, it's Sin, the Kaid and the Valkyrie that Dark Zero spoke about during their half-time. NIP going much more straight and narrow down the middle and taking away the Ace and the Hibana.
Yeah, just looking to protect that elevator spot. We've spoken about how valuable it can be, particularly to your top floor defense, but also like open and staff, for example, you're still going to maybe look to play that area. So yeah, I think, you know, take those away. It's become we used to see it a lot when the bans first came in for Bang, and then it feels like it's kind of you know, dissipated a little bit, and we don't get as much of the Ace Hibana combo. But yeah, you know, we know why it's getting brought along. It also helps protect those hatches as well. You know, always valuable.
We said this earlier on, didn't we? Like, the op bans have evolved lately into, rather than it being like, okay, you ban 2 shields and another shield in the third, or you'll ban the 2 Electro Bros straight away together, Kaid and Bandit, or you'll ban 2 hard breaches together. I think because teams have kind of gotten used to it now and they find ways around these problems, it's like we'd rather just ban away 2 very problematic operators in the same way DZ have gone, right, Kaid's gone, Valkyrie's gone, bosh, and away we go.
Exactly that. There's, you know, Dark Zero said quite clearly themselves, let's keep it simple. We just take them away and then we keep.
What did he say? Like, hammer down on them or something?
Just hammer down on them.
Just hammer down on kids, man. It's easy.
They are winning the gunfights. They're confident of that at the minute. NIP have really cooled down over the last few rounds, and that's something as a team that they need to address. The Brazilians need to find a way of kind of heating things back up again. I'd like to see a little bit of aggression from them. Maybe, you know, somebody out in the map. If we have a look, you know, there's nobody up there on the top floor. They're giving away ground very very, very quickly to Dark Zero. They're able to go in 30 seconds. They're opening hatches. They're getting kills. There's a direct trade onto each other there. Pressure being put. Hits has to drop away. Look how low his HP is on the Echo. They don't want to lose the control of those yokai drones so soon. We're going to have that scan coming out from NJR as well, which sends Pino scampering, but it doesn't matter because it's right into the open arms of Newers, who is just sat waiting. We've just seen beautiful teamwork there from the Snake and the Deimos. Snake saying, look, give me a second, I'll scan, I'll flush him in towards you. Bang, Newers picks him up. Beautiful teamwork from Dark Zero, 4 versus 3.
Absolutely bonkers operator is really the only way you can summarize Snake right now. Good teams that are very good at that level of coordination. Constantly walk away with kills off the back of it. They did lose. Faults obviously on the Ying very early on. It was a direct trade with the smoke on the other side. So you'll kind of take that as a 1-for-1. Smoke really, really valuable on this site, of course, for wasting an absolute ton of time. So you're not going to be too beat up about it. But Dark Zero have got both time and a man advantage on their side. They can spend quite a bit of time here making sure this is going to be absolutely perfect. They've got the map cleared through. No one is playing up on the first or second floor anymore. And realistically, there's only a C4 they can play behind, plus maybe a yokai or two. This really should be DZ's for the taking.
It should. Newers has been left on the cover, so he's going to be looking at the hatches and making sure nobody comes up marble. And then for the rest of them, it's the job of getting in and getting the plant down, which is exactly what Kino is going to do here. It's not able to do anything with the yokai. I don't think J90 manages to pick up Wizard. That leaves us now in a 3 versus 2. You see those yokais just being moved around, trying to find some space, trying to find whether the plant is going down. But for time being, Kino is not heading back in. He has to wait for this fire to clear. But with 40 seconds, he's definitely going to get his opportunity.
Keeps on going for this as well to stop himself being tagged out by the Grim and, of course, by a Deimos track coming on through. Not that it helps as he loses his life. Hates with it all to do. Simply won't be able to get here in time, and now you're in a 1 versus 2 against the Shield. It may well be Kino you're against after a pretty interesting play around blue from him a year or two ago, but I don't see Hates being able to close this one out, and sure enough, Kino's there. Gets it right this time. DZ make it 4 rounds on the bounce, Tim.
I don't dislike the attempt from Hates there. I think he recognised, because he'd seen the back of the Monte, he thought, you know, they're pretty slow. They're going to take a little bit of time to get onto hatches. I've got this sort of column, this little pillar of cover that's been left next to the door. Maybe I can kind of long arm it a little bit, and he just tried to stick it. It was a cheeky one to try and get away with, but Kino got into position, found his angle, and was able to take the man down. So 4-3 Dark Zero, and they continue that momentum onto the attack now. This looks night and day different to the team that we saw in the first 3 rounds. There's Dark Zero, they've woken up, they've come online, and they look seriously dangerous now. NIP getting pushed from pillar to post at the minute.
I do worry that's going to become a bit of a trend for NIP. And again, speaking back to what we saw earlier against Enterprise, they were just battered around. Like, there was very little they could do outside of a real big round 1 flourish from Fantasy getting a 4K. They didn't offer too much throughout the rest of the game, and now that Dark Zero have got the confidence back and they know what it is they're doing, they just feel so much more in control. And I'm wondering, do NIP have anything in the tank here, an extra gear they can step into to be able to fight back? Because I'm not entirely convinced that they do. But let's see how top 4 goes. Oh, we step. Very much dug in here behind those 3 architect operators of the Mirror, the Castle, and the Azami to make this a little bit of a headache for Dark Zero. Earlier on, we saw NIP making great use of this castle barricade that you've just seen go down on the double window, looking up towards the actual windows itself. And observers are about to show us now, I believe. I think it's easy that we've got on this one. Thank you very much. It was from here where Hates managed to get a couple of kills to stop the plant going down inside the smoke. It was fantastic. We'll see if Dark Zero acknowledge that and find a way to deal with it.
Yeah, have to see it cleared out. We've got 4 nades on side between Newers and NJR. You've got J90 with the ability to break that down as well with the gadget from Carly. So, yeah, there's no excuses for that castle barricade to remain. In fact, it's already been broken, Des. Already taken care of, and that just forces Hates to relocate. He's now having to play much closer into the wall. He can still stop the repels coming in, but he can't really play that same angle that he did before.
Imagine you want J90 here really to help deal with those mirror windows. Since you can't destroy them at range with an Ace or Havana, then you need to turn towards other options, and that's exactly what I think a Carly will be useful for. Doing a lot of work, at least on the outside for now, to help expose some things inside. You've had those Roteros rolling on through from Kino too. This is a nice exothermic too, because this is now going to open up into Janitor at the same time and make life a little bit difficult for Besetto, assuming, of course, it goes off. Indeed, it does. he knows that he's exposed and has had to back away.
NJR's going to take down Pino. I also love, if you look at Fantasy, he's been forced deeper, and he's done that by J90 sitting on the windows with the Carly, the main lobby windows. And it's, again, this position for Fantasy. He always plays it. I spoke about it earlier. The Tubarau with the DMR tries to play around Banana, around the metal detectors to try and get that long angle down windows towards the bookcase. And again, earlier he was dealt with by the Roteros. When it was Enterprise, this time Dark Zero deal with it with the Carly. They recognise that that's where he's going to want to play, and they don't allow him. Great stuff from the North Americans. Great prep. 5 versus 2 now. They've got themselves a couple of kills. NIP are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, they're getting battered, Tim. It's not even really looking close at this point. An unlucky missed shot there from J90 could have well made this a 5v1 and all but a guaranteed round win. 45 seconds to play with here, and truthfully, the nice thing is for Dark Zero, they've barely had to set foot inside the building. Almost all their kills have come from outside. They're just sort of waiting to see what happens for NIP. When do they walk into their sight lines? And here, Bassetto's got it all to do. It was ace or bust. And I'm afraid it's a bust. Dark Zero, 5th round in a row and cruising towards a win.
Yeah, they just look so comfortable right now. Like I said, getting onto the attack. Again, it was something that I picked up on in the Enterprise game. Enterprise seemed to know about all the positions that NIP wanted to play, about how the defensive strategies were going to work. They were prepped, they were ready for it. And it seems to be the same here. You know, Dark Zero might not have had that same sort of time. You know, they can't predict that they would be playing NIP here. I'm sure they'll have gone in with the thought process, you know, of preparing more for maps really than preparing for specific teams, because you don't know who you're going to play necessarily in a Swiss format like this. But one way or another, they are ready for this team on this map.
And in case you want an update on what's happening over on our A stream,
spoilers.
A chance to spoilers. Now, or else you get spoiled. G2 have frankly battered Enterprise 5-1 on their defensive half of Clubhouse. Pretty bruising, Tim, and maybe a return to earth for Enterprise.
Yeah, look, I don't think it will. I don't think they ever left Earth, is what I'd say. I think, you know, they know how well they've been doing. Do they think they're going to come in and just, you know, batter a team like G2? No, I don't think they do. They know that. I think they know there's a very good tournament ahead of them. I think that they know that there's opportunities for them to get more wins. You know, are they going to have this big, you know, back to earth with a bump because they've got beaten by G2? No, I don't think so. I think, you know, most teams at the minute are probably going to expect to struggle against this G2 side.
Okie doke. Let's see how things go down in the basement. DZ so far, as I've said, 5 rounds on the bounce, are starting to make this look pretty damn easy. NIP, I've asked the question, is there another gear they can step into? Maybe off the back of that tack timeout, the answer is yes. Now's the time to prove it. Otherwise, you start to get very worried that NIP could be one of our first teams going home, to be frank, Tim, after getting battered 7-3 by Enterprise earlier. Potentially on course for a 7-3 here as well. Maybe it's just a map and they're just a little bit unlucky on bank, but equally on their side, they're looking at it and say it's one
Stop playing it.
It was their 3rd highest preference map. They've got a 4-1 record on it. They like the map an awful lot.
They chose it.
That's the issue.
It was Cafe or Bank, and they chose to go back to Bank. So,
yeah.
You know, they've got to be shaping up. Or they
Although looking at their record on Cafe, they're 0-4 on it, so I wouldn't have gone there.
Not ideal either, but it can't have been much worse than we've seen over the last couple of rounds. Newers is going to get himself into the top floor quickly. If we have a look across the players, there is nobody. Sorry?
That's what the speaker do to him.
There's nobody up on the top floor for NIP, so there's going to be no direct challengers. J90 will join him, so Dark Zero recognising the space there, taking it quickly, and can start moving down to pressure players like Hit, who has now just dropped elevators, and all apart from Pino, who is out on server stairs. All of NIP have been forced back to site.
I do look how they've got Fantasy Satellite nearby as well, playing on the Warden, because for me, we spoke about it earlier on, and the impact of flashes, and we saw the bans coming away to have that effect in the first half. Here, with the Warden still available, it's a good response towards what DZ are bringing along. A lot of smoke, a lot of flashes, the blitz on side 2. There's so much that he can do in the round, but it's pivotal that he stays alive through those moments. He doesn't want to overcommit towards trying to defend. Pino playing up on blue, saying that he's kind of pulled his way back a little bit down now in towards lockers. So maybe acknowledging, yeah, we can waste a bit of time, but we don't really want to lose our life, especially a Smoke, who can stall so much time in combo with the Goyo and, of course, the Chanka.
Twitch drone going in and trying to do a little bit of work, but we see it just taken out there towards the end of things. I think it had already cleared at least one of those canisters. But like you say, Dark Zero shaping up here, ready to try and get a plant down. If we look at the utility across the side of NIP, the Nitro is going to be particularly important. So it could be up to Fantasy to stop this plant going down. The Tachanka, of course, as well, able to send the Shumikas in, but it just depends whether J9O is able to get into a more sort of preferential plant spot in this situation.
I'm looking far more here towards him, trying to get this long angle on towards the Tachanka. Now, naturally, he'll try and sit somewhere safe, but with no shield on side, he could be exposed to the glass. So once those smokes start coming out, he'll take the long angle and try and shut him down. They've now lost 2, and here we go. Pressure starting to mount on this backstab to try and interrupt this Chanka as best they can. Does manage to get rid of News, who comes in as the first challenger, but a 4v3 ensues. 2 more fall real quick here. DZ just roll them over once again. They felt safe behind their fire, Tim, but it turns out DZ bought a fire extinguisher. 6-3 and 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Dark Zero smelt blood in the water there. You could tell because J9O just charged through sight looking for that final kill. The call had obviously come. We go for kills. Don't worry about the plant. We've got the man advantage. They were very, very confident that they could get that done. They did very easily. I've spoken about this Tachanka defense at length. It is very, very successful at denial, more so than smoke, so long as you can keep the Tachanka completely safe and focused, and that is what Dark Zero understood. As an attacking team, the win condition there is disrupt the Tachanka, force them to turn away from their task, force them to fight elsewhere, challenge from bottom marble stairs, challenge from a vault drop, challenge from elevators, do anything you can to force that Tachanka to take their eye off the ball. Beautiful stuff, really well done by Dark Zero, and they get themselves another well-deserved round.
This comes back to that whole point of like chess. Like if you look back at everything that happened in that round, you know that attackers like to try and plant on default, defenders respond by figuring out ways to stop it. C4 smokes, eventually we go towards a Chanka who can rotate for a long period of time, and the response by the attackers is then to evolve again, and like you say, Tim, try and go for an attack onto the Chanka himself. In that case, I'm pretty sure it was a lobby hatch drop, and I'd be really keen to watch it back and see how they managed to let 2 or 3 players into the backside and then suddenly start destroying them inside of gold and everything else. Even the Warden couldn't get into a position to use his C4 because of the threat coming in towards gold. Genius stuff. Top floor may well be the last we see of NIP on this map. As we said, it has not been a pretty affair. They're leaning super heavily in towards their anti-drone setup here with the Mute and the Mozzie on side. Still got the Yokais coming along here. And Thorn, I think, Tim, it's pretty fair to say, has been an ever-present operator for the majority of teams at this tournament. I don't want to say every single round, but I'd say the vast majority we have seen her brought along.
Wizards going to be the one tasked with playing in Stock Hall. And we would expect to see Stock Wall opened up, but looking across, it might actually be left a little bit because there's no ranged hard breach been brought along by Dark Zero. Of course, with Ace and Hibana off the board, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to do anything about that wall. So Wizard could be a little bit of a sticking point for them on this one. Kino actually heading in at the minute on the Monty through main lobby. You just see him off to the right of your screen there, looking to get aggressive up those spiral stairs maybe, and it's just going to be, you know, a completely lobby-sided push by the looks of things.
Nua's looking to be the rat on that nook, skulking around. Hate's probably going to be his main contender, as you saw sat at the bottom of main. But if Nua doesn't get himself into a spot to pick him off, then suddenly main stairs becomes completely free for them. There's no one really to contend them because Hate's the only player lurking around on that downstairs. Looking back at the first half, it was that bandit that was underneath looking to play off C4s. Hates is trying to do the same, but is keeping himself tucked really far away, at least for the early parts of these rounds. Now, it's rare that you see this, Tim. The rappel coming down inside the lobby, and there we go. That's what I was on about. Now with that, there is no one downstairs. They've got full control to do whatever the hell they want here, Dark Zero, and sure enough, they start their moves on forward.
And JR takes out Fantasy, who is playing in the same position that he does every single time. NIP just so predictable. Last one inside of the elevator. You can't miss those, and Dark Zero certainly don't. It's not the first time we've seen Fultz have a reaction like that during that game. What a brilliant 7 rounds from Dark Zero. The North American side truly waking up, demolishing NIP and getting themselves to 1-1 on the day.
Throw 3 rounds to give NIP fans false hope and then remind everyone why Dark Zero are one of the favourites. We'll go to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down everything you've just seen. the B stream here at the Salt Lake City Major, where we have just witnessed what can only be described as a dismantling of NIP by Dark Zero. And it feels weird, Tim. If I had a nickel for every time we've seen NIP dismantled on Bang, I'd have 2 nickels. But ain't much. But it's weird that it's happened twice in the same day. Feels like they've got to stop playing that map.
Back to back, it's time to put it away now, boys. Just leave that one. It's not working for you. Dark Zero, though, let's look at the positive. They were so solid through that. There's not many teams, I don't think, that are going to be, itching to face them in the one-on-one, because you just feel like they're starting to find their feet a bit. I said it at the beginning, the fact that you've lost to G2 is no big deal, really. A lot of teams here today are going to lose to G2 over the next few days, over the rest of the tournament, you would expect. So Dark Zero getting themselves back on a level, and I think the NA fans will be much happier with what they've just seen.
You can afford some losses. Again, you can lose up to you can lose twice.
Yep.
You can't lose a third time, otherwise you're going home. So you'll take that earlier on as your introduction to the major. And now it's time to shape up. And sure enough, they're showing us that they can do just that. Now we start speaking about our next game a little bit, Tim. We've got Twisted Minds coming up against Weibo. That is going to be thrilling.
Yeah, it really is. I'm looking forward to that one. They've both come through with a win, and, they're both kind of chaotic teams. Who knows how it'll go?
Explosive, I'm sure, and there's only one way to find out how it goes, which is to go to a break, and then we'll get into it. See you in a few.
Out their best map, ready for the map. Hasham is to open things up with a entry pick onto Hoven. That is going to be the Valkyrie down. I often say, and I've said this over the years, it always feels to me like a Valkyrie's kind of depends. If the black eye cams are still out there, it feels like half a death, because the Valkyrie knows exactly where those cams are, knows exactly what the plan was, exactly what they should be watching, and you can see Hoven straight on them, and now he can just full-time feed that info back into his team. So it kind of feels like a 0.5 of a death.
Yeah, just keep flicking through those all day long, and you can see all 3 are still standing as well. It's the information that, of course, can now be fed the other way. One of those here coming out in favour of Reaps, who, with the camera off towards the other side, can see the player stepping in through that single into the catwalk doorway, and hope to try and secure his team a kill off the back of it. RP on the Warden, still sat inside of sight. The one big, I guess, downside of losing the Valk so early was the fact that C4 disappears with her. Good news is there's still 2 available.
All mounting up on the sort of IT and connector side here for Twisted Minds. There is no pressure out towards Aqua, for example, but Gilad has just made a little bit of a movement here to get himself up catwalk stairs. I like this. He's going to take the challenge. Reaps is aware of his position because he's being watched by a Valkyrie cam all the time here. They haven't dealt with it. You can see that Hoven is on that warehouse cam, and he's just going to be feeding info into his team. Beautiful stuff. It comes down to a 1v1 though, as Hasham manages to go very quickly from a 1v3 to a 1v1. He's got just Turd to go up against. 35 seconds left. Diffuser down. He's going to go to collect it, but there is a serious HP advantage, and Turd is on a long rotation.
This is going to be the thing, right? They haven't got the Valkyrie cameras don't have vision on what's going on inside of sight. So Turd's going to work up a safe angle where he knows that he can see at least something. They can see warehouse. They can see top of those stairs that he's just come up now, the Aqua stairs. Here's where things get a little bit ropey. And Turd again, for what must be the 5th time today, comes up on a flank, gets a couple of kills, and wins out a 1v1 to get Weibo started. What a way to announce yourself into Nighthaven Labs.
The confidence on him is... It's utterly ridiculous. He has just backed himself so much there. He's gone underneath on a long rotation, knowing that the plant's going to go down. He knows in that time that surely the plant is going to go down. But he comes back up and just gets himself into a gunfight that should be a difficult one to win. But like I say, he's just completely backed himself on the Fenrir. Absolutely love to see it. Hasham very unlucky there. 1v3 to a 1v1. Gets the plant down as well. But what can you do when Turd is going to win out a gunfight like that? But I want to come back to that Valkyrie. If you remember, I said it's almost like 0.5 of a death because they have that real close knowledge of where those cams are and what the intention is. And we just saw Hoven on them the whole time and just feeding intel, and then it was death. Yeah. And it was just really well played.
I think it's one thing teams are going to have to look at and watch the Weibo's games back and understand that a big part of their game plan, that's turned off, thank you, a big part of the game plan is on Turd coming in with these late round flanks, because the same as we saw earlier on today when Weibo were on the defense against All Gamers, it's when the execute starts coming in, when they start making a move as a team, that he'll then come and hit on the flank, knowing that all these players are committed towards getting control of site. And so I think you're going to see it throughout this half more and more, is Turd will just wait off in the shadows somewhere, and when the moment is right, that is when he's going to step forward and have a big impact like we've just seen. Wonderful stuff. Let's see how our second round goes now that we are down into the basement. A lot of trap operators being brought along once again. Seeing that Thorn, ever present, as mentioned earlier, alongside the Ella from Reaps. And for those who've not seen Reaps too much before, he's a little bit of a nightmare. Fantastic gunner. And with a gun, of course, that can fire at quite a rate, it's never a bad thing, but also sometimes switching over to that secondary, he can work absolute wonders as well.
Rotero drone will go in through the breach that's been there. The Goyo canister will be cleared out, so good work from the Flores as we would expect. Gilad will continue that process. It's going to be Reaps elsewhere, though. Manages to pick up Hasham, and that is a big loss. Reaps is the one that was tasked with being out in the map and causing a nuisance, and he's certainly done that.
Dare I say, it's unforgivable when you've got a Dockerby and a Snake on side to lose to a player that... I don't know, guys, come on. You've got all this information you brought along specifically to deal with roamers and to work your way through the map. But now they found themselves losing two crucial operators. The Flores going down before they can work their way through the vast majority of those drones. At least one comes back as Turd is shut down. But there's still so much work to do. And just as another scan comes on through, Guard steps up, finds yet another. Twisted Minds, they looked really good last round, Tim, but in this one it feels like they've just been a bit too... They've bolted out the stables before the horse is ready.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the problem with Twisted Minds sometimes is, you know, we often see this from them. They can be a real roller coaster team. You know, they'll come out, they'll have a game against Furia where they just dismantle them, they take it, you know, every gunfight they win in, and then the next game we just won't maybe see the same sort of intensity from them, or they can't get themselves into it. Obviously, they are playing with a substitute, it is worth saying, but, you know, out of all the situations we've got like that, I feel like this should be the least effectual for Twisted Minds, because Guards has played with them before. You know, he's not new to playing with the team. He's not new to playing at this level. So it shouldn't be necessarily the biggest impact. So right now, they need to get themselves back into this round. Trix is having a little look if he can maybe just have a crouch walk into sight, find himself a gunfight or two. He does, and he'll wish that he hadn't, as Hoven manages to pick him up. There's a trade at the end. Apev with the final kill. That's going to be another round for Weibo. 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, Twisted Minds just slow it down. Round one was great. They played quite slow there, very controlled, and obviously came away with a very, very close chance coming out on top, if not for a Turd clutch. The second one, I think a little bit too fast and loose. Now, when you're coming up against a team that likes to be aggressive, they'll spawn peek it, they can do all kinds of mad stuff. You've got to be really careful about how you approach the map, I feel there. Maybe just a bit too much confidence being shown. Maybe that changes here going into the third round. I go to control and storage, which means you're going to see, I imagine, quite a bit of a setup coming out of Weibo on that top floor. And Twisted Minds will want to wrestle it away from them. At least IT to get some vertical control and then look for a plant inside the window. That is kind of the cookie-cutter approach that most attacking teams take to this site, though. As of now, haven't really got too much in the way of vertical destruction, Tim.
No, they don't. Well, not the end of the world necessarily. You know, you can get away without it. So long as you've got control of IT, you don't necessarily need the vertical down in towards site, for example. It can be helpful, but they can certainly work around it. So I would imagine that Twisted Minds have got somewhat of a plan here to, you know, get away without the pro. They could use the Roteros, for example. Yeah. That's going to get them if they've just got 2 or 3 key points that they want to open up verticals. because they can do that and get people moving around. I like to see this initial pressure down towards. It's something that's often kind of forgotten about. If you're wondering why are they opening that, why are they opening the basement wall when they've got an attack onto the mid floor, the reason that they're doing that is so that they can't have, or it's more difficult for the defenders to play something like a Pulse, for example. I know they don't have one on the board, but to play anybody below like that can have that sort of impact from underneath, they're going to be very wary now about going into that area with the wall open.
So on chewing their way through those Goyo canisters as well as the barbed wire, just making sure that that plant spot is good and ready to go. Whereas elsewhere, you can see a couple of players working on the upstairs here for Twisted Minds to ensure that we were speaking about, Tim. We could see some control on towards IT. Not really the ideal way to go about opening IT, admittedly, as Trix is down. Probably recoverable, though. He is pretty safe out there. It would be a massive risk for a defender to go up towards that breach. A C4 may be able to help. Last thing you want those to lose a second player here, so let's be really careful about this one. Sure enough, gonna get recovered, but no, finished off. I love the bait off the back of that. That is fantastic use of the gadget from Reaps. Draws in the res, or at least the res attempt. They get the finish off from the Thorn, the Razor Bloom, and then get a second kill off the back of it. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there from Weibo. The problem that Twisted Minds have got now is that they have no top floor control. So Weibo are able, they've got to be careful because the wall's open, but they can push into IT if they wish. It was quite clear from the beginning that as an attack they were shaping up for a plant on pillar. That's where they wanted to be getting that diffuser down. They might have to just... Third time, fourth time, okay. They might.
Hey man, it kicks like a mule, all right?
Well, I'm far too old for the F2. I'll quite happily say that. But, you know, these boys maybe should be picking that up a little bit quicker. But look, they were initially looking at that pillar plant. They might not be able to get that done now if they can't keep that top floor control. So they need to start thinking on their feet here. And it looks like that's what they're doing. They're thinking about moving over to more of a control side. But Reaps picks up guards. 3 versus 2. Serious advantage for Weibo now. They've got the map control. They've got the man advantage.
They've lost a third player in exactly the same position. Guards grabbed the diffuser and has died exactly where 2 of his previous teammates did on that IT breach. And now they're going to find themselves losing out on the round as Ape collects the final 2. A little bit of a car crash round coming out for Twisted Minds, Tim. And now that they're down the way they are, 0-3, I think quite rightly it's time for attack timeout after we've had the operator ban.
Yeah, no surprise to see Twisted Minds calling that one. We've just seen it in the all chat, so we should be going to a timeout after this, as you say. Look, Twisted Minds at the minute, it's one of those where they're simply losing gunfights. They're putting themselves into kind of bad spots. You know, you could look at that revival attempt and say, well, that's unfortunate, but it's not unfortunate. Reaps has just played it really well. You know, why are they unaware of the Razor Bloom in that situation? And Reaps just peeks off it beautifully as well, just times it, pre-fires it, just knows everything that's going on. And Weibo just showing why this is their #1 map at the minute.
Yeah, and again, as a reminder, it's Twisted Minds' favourite map as well. They love playing on here. Both teams undefeated on this map. But Twisted Minds just looking a little bit... uncoordinated probably isn't quite the right word, but they're just getting caught out by a few silly moments here where really they should be aware of what's going on. If you've got, and again, granted we're coming into the later end of the day, you can't possibly prep for every single team that's at the major, especially in best of ones and not knowing exactly what map you could end up going to. You can't prep 3 maps for every single team all in the space of a couple of days. I think looking at this, they'll probably be kicking themselves and thinking, we really should have tried to take better control on this. Dare I say, something as silly as sitting behind shields and playing a little more cautiously might be the way to go, because in being aggressive, this is when Weibo keep on managing to kneecap them a little bit, trip them up, and just see them unable to even pull off an execute.
Just brilliant stuff. Absolutely love that. The round from that point on was just always going to be so difficult for Twisted Minds. You feel like it's one of them. What can Twisted Minds try? I think, you know, maybe get in there aggressively, try and get themselves some entry kills so that they've got that man advantage to build on, because so far it's 2 out of 3 gone in favour of Weibo. They're playing on the back foot all the time. They're playing in a 4v5, so get in there, maybe get a little bit unpredictable, bring that Twisted Minds chaos that we love so much.
All right, well, let's see how the second quarter goes, Tim, because again, let's not forget the previous map that we cast, it was 3-0 to NIP at this point, and we thought, wow, Dark Zero aren't even out the races. And then they win 7 in a row. It's very possible things could turn around here off the back of that attack timeout. You've seen the bans come on through to a Thorn ban. I was going to say it earlier on. We haven't seen a ban yet, but I won't be surprised to at some point. They've just been tormented by Turd and Reaps on that operator. It had to go.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Just getting rid of that, and will it slow them down? I'm not sure. You know, with the reactionary bans like that, sometimes you think, well, it's just going to push them onto somebody else and maybe a new problem for you. Reaps on his army doesn't sound, you know, like a tantalising prospect, I will say that. So back up to the top floor we go for Weibo. We're going to have an attempt to get this wall open. You could actually just do it with the weapon. Getting yourself, there you go. Take the cam out. You don't necessarily need to be going for that hard breach. And for now, we're just seeing, again, the same sort of attention being paid that we had earlier. They're trying to breach IT, but the Tubarão has put his auto canister on there, looking to use the secondary shotgun to open up that connector wall. And yeah, there's no real pressure towards Aqua, nothing really towards Warehouse at the minute. So all very similar to what Twisted Minds tried last time.
I'm watching Speakeasy on the pulse here, just run around between Electric. He's been running in towards, of course, site to get the scan onto what's happening inside a connector. He's just keeping tabs on where every player, or as many as he can find, are on Twisted Minds to give his team an indication on where the attack is coming from. Interesting reinforce up here onto Catwalk as well. I think after seeing 3 players out towards the east, gets the idea that's where they're coming from, so feels, okay, maybe not going to see a massive Catwalk attack coming in here, don't need to defend it as heavily. It does now mean that Jalad can walk up quite easily in towards IT, but he takes a couple of shots. Where from, even I'm not 100% sure. I think even he's not 100% sure, Tim. That'll be the drone hole as he's crossed his way through. That's where it was.
This is it. Weibo just on top of every single angle at the minute. Reaps, you wouldn't bet against him in that kind of fight. He's got the Kiba barricade in front of him. He's going to know that there is now a presence. Reapplies another one and just making it difficult. 2 minutes into the round. Twisted Minds haven't really made much of an impression on this attack so far until that moment. Taking down Turd. That's going to be the Tubarão off the board, but how about that? A huge double nitro from Speakeasy.
I'd love to know where in the hell he's managed to throw that one, Tim, but he's made great use of his operator. He's been patient. He's fed information to his team and has then hit a wonderful 2K out the window to get rid of both. That's the kind of stuff that you want to see. Trix now left alive against 3. It is a massive recovery effort in this round. Otherwise, it's going to be a Weibo 4-0, Tim. But once again, it just feels like they're constantly having to play catch-up Twisted Minds. They're being reactionary to everything they're seeing, not really taking control of any of these rounds. And Weibo, in full control here, will get the closeout from Speakeasy. 4-0.
Yeah, it's a tough round for Twisted Minds. That when you look at it, you kind of feel for them a little bit. You know, they were doing a lot of things right. They'd managed to get that opening kill onto Turd. They were starting to get the defenders moving around, and then they were just completely undone by a double C4 kill from Speakeasy. And this is Weibo. You know, they've been like this all day, just finding those moments, finding those clutch plays, finding those big multi-kills exactly when they need them to power them through the round. Really, really nice stuff. Great control over top floor. Like I said, there was a little bit of movement from them being forced by the attack, but they reacted well. They didn't put themselves into bad spots, and they kept it difficult for Twisted Minds. So we'll see Weibo move on, and they will go down to the basement, and they're going to have the clash this time around. So what is the answer going to be from Twisted Minds?
Also, my eyes naturally go towards the one player that has remained a headache, which is Turd. You know, throughout today, as I already mentioned, probably 5 rounds where he has been a late impact in the round, but often has led to the outcome of it being the one that goes the way of Weibo. Now, here he's got the option where he can afford to play around upstairs if so desired and waste a hell of a lot of time, wait for a plant to come in. That's assuming, of course, that we see Twisted Minds go direct into site itself for a plant. The fact they've got the Ram on side with Trix suggests more they want to get first floor control, in which case you could even have Turd go and sit up on the top floor and waste even more time. Most importantly, I want to see Hisham staying alive, though, because last time round he was running on the Dockerby. As we saw, he went down very early on, ran straight in towards Reaps, who was like, oh, a free kill, no problem at all. Speaking of which, Reaps upon that second floor has got to be an early focus for Twisted Minds.
Just going to be watching multiple points of entry there. Reaps, I think, well aware. He caused a nightmare last time he was up here. Every time he's been out on the roam, he's had a big impact on the round, so certainly one to keep an eye on. Looks like they're going to be going in numbers to try and deal with him. Takes the peek around the corner, needs to be careful. Damage is done, though. Hisham continues to battle here, takes more and more damage, as does Guards now, just suffering a little bit of chip as well, but P9 manages to get himself himself an entry. Second round in a row, I believe. Taking down Hoven. That's going to be the Azami off the board.
I think Sean thought he had flashes there because he's tossing Impact EMP. I'm like, to what end? What do you get from this? More in panic, I think, to make sure he can get away safely. But they've got to be careful because that, to me, was their answer to the clash. Being able to disable that shield, get up nice and close. It's a good way of being able to respond to what is a very frustrating operator at the best of times. The crucial one, of course, being, Tim, though, they've got the entry. The Azami is down offline. They've got to build off the back of this, though. Let's not throw away lives here by getting too keen across the map.
Joad manages to find one onto Ape, and Twisted Minds for one of the first times feels like they've really got something building here. They're going to get that hatch open and drop into Animus with the shield and continue pressuring. Trix manages to find Reaps 4 versus 2. I'm not sure how effective the clash is now going to be once they're all inside a site, but it might not be the clash who has this to do. It's Turd who manages to find the first, being chased down by the Blitz. What is the answer to this shield? Turd gets aggressive, tries to get his man, can't find him. Gods gets the final kill, and that is going to be the first round on the board for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, not bad at all from that one. I think getting the entry, the 2 entry kills was the real big one for me, because that's where they struggled throughout this game. Has been in these early bits of aggression coming out from Weibo that's just tripped Twisted Minds up and meant the rest of the round they were always trying to play catch up, always reacting. I was a bit worried for Hisham immediately at the start. I thought he was playing with fire, dancing around that door at top of Aqua with 2 players nearby, but didn't lose his life for it. And overall, some good trade play coming out throughout. It does give them 1 round, Tim, but will 1 be enough? Surely they need a second out of this half.
Okay, round 6, final defense for Weibo. They will just continue their rotation, control and storage it will be. Last time around we saw brilliant defense of the top floor by Reaps. He completely held them out of IT. Twisted Minds were never really able to get anything going. So what do I want to see from them this time? What's going to change things up on the attack? We need more top floor control. Map control is something that I feel Twisted Minds has really struggled with on this attack days. They rarely have been inside of the map and in confident control of large portions of it, constantly being hounded by Weibo and pushed around. So Twisted Minds, get yourself into that map. They've got the Solid Snake, they've got the Blitz, they've got the Lion. There is no reason why they shouldn't be able to force these defenders out of position, take top floor, and then choose what your plant spot is. Go back to your drones, get yourself that little bit of work done so you can find where your opportunities might come from.
Last time around, they were very, very good at getting storage itself cleared out of all necessary utility, and I imagine Jalab will go for a similar setup once again. Most importantly, I want to see great use of the Snake. I've mentioned it before in rounds when they've had the Dockerby and the Snake together. Losing players early on is somewhat unforgivable, not when you've got that much utility on side. Yeah, here they're swapped away from the Dockerby and instead have the Lion available to them, but that's still tons of utility to get control of important parts of the map.
We're going to see IT breached, back to the drones.
Let's not lose 3 players on it this time.
Yeah, I mean, that was good. I was just about to say the same thing. Just because it's breached, it doesn't mean that they're in control of it. They learned that lesson last time around. I think Trix is going to be looking to get up on the rooftop and maybe hold the angle from there, but they look to try and pressure into Aqua as well. So it would appear to me that Twisted Minds do want this top floor clearance that I spoke about. If we have a look, we've got Reaps, we've got App here, we've got Speakeasy, we've got Turd, all holding from above. I don't see any way that Twisted Minds managed to sneak a plant down without getting up there and at least clearing half of this top floor.
So quite a big utility being fired down here at top Aqua. Look at this, 4 players on the side of Weibo, all stacked up together here, expecting something to happen, and it's Hoven elsewhere who manages to get a kill. Are they baiting this out a little bit, Tim? They're always trying to bait the hit while 4 players here are all working their way down Aqua stairs at the same time, and they've lost Hoven inside of sight. Now they've got a scatter from the north and try and pull off a retake at the same time. They try their very best, and there's one, but that is the trap being sprung. They now know where it is they're coming from. A 4 versus 3. Twisted Minds have got Diffuser down. Can they hold on?
Yeah, Weibo have just found themselves in a bad position there, trying to get back to site whilst that Diffuser was going down. They are now playing for the retake. It's 2 versus 1 though, as Jalad and Guards managed to get one apiece. It is all up to Turd. We've seen him do it time after time, but he's got one above and he's got one in front of him. Beautiful play from the Blitz to take down that Goyo canister, make it difficult for Weibo to be able to do anything about the situation, and they managed to take themselves another round. Round 5 and 6 go their way. It's 2-4 going into the second half.
Very crisp and clean, Tim. Let's have a listen in to the halftime.
Guys, let's skip the ban of the Monty and the Grim. They use too much. They are depending of DB and the Nomad. I think Miran and Tubarão can work really well. If they ban one of these, we can just play with full traps and try to beat them in the beginning of the round. If we can fuck them in the middle of the round if we can do the Miran and Tubarão.
Okay.
The basement guys, they like to half control the kitchen. So take care, Hashum. Maybe you can change the Valkyrie to Ella, and Gelad can keep the Solis. Guards, maybe it's better if you change the Legion security to the Thorn, so we have more traps, you know. If we have problems with the demos in the top floor, and they ban, of course, Mira and Tubarão, we can bring the Mute Jammers, okay?
Okay.
So that's the plan. Or we fuck them in the middle round with this step, or we fuck them in the beginning of the round with the traps.
Come again, what the ban, what's...
Of course. To be at same page, you know, fight, and bro, like on defense, this last round, maybe you guys give too much space, you know. When they come for us, we have the team close each other, you know, he frag ready to go. We go for it, you know. So on attack, if you face the same scenario, like, oh, we are full engaged here, let's understand what's happening on the round, you know. It's better to go for it, everyone, on the same page, or it's better to just relax, deep breath, you know, and farm them, you know. Wait for the free kills. It's all about that.
Okay.
Okay guys, 20 seconds more, Mati.
No, I think...
So, on top, remember guys, one important point. Play on top, this guy on garage, after the first fire, he already play very safe. So if you can take, you know, prep this step to go to garage, use this fire faster we can, in a safe way, we're gonna take garage easy, we're not gonna have problems to lead with the start of the round, you know?
All very tactical stuff, I think it's fair to say, Tim.
Well, I don't want to be critical, but I'm gonna be a little bit like you're going over what's gone wrong in the first half there, as we heard from Gohan. You know, like and maybe they can translate the kind of theory or thought of it to the second half. But you're talking about defenses that have, you know, we've allowed this to happen, or we've done that, or you know, we can't allow them to do this, but. You're not playing on that half anymore. This is the half-time talk. You know, I think it needs to just be a little bit more forward thinking about what are we going to do on the attack now, not what's gone wrong on the defence. What's gone wrong on the defence, in most parts, isn't really going to matter very much.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what happens then, shall we? Let's see what happens and get into it. You heard speaking about the Deimos and the threat of that potentially on the upstairs. You've heard a lot of the chat around trap operators that, again, we're very used to hearing about, and the potential threat of shields. But with the Monty being taken away, it really only opens up things like the Blitz and potentially the Blackbeard to come along later if necessary. The Monty ban, I think, makes sense against Speakeasy, especially as you and I have known from years, from casting him back when he was on Giants all those years ago as well. It's one of his bread and butter go-to operators. And probably also worth saying, for a player that's been around for so long to still be competing at the top level, it's wonderful to see.
It is. And...
Gives us hope for me and you, Tim.
It certainly does. Certainly does for us oldies. At round 7 then, let's get into it. It's going to be top floor for Twisted Minds. A little cheeky attempt here from Gelad. Just has the nitro ripped and ready. They're aware. It's one of the oldest in the book. You really can't be getting caught out. They see it come out. I think they take a shot at it. It does get detonated, but nobody's going to be anywhere near. And they're able to get the Selma charge onto the wall.
They've seen that one before, Tim. Everyone's been stung by that one before, so they ain't going to fall for it again. This time around can just proceed very comfortably. However, going to be the one to start out onto P9, mind you. So the caution being exercised by Weber, the same thing that I was calling from Twisted Minds for in the first half, more to be fair, has been shown here. They've dealt with the potential risk of a C4. They've got rid of P9 nice and early. Great start.
Looking to just peek around that corner, maybe. Wants to get himself involved. We know that Hasham will always give it a try, but I don't think Weber are going to give him any opportunity to here. And the drone being taken out is going to be the big signal for them. So they'll no doubt, I think, Hasham find himself just backing off from that a little bit now.
Yeah, take it nice and slow. Like, no reason to go high progressive here, I think, especially as Weibo. Twisted Minds will be the ones who feel they've got to make something happen, I expect, because knowing you've only got the one C4 to play behind, and you're down a man against a lot of utility on the other side. Speaking of which, that C4 comes out, and that's the last of it now. Trying to sit in behind the mirrors, of which fire for now is at least keeping them safe. A little bit of friendly fire, quite literally speaking, will keep them at bay. Guard steps out, gets rid of Turd on the Twitch. All things now even.
Yeah, that was a great little shot, just taking the head off him. Leaving us now in a 4 versus 4. Just having a look at how this attack is shaping up. Hoven and Speakeasy have taken warehouse steps. Speakeasy does manage to pick up guards from there. There's pressure then from Reaps and Ape coming in through IT. Could get a little bit one-sided this though. They've not got anybody in connector, nobody in electrical, nobody in top aqua. So they just need to take care because they're allowing Twisted Minds to kind of focus all towards those warehouse corridors. Hasham manages to take down Hoven as he tries to move across onto Catwalk to gain a little bit more of a presence there.
Yeah, they've had this now for about 60 seconds, really, Weibo. 2 on IT, 2 coming up through Warehouse onto Catwalk. They've got to be careful not to slow it down too much, or you just give the ability for Twisted Minds to collect these little snapshots, although that is certainly one way of dominating the round. Smokes come out, they're going in deep, Tim. Flashes are in as well, 1 on the ground for free. It's just Hasham left by himself. Reaps, though, sticking towards the plant. Get the plant down. Hasham getting 1 back as a bit of an overextension coming out from Speakeasy. They paid the price. Now got a 2 versus 1, but Hasham doing what he does best. Tim down his belly, looking for a peek, but doesn't quite get away with the kill. Just needs something here just to isolate out 1 player by himself, but I doubt they'll give him the opportunity. No, they will not. Weibo gets the first attack.
Yeah, working in combination nicely there at the end of the round. You can see they just separate around the pillar, push from opposite sides, give him no opportunity to win both gunfights at once and pick up, as you say, that first attack. Weibo 5-2 now, and seriously in the driving seat against Twisted Minds right now. They're going to move on in terms of defense. They're going to head down to basement. They'll continue that standard rotation of theirs, but I think the big question here for me in round 8 is how well do Twisted Minds hold on to the map? I've already spoken about map control. I feel like Twisted Minds, it's something that they've struggled with on the attack. They haven't been able to get a hold of those critical areas that they need to and control them, and now that they're on the defense, it is just as important. Feel like they can't give too much of this map to Weibo too early. They've got to get out there and take the fight to them a little bit.
Yeah, well, being behind 3 rounds now does already start to feel like that's becoming quite a gap being established. They need to find some way into it. Again, as their favourite, like, you'd expect to see a little bit more out of them. And maybe in this round, we'll get that. Tim leaning in towards a Solus and a Valkyrie. So looking to go quite, I guess, aggressive with the intel gain to be able to capitalise off it. We saw Weibo very much doing the same back in the first half. And Weibo very much borrowing from the playbook from Twisted Minds here. Running along with the line and in towards the Snake. Speakeasy on that shield that we spoke about earlier that we could see. It's all about the intel game. So it's one team wanting to be aggressive on the roam and try and get up in the faces of Weibo. The other bringing the tools to, at least as far as they hope, shut it down. Would they dare? Would they dare? Oh, if only they knew, Tim. Right idea, just don't quite find each other.
This is it. We have the beauty of those outlines. The players, of course, do not.
He loves line. He loves going pro, Hasham does.
Such an opportunity for sometimes you just... It's worth popping a few bullets through a barricade because you never know what is on the other side of it. And we're going to have this map control battle that I was talking about now. Hasham just ranging around, supported by guards and P9. We've got Jalad up on the top floor. They are spread wide all over this map at the minute. Let's not forget, this is a basement defense. There's nobody down there at the minute from the defenders.
Which I don't hate. I think they're aware there's no rush coming on through, so why worry about it all too much? And to be fair, the only hard breach gadgets they've got have now both been used in the back pocket of Reaps. It's very much a map clear they want to try and make work here. They've got got the ping coming on through to a player deep in the map, but as you said, Tim, there are still 4 others that you've got to work your way through. Hasham still looking to look outside these windows, and sure enough, sees a man, but doesn't want to get away with it, not quite able to do so. Jalad now doubling up with him, P9, he strikes first and gets rid of 2, shield gone, and the Snake gone. That's a bit of a car crash for the side of Weibo. Twisted Minds, their aggression paying off.
I've asked for map control from Twisted Minds and they have delivered big time in this round. They are in charge of every inch of it. Reaps, he's recognised that there was a bit of space inside a site. He's walked his way in there, but can't really do anything with it. Doesn't have diffuser. He's got one man that he can challenge here, but he's going to absolutely have his head ripped off by P9 as that now goes to a 1 versus 5. Ape cannot get anything, and it's going to be a flawless round for Twisted Minds.
And this is what Twisted Minds do well. They be aggressive, they get up in your face, they don't let you get established in the round. And as I said at the start, it was kind of this clash of a desire to be out on the roam, aggressive, you making use of the info they have with the Solus and everything else, and the other side trying to control them. But even with the Shield and the Snake, they could not keep P9 contained. His double kill really got things moving, and from there, it was going to be impossible to fully control the roamers. Much better. And now we go into a very critical round, Tim. You and I speak about round 9 very, very often. Why do we speak about round 9 very often, Tim?
Well, because 6-3 and 5-4 are very, very different scorelines mentally, most of all. If you can get this one as the attackers, as Weibo, you put yourself in a situation where you've got 3 back-to-back opportunities to get this second win of the day. However, if Twisted Minds come away with the winners defenders here, it's 5-4. They are back in touching distance, and mentally it will feel like they are breathing down your neck at that point, especially with Twisted Minds having won round 8. You know, it is usually 8 or 9 that we say are those pivotal moments, so to win both of them for Twisted Minds would be a huge, huge moment.
Well,
you're not.
see if they get away with it. Thank you for the wonderful explanation,
No,
Tim.
but actually I did
See who takes round 9 then. Once again, a similar setup for the side of Twisted Minds, looking to be busy around the map with Jalad and Guards. On the other side, the comparable players as we've seen with Reaps and Tur back in that first half. So the pairing on either side looking to be the ones that keep themselves busy and keep the other side especially extra busy. Trying to figure out where maybe the drones are coming in from, where gadgets are being made use of. I imagine Hoven wants to, of course, get himself upstairs and make good use of the RAM gadgets to get the verticals opened up before they start thinking about an execute inside storage. It is quite rare that we see an execute coming towards control. It pretty much is always on the storage side because of the fact that it's externally facing. Now we've got to worry about getting cargo control, control itself in down the corridor, inside a warehouse. This is a lot to think about when you try and plant over on the other side of the map.
Hoven straight away up to that RT breach, going to take out the cam through there on the long range angle, and also send in one of those boogie drones to start opening up IT. Will be stopped with an impact nade from below, and that was P9 who took that one out.
But I am updating.
It's just going to prevent any more being opened up, but to be honest, it's done its job, not the end of the world.
Trick's going to get himself away there. He managed to get himself into quite a nice spot in the very, very corner of warehouse, and potentially able to challenge anyone entering into it. But I think got a bit spooked by the Lions gang coming in. It's done its job. It's forced him back here into towards a more conservative position. But it does mean Weibo are aware that he's dancing around on this long catwalk and willing to challenge downstairs, so he's got to be dealt with at some point. Where something like normally a Captain Tower will come along, much like on Clubhouse, to help give that challenge, but it's Trix who starts things off. The RAM removed. Job kind of already done because they've got everything in IT opened up, which is what they needed. So it's not too big a loss at this stage.
I don't know if they're aware of P9 just on this garage, but yes, they are. They see the very long barrel of the TCSG, gives him away there. Reeks manages to find the kill. 4 versus 4. Speakeasy is ready to go in here and try and get this diffuser down. He will do exactly that, and the plant starts to go through. Ape manages to find a shot. He's holding the angle. He's on the cover. They can do nothing about it. The Solus was out of position. It's too little too late. They've got themselves now into the post plant. Weibo in position, and they are really on top of this essential round 9. Ape jumps up, manages to find his man. It's as easy as that. Picks him up as he gets through the vault. 4 versus 2 now, and they have to battle back. Twisted Minds, they have to take top floor back, otherwise Ape will just hold this from above.
Weibo looks so good on the attacking side of Labs right now. This has been another wonderful attack. It's been patient, it's been measured. They've used the Lion to control and keep them in position, but as opportunity spotted at the same time. This time round, Guards gets away with one, looks for a second, and sure enough, one has fallen down here, but there's nowhere near enough time left him. That'll be Weibo going up 6-3 and with a chance to start the day off 2-0. What a wonderful first day that would be of Swiss for them.
Yeah, it really would. That was the moment for Twisted Minds. There was a little glimmer there where I thought they might just have got this, you know. They win the fight with Ape on IT wall, and then they can hold the angle onto window. Guards was tucked in tight, trying to get that diffuser disabled, but just could not manage to hold on. Weibo, as you say, always in control. It was just a great opportunity spotted by the Blackbeard of Speakeasy. Straight in through the window, knew he could get it down. The Solus was out of position. That was the important thing. I don't know if they had a drone that was telling them that was the case, but the Solus was just too far away to get into position and do anything about it. If you're going to play for that vertical denial, you've got to be right place, right time. And Twisted Minds get punished. And as I said, that round 9 goes the way of Weibo. 6-3 is a A difficult scoreline for Twisted Minds to work their way back from, with Weibo playing as they are on the attack. 3 rounds in a row needed now. A complete defensive rotation.
I'm looking at who they might have to play in the next round. Of course, if we see Weibo win this one, G2 have currently gone through. They'll be the winner of FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion, and the winner of Los versus Wildcard, which I suspect will be Wildcard. That's one hell of a round 3 qualification bracket. It's going to be absolutely crazy when we start getting into those games tomorrow. You've got all that to look forward to. And of course, not remembering that we'll have some teams that will be down 0-2. NIP, of course, we've already seen it down there. They'll be fighting for their lives as of tomorrow.
Yeah, they will be. You're absolutely right.
It's bruising when you lose your first 2 games and you have to win 3 best-of-3s one day after the other to try and survive. I think it's so brutal.
Yeah, it really is.
But that's why it's great.
The 0,
Make them suffer.
The 0-2 is the bracket. I mean, it sounds obvious to say, but it's the bracket that you really don't want to be in. You know, even going to the point of being like 1-2 tomorrow, you've got less time that you've got to fight back. You've got less matches that you've got to win. Like you say, that 0-2, everything then becomes so critical.
Send that to full cam. Maybe they'd have fancied a little bit of a go there onto the player that was just outside the building, but no, he keeps himself safe as that camera has been cleared away. Now focus on towards IT, but you saw the challenge coming on towards Reach there at the same time from inside of IT. Twisted Minds in with their backs against the wall aren't going to make this easy for the side away, but they're going to have to be disciplined to see this one over the line. So far, so good.
Ooh, just manages to spot the foot of guards there. Does a little bit of damage, not too much, but as we've seen quite often, those bits of chip damage really do add up. And I mean, it can be difficult to take those gunfights later in the round. It feels at the minute a little bit like a question more of when than if that Weibo will be able to find themselves a successful attack and get this done. They're going to look to chain 2 together and get it done here and now, I'm sure. Twisted Minds, Jalad just in connector there, looking to hold them off from that connector wall.
Oh,
in
not
fact,
again!
He's going to drop himself away. Guards manages to repeat the feat that Weibo were able to achieve earlier. Only 1 kill, not 2, but Guards does get himself a second. Manages to find Speakeasy with a headshot. 5 versus 3.
Yeah, massive. And I say, not again, it was Speakeasy who got the 2K on that exact C4 on the pulse earlier on. Almost came back to bite them in reverse. Turd almost losing his life here. He's down to almost nothing, and Asham handily dispatches of him. A much better round from Twisted Minds. Admittedly started by Guards, who of course it's worth remembering Tim was a last-minute sub for this team. He did used to play for them more full-time, back when they were Falcons, but his brother wasn't able to attend, and here he stepped in as a sub and is doing a pretty damn good job. A flawless round for Twisted Minds. Is it the start of a fight back, Tim?
Well, they needed it, didn't they? They need another 2 back-to-back. And if you're going to start by going flawless, it's not the end of the world. The one thing that I will say, I will heed a little bit of caution for the Twisted Minds fans. It was the top floor. It is a site that defenders do like, and we do expect them to win more often than not. Twisted Minds will need to win in all 3 of their normal rotation. It's going to be basement next up, and then it will be control storage. So there is still a lot of work for them to do. However, remember last time they defended basement, did a great job of it. We saw them spread throughout the map, nobody on site, got aggressive, took fights to Weibo, and Weibo really struggled to control them. But the problem is I don't feel like Twisted Minds have necessarily got the freedom to do that again, because I would expect Weibo to be checking that site this time and saying, do you know what, let's get ready to just open that front wall, get into a safe spot and put the diffuser down if they are going to abandon the site.
The 2 rounds that we've seen Twisted Minds win in this half have both been flawless. Now, I'm not saying they need to go flawless again if they want to see a round over the line, but getting the entry feels like the critical one. They lost the entry back in round 7, that went on to lose the round. In round 9, they did get the entry, yet still managed to lose out because of the plant that came into storage and just completely caught them off guard. Those are the kind of situations they need to avoid, so the early round for me is what is most important. Hasham looking cheeky, looking ready, with a C4 in hand here. Might try and go fishing, and I think it's Speakeasy that's rounding in towards him. Indeed it is! That's the kind of C4 you got to find. I spoke about the entry, Nomad offline, and that will now free his team up to move a little bit more freely through the map without fear of running into one of those air jabs.
Yep, Speakeasy tried to get the shots onto the Nitro, just not quite quick enough. Didn't predict the arc of the throw quite right and suffers the consequences. Great start for Twisted Minds. They've actually been doing really well on the entry over the last few rounds. 4 in a row for them now. So Weibo making things a little bit difficult for themselves at times, always having to fight from behind, but they have shown at least an ability to do that. We're going to see that exothermic just opening up a little bit more access. making it difficult for them to play and rotate through Warehouse.
Yeah, going for a very, very standard, I guess, opening here, at least on the first floor. They're getting themselves control of storage to get the vertical control in there they need for a plant, and they're also getting warehouse control, so they've got the hatch open to them, including control up towards control and then down into cargo. It's much more about the first floor for now inside this first 90 seconds or so. They'll start asking questions of what's going on downstairs soon enough. And they've also got to, of course, be wary of the roamers on the side of Twisted Minds that do not want to give up this first floor freely.
Clearing out a little bit of utility from above. Just going to at least help them get the drones through, get the intel that might just help support them with taking a little bit more ground. The only player that they've got up above to worry about at the minute is Hasham on the Valkyrie, currently in cafeteria. He's just still lurking. There we go. I love to see that. The Deimos scan is going to come in from Turd, try and make it difficult. Hoven's down though, so we're effectively now in a 3 versus 5, and Hasham is in no rush whatsoever to get back to site, knowing that it's at least 5 versus 4. There's no reason for him to. He can get out here and play his life and maintain being a nuisance.
And there's Valkyrie cameras just frustrating the death out of them. They're looking around then hoping to see one inside a warehouse, but couldn't identify one. With no IQ on side, they aren't going to be easy to track down. Here we go, they're the drop in towards sites itself. Making sure they can safely step in as they choke on those FNAT mines. 3 of them all in one room is a little bit crazy, Tim, but it's because they knew the drop was going to come into this location at some point. Tricks getting one back, getting one more for his team. Owen being low on HP, it feels like Twisted Minds could hold on here, Tim, and take us to all 12 rounds.
Yeah, it certainly does. We thought that Weibo were going to be able to close this out when they got that 6-3 scoreline, but Twisted Minds are digging deep and finding a way back. We see utility being dumped in, going to use the sound of the ram, or try to, but they can't get it done in time as Sean manages to find the kill. What little HP Hoven had is taken away, and it's another flawless round for Twisted Minds. They've seriously woken up in the last couple of rounds.
It's just like what I said, like, they've got 2 rounds they've won, have both been flawless. It doesn't mean they need a flawless round to win, but it is weird how it's now happened 3 times in a single half, Tim. When they're dominant, they are outright dominant. As you mentioned, 4 entries in a row, 3 flawless rounds in this half. Weibo, Gohan in particular, feels this can be done here and now. They feel they can end it 7-5 and move on to that 2-0 bracket, but this is the last chance saloon. If you fail here, we're OT bound, and heaven knows what happens in those 3 rounds.
Yeah, Gohan's gone for that tactical timeout. We've spoken about this yesterday, kind of the round 11 into round 12 tactical timeout, and I think this is about giving a very specific blueprint, very specific instructions, maybe about what he's seen or how he wants the next round to be played, how they're going to set up, how they're going to attack, where the pressure is going to come from. He's going to try and give them that blueprint to get this round and get it done in regulation. The last thing Weibo want here is to be going to overtime, having lost 3 rounds in a row to get there.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It will feel like a bit of a bottle if they find themselves...
It'll be a bit of a bottle.
It was 5-2. It was 5-2 to Weibo, but they've let Twisted Minds back into it. We'll see how things go for the final round. And of course, where we're going to be defending is the crucial one. It's going to be control and storage. Now, as we saw back in round 9, it was one of the ones that we actually saw Weibo come away on the top of. Admittedly, very limited choice available to Twisted Minds now, having won 2 defenses in a row, top floor, then down to basement. They've got no choice but to go here. They were trying to rely on Jalad a lot for the soulless denial. Previously, he was a little bit too late to the party, and that saw the diffuser going down. Weibo may be trying to prey on the same thing once again, but I can guarantee you Twisted Minds won't make the same mistake twice.
Let's get this one underway. Looking at the side, we're going to see the switch away from the Snake onto the Twitch. That's no doubt going to be aimed at clearing out those Goyo canisters. Oven on the Ying, going to be another important one. I want to see Weibo making some good use of this utility that they're bringing along to create that opportunity to put the diffuser down. IQ, they've obviously had enough of the Valkyrie, and the issue's not going to be brought along this time, but it will help them track the Solus at least.
Again, I tell you what, Hasham is at every window and doorway in every round, so they've got to be so ready for this. I like this as well, the instant response to put a jammer down so you can play upstairs a bit more comfortably. One, drones can't come from behind him. At the same time, if we see a scan coming or a call coming in for the Dockerby, well, it ain't going to go off on him. So we can afford to be at least a bit more mobile upstairs for now. He'll hang around up there and try and waste even more time. There are 3 of them upstairs looking to run that clock down to still give Weibo something to think about. I think Hasham tried a C4 there, by the way. I don't think it connected, though.
We've seen quite a lot of success with those C4s so far, so you can't fault him, but as you say, utility unsuccessful. 5 versus 5, still a minute into the round. And we've got Weibo still not really inside of the map. There's only Turd that's got in there. Hoven manages to find tricks from outside. So early advantage, first entry in 5 rounds for Weibo, and they build on it.
Self-flash on it was quite on the agenda there for Hoven, but does manage to keep a speakeasy at bay at least for a moment. The Shonda remains a nightmare. Jalad into another. Tim, they're like rats coming out of the walls. They're so hard to control. And just when Hoven had a golden chance to get rid of one more, it doesn't quite come to pass. It's a 4v2, and that could mean, Tim, that this game is only going one way.
Yeah, clearing a bit of utility from above is not what you need right now. Kills is the only thing that is going to help you if you are Weibo. 2 versus 4. Ape, Hoven health, half health as well. Not going to be easy for him to be winning any gunfights here, because it just feels like Twisted Minds have absolutely dialed in over the last couple of rounds. We always say good teams need to be able to find that extra gear. They need to be able to find that extra bit of pace, aggression, intensity that's going to win them rounds, and Twisted Minds have certainly done so.
They've got Jalad downstairs though, right? He's playing to get the game 100% the way that he should. He knows he's got 3 players upstairs that can win a 3 versus 2. He's here for plant denial in case Ape tries anything cheeky. I was also going to say they've got 4 smokes to play with here. They're going to try. This is Jalad's time. Come online now, look for that denial, and sure enough, Ape has to back away for a second. They just know the Twisted Minds are circling.
Yeah, he's still got the impact nades in pocket, so he knows exactly what he needs to do, and will do it. That's going to put the diffuser down cold on the ground. Hoven, 25 seconds. He needs to find kills here. There's no point looking for a plant. Guards is going to be the one to find him, though, and that is going to be us, Des, going to overtime.
3 more rounds to settle how this goes, and I'm not sure who starts on defense. Oh, now I am sure. It's Twisted Minds, Tim. And what a great way for them to go into OT, given they've just won 3 defenses in a row. Convincingly at that, it's worth stressing. Most of them haven't been close. As mentioned, 3 were flawless. That last one was dominant, but they're still having 4 players standing. It's not looking too promising if you're Weibo. Twisted Minds could instead snatch away that spot in the 2-0 bracket from them.
Yeah, mentally, it's got to be really tough now. I do look at Weibo as a sort of team that can, you know, sort of have that resilience that they need to get this done. The sort of team that I look at, and I don't think you're necessarily kind of too emotional or would be too affected by this fact mentally. I think they're going to be good at sort of a clean slate into the next round, just focus on what we're doing. But it has to, you know, anyway, no matter how good you are at that, it has to have some small impact to know that you've just lost every single site on the defense, and you're now going to have to go through them again. Interestingly, Twisted Minds choosing not to go to the top floor, though.
Yeah, down to the basement. Probably more of a concern on my side, and what I'm looking for here is, do they bring along an IQ? They know that Jalad's been causing bother on the Solus. They know that the Valkyrie tormented them a few rounds ago. Do you look to try and respond to that and find a way to deal with it? Like, you look at Adokabi and say, yeah, cool, she can't be on cameras while the ring's going off. Great, but it's still a bit of a headache for you the whole time that they're available. And that's what I'm kind of worried could come to bite them here. But I'm looking at the lineup, Tim, and it screams again, heavy execution focus from Weibo. My big worry there is that where all the pain has come from has been out on their own. Twisted Minds consistently have tripped them up, given them a headache. And I'm not 100% sure that is going to change.
Both walls going to be breached quite quickly here by Reaps inside of 30 seconds. Animus and the main breach. For a good start, we're going to have IT wall opened as well. There are players up on the top floor. It's Jalad who's going to be holding up there in warehouse with the Solis. It needs to be cleared out because we've just seen the value of that Solis in the last round. He's able to, you know, get into storage towards the end of the round, for example. Again, he's going to be able to hold that diffuser at bay, feeding intel into his team, just getting that better picture of exactly what's going on around him, and that's all going to be going back into the team, and they can react accordingly. Only one of them at the minute is inside of the site. He's just run out.
Yeah. Yeah, he has, Tim. He
doesn't surprise me at all, coming from Twisted Minds.
Just run out.
Never change.
And the Ying's dead easy. Okay. Well, we've got players inside, or at least near to site, Tim. They can try and look for a plant here, but I feel they need to kill a couple of players, make some room here to let this plant go down. Speakeasy looking to try his very best to get in position to do just that. But it's just under the constant threat, the watchful eyes of all 5 players on Twisted Minds, including the fact that we have those Valkyrie cameras available, and Jalad, as we've already said, The problem is that they haven't changed enough, and it just means that Twisted Minds keep on doing what's worked so far, and it carries on doing just that. Oven's gone as well. It's a 5 versus 3. This could be then going up to 7 and 6.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are going to find themselves ahead in this matchup for the first time at this rate if they can close out this round. 1 minute left to go, and look at the power of the Soulless, just feeding that intel, just watching them at every single step. Reaps unfortunately sprays into his teammate, but he does find 2 along the way. I'm sure they'll forgive. 3 versus 2 right now as Twisted Minds. That time that was ticking away now feels like there's an age left. P9 with an important kill though, manages to find the glass from above, down through the angle, and it is all up to Reaps.
He's like P4 with a little bit extra in the tank, isn't he, to the times? 15 kills he's now finding himself on in the game. Reaps has got to win out a 1 versus 3. Tries to use the drone for bait, but there is no swing. There's no reason for Twisted Minds to overexpose themselves here. They're in a fantastic position. They've still got Jalad above on the Soulless as the knife. A plant attempt does go on through, but this one looks to be, as I said, a 7-6 and a match point position for Twisted Minds. From 5-2 to here. Never would have expected it.
No, brilliant stuff, especially not with the way Weibo were playing. You know, I say that Twisted Minds seem to have found themselves in extra gear. They certainly do, but it looks like Twisted Minds have dropped it. Sorry, that Weibo have dropped a gear, if anything. They've taken their foot off the gas at just the wrong time, and they've not been able to get it done. Twisted Minds haven't made it easy, of course, but I think that if Weibo can come in here and get themselves an entry at least on defense, I want to see that kind of same chaotic mindset that we see from them sometimes. Same aggression. Seem to just be playing a little bit timidly at the minute. They've only had 1 entry kill in the last 6 rounds. They have to improve on that.
And what kind of like frustrates it in a way is that they know what they're coming up against. Every single round is going to be the same thing. They've brought operators to try and help with it. We've seen the Snake, we've seen the Dokkaebi coming out, we've seen Blackbeard being brought along. And you'd think they'd try and punish down someone like a Shamu who's been very aggressive by himself off and out on the roam. Yeah, there are other players roaming, but they're not playing off the back of each other. They're in different parts of the map. And it's weird for a team like Weibo that likes to play in a very similar style. They love to be aggression. We spoke about Turd already and the kind of works that he can get done, for them to be so punished by this playstyle. But what I do love about it is there are 2 teams here that I think if you look back through history, people would say, they're very aggressive, they surprise teams with that aggression, they're very skilled players, but they haven't got the depth to them. I think Weibo we've seen build that depth over, say, the last 12 to 18 months, and Twisted Minds, I think, especially since joining the EML, have really built into that too.
It's just about that regularity, isn't it? You know, playing against those top teams for Twisted Minds, like you say, inside of EML, week in, week out, having those big matchups throughout kickoff, and you can really see them developing along the way. And I say the mental resilience here has been so impressive to come back into this one. I said it at the time, a 6-3 scoreline. It's such a difficult one to come back from when you have to win every single round, every single site that you go into. But they've done it absolutely without a problem, and they've taken the confidence and the momentum from it. So Indigo, the drones towards IT. They are attacking onto top floor here. Weibo deciding that's where their final stand is going to be. Hoven is going to move back up Aqua Stairs and get himself back into sight. For the time being, Twisted Minds very much just about the intel game. They've got the shield of guards, was working towards Catwalk. He wanted to get up those warehouse steps, but he's just been forced out for the time being, and he's going to have another look now.
So he does it. Little lick from the barbed wire on your ankles. He's sore for a few days, but does mean that he's over it and can start the march on 4s. In fact, destroying it as he goes up as well. The shield, of course, all the focus is going to be. Diffuser is in his back pocket as well. Jalad, the one leading the way. IT looks to be theirs here as well. They've got the control they need. A very common attacking spot, and maybe, just maybe, looking in towards P9 for a little bit of a backstab up towards connected to the northeast.
Trix has just got himself led inside of IT for the time being, going to hold that angle. He's got himself, you can see, tucked in behind that bookcase, just wants any opportunity. 1:10 left to go though. Twisted Minds can't necessarily just sit around and wait for opportunities. So Sham has got himself into electrical. He's going to be looking to get aggressive. There is movement towards him, needs to be careful, drops a nade. Really well played, but didn't quite do the job. However, the track stinger does finish Ape off as the nade did the damage. Well played, Jalad manages to pick up Speakeasy. 4 versus 3, 40 seconds left to go. This could be the moment for Twisted Minds, but no. Weibo, they dig deep. Turd, Hoven, Turd, managing to get them back to a 3 versus 1. It's all up to Jalad. 30 seconds left to go. No option but to dash in. Try to find the kills. He can't. We're going all the way to 15, Des.
It's those names again, Tim. We've spoken about Turdenhoven all day today. They were massive in the game earlier, and here, when they're needed most, they come up and get them to 15. But naturally, the big worry now is how do they get it done in round 15? Attack has not been a success on this map. Only seen 4 rounds in total of 14 won, and Weibo are going to have to turn those odds in some way, shape, or form. Twisted Minds going to take us to storage and control. Not bothering with the top floor, Tim. They're going towards what has been quite a precarious offsite, I'd say, for both of these teams throughout the game.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I would agree with you there. It is a little bit of a roll of the dice. I love that play. I absolutely love that play. It was just such quick thinking from the gridlock of Asham there to realise he saw the player sprint across and knew that they must have come into electrical with him. So he dumps the nade on the ground to try to prevent the push. The Warden goes for it anyway, gets the kill, finds himself down, gets finished off by the track stinger. It was really smart play to kind of ensure the trade, if nothing else, if they wanted to go for the kill on him. But ultimately, Weibo had recognised the value in clearing out electrical, got it done, and that just gave them a little bit of breathing space that they needed. So let's get into it. It's round 15. It's 7-7. We've had an absolute cracker between these two so far. It's going to be control and storage that Twisted Minds try to hold on to.
It's at the stage I'd love to see them both play each other again as well later in the Swiss stage. It's been a really, really entertaining map, and I imagine a best of 3 between them would be absolutely explosive. But, as you say, it must come to an end at some point, Tim, and it's going to be here and now. Hasham, the one I've got my eyes on in the early portions of this round. As we've seen, he's absolutely loved going off on solo roams. He's loved tossing C4s outside the map and catching out players on the side of Weibo. Speakeasy steps away from playing on a Nomad and goes on towards the Blitz. And Tim, to my eyes to see this, for the first time we've seen the IQ coming out from Weibo in a round where there is no Valkyrie. There is a Solus though.
There is, and that is going to be a part of it, but
they have to know he's on it. He's done this a couple of times as well, where he'll drop down the mute jammer and play on it so he can't be called, for example. They have to recognise that.
I'm going to try to think about sending the drone in. I'm going to pick it up and decide instead to open up the door. Surely there's going to be a drone ahead of him. I'm not sure that they do. They're not going to be able to get close enough. Do they see the gun barrel? Yeah, I think they do know. That was the ping to say.
Surprise!
No, it was just onto the jammer. They do manage to do some damage.
No
Nitro
way.
goes out. Asham, he escapes, does take a lot of damage along the way, and that is Weibo. I don't know if it's by management or accident, but they do manage to clear him out.
They really had a chance to have him dead to rights there, and they've been trying to... Yeah, it's been a nightmare all game long, as he said, on the defensive side, and he remains one here. Elusive now can be added to the adjectives that he used to describe how he has been. Guards getting rid of Hoven. The sledge falls down here. That's not ideal. And up from the backside comes Jalad. Tim, they've switched off at the wrong time. This could be another kill going their way if he plays it right. There's a shot in. Speakeasy gone. Ape falls. Weibo will fall before Twisted Minds, who have absolutely crushed them here at the dying end of things. We thought it was over at 5-2. It looks like it may well be now. Turd gets one back. I'm not quite sure that he could be the hero, Tim, of this final round.
Yeah, 1v5 becomes a 1v4, and Ace Clutch is a rare thing indeed. He does have time on his side, at least 55 seconds to go. Does not have diffuser in hand. Not that he's ever going to get an opportunity to put it down, I wouldn't have thought. Not until at least another 3 kills. And you just know that... right now, Twisted Minds are playing on top of that diffuser. They are playing to keep it safe. He's going to run into an absolute hail of gunfire, and surely it is now a matter of time. He just looks around at the wrong moment. Could have got the Azami, but a little bit of an approach up Aqua Stairs just took his attention. There's the final kill. Trix finishes it off, and what a performance from Twisted Minds. 6-3 down. They dug deep. They found a way. They battled their way back into labs, cooked up something special, and they continue in that winners bracket to 2-0.
Absolutely spectacular, because also remember, they beat Fury earlier as well. They haven't just eased their way in through some easy matchups. They've looked absolutely brilliant. 2-0, and tomorrow they may even face off against G2. That would be one hell of a game.
They've got guards subbing in as well. They are getting it done. Absolutely love to see this from Twisted Minds. It's a team, like I say, can be a little bit of a roller coaster sometimes from highs to lows, but they are certainly finding more of the highs than anything right now.
Well, loads more to say about that game, Tim. We'll carry on after a short break.
Close game. It's coming at a moment in which we are not necessarily like rooting on Falcons' downfall. We don't think they're going to bomb out of the tournament, but a 7-1 against Wildcard against an IGL like Spiker, who has a fair bit of international experience at this point, but is still one of, if not the kind of newest big team on the international stage. Shaiko might be gone, but 7-1 is crazy scoreline.
Well, especially when you consider that Wildcard had a substitute in for that game. They're still playing with hot and cold. So it's not even like they're at their full force. To lose 1-7 against a team with a substitute, Falcons are not going to have been happy about how this morning went. And I don't know, coming into this, I think the first couple of rounds will tell us a much better, or paint us a much better picture. But if Falcons have been angry and mad for the first hour or so after they lost, and then they've gone round and they've gone through the whole spectrum of emotion of anger, understand, right, what are we now going to, right, we're now ready for it. We're now rage-filled and ready to get in the server. Maybe there's just a little part of me that could feel sorry for CAG, because they are going to face the wrath of this team here on Clubhouse.
I mean, I feel like if you've been watching Rainbow Six for the past few years at this point, I think we're all pretty well acquainted with the EFAT crash out. I think, our man has a tendency over on the Falcons side to get emotional, get quite angry when he feels like his team, and he is. I love that about him. It's something I love about him. He's also he has those moments. He's also like the biggest lovable teddy bear on the planet. Like, I love that guy so much. But it is still the kind of thing where I imagine, they go outside and they're having a talk outside the hotel and they're like, okay, so what was that? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, the crisis meeting will have been real.
The crisis meeting, it was all hands on deck. It was an all hands on deck meeting after that early game. But that is the game. We've talked that to death at this point. We're getting into Clubhouse between Falcons and CAG. And same thing to speak for CAG earlier. 7-3 loss to Los. Haven't really mentioned that a whole lot. Struggling quite substantially on border. Now, that is a map that obviously you and I have casted. Is very good for Los. Understandable why CAG might have lost it. But still struggling with a lot of the strategic fundamentals on that map. For example, not really contesting the break room position or the east stairs positions quite as heavily as you might see some more top teams do. Not a map like Clubhouse. You'd hope we don't see that, right? This is a map where, as you said, it's classic between these two teams. Top preference for CAG as well. Should be one in which they are quite well practiced. Of course, Falcons might have their own plans. For example, in the ban phase that we've seen. On the one side, Yin Capital, maybe a bit standard, not all that crazy, but only one hard breach now ban on the side of CAG that will leave the Bandit available, and that's something that EFAC will bring out in the very first round on basement of all sites.
Even on basement, I was just going to say that. Obviously, we've got the church wall. That's going to be a key area that you're going to want to try and keep hold of. But if we look at his position in here now, upstairs in Jacuzzi, great opportunity just to place a couple of bandit batteries down there. None of this is going to be actively tricked. It's all just sort of set and forget. But it's just furthering the utility exchange that they are going to require from CAG to effectively clear out this top floor roam. And as soon as you've got things like a lack of hard breach thrown into the mix, it can be very difficult then to get everything open. Now, I don't know if we're kind of entering that stage just yet, because we do have Zaka, who's going to have some of the tin openers as well. So it's not all doom and gloom from a hard breach point of view, but there's not really any EMPs to try and actively deal with these bandits, so it is going to be a case of getting in there and getting them shot.
Speaking of getting shot, June decides to take down Zaka early, so there goes some of your hard breaching, not only the backup tin openers, but maybe even more important for the late part of the round, all 5 of those B canisters. The Grim will be taken down. lose that information, that displacement utility, and the position in which that is usually basically dumped in its entirety is generator. So imagine whoever's playing in that position on the bottom floor is going to have a much easier time. EFAC almost losing it, not only a lot of his HP, but his life as well, as Shui through that narrow angle on top of Pool almost detonates him with a pipe. Catches June, taking another fight through the hatch, but in the process, it's only June who loses his life. EFAC makes it back, though, on low HP. All things considered, sure, half the round wasted, but you get June, you put EFAC to low HP, not the worst thing in the world for CAG.
Not a bad trade, really, like, when all things are considered. LeakyFac's primed and ready with this C4. He looks keen to try and get it sent up there. It isn't actually going to net anything for him, unfortunately. And still, as we've mentioned, this utility exchange that is being required. Brede able to throw out a couple of those impacts and just trick onto that kitchen hatch just a little bit. The C4 eventually detonated there from LeakyFac. Unfortunately for him, isn't going to cause any damage. And a lot of this floor is now starting to be ripped up. Time-wise, CAG aren't looking too bad. If you consider that they've had to go for a fairly full map clear, all right, we didn't have loads of roamers upstairs, but there was a requirement to get in there and to start doing something. The biggest difficulty now is going to be the transition onto this church wall. We mentioned it at the start. LeakyFac's got a couple of bandit batteries down there, and we've only got 2 X-Kairos pellets left. So at best, you're going to be able to get a look through, and that's even if you can deal with those batteries.
We're due with those Vulcan packs as well. I mean, it was going to be a perennial issue on the side, but Anaton stops quite dramatically inside of dirt. Has to retreat completely and likely join the rest of his team with only 17 seconds remaining. That means this one is going to be late as hell from CAG. One player caught in the main hallway. Everybody caught, it seems, off guard by the defense. And as Anaton drops the hatch, the last player remaining, he is a day late and $1 short to this Arsenal execute as Falcons take the first.
Yeah, it was kind of, the writing was kind of on the wall there. I don't think that CAG brought the best tools for the job there necessarily to really transition. The first opening portion of the round, fantastic. They were able to get the clear in, they were able to get into that top floor and really work some nice vertical angles. The kill on June was fantastic. Excellent. Through the hatch, a lot of those really techie angles getting opened up on Clubhouse that in a lot of games get overlooked, and then when you see them, it's, you know, you get this sort of wave of sort of nostalgia over you of like, yeah, all of these do exist.
And he almost got EFAC from it too.
He did. He's put EFAC down super low. Now, EFAC being the slippy and active player that he is, was still able to be alive in the last 9 seconds, as you can see here on your screen, and picked himself up a kill. So 1 HP didn't really matter too much to him, but as you say, only a couple of more bullets, or only 1 more bullet, and he would have been out of action as well. So a sort of swingy sort of first round there for CAG. Not too great, not too terrible. And let's see what they can do now as they move upstairs.
And talking about EFAC, a very slippery player. On a classic operator for him, the Solus, probably, you know, maybe not necessarily in terms of prowess on the roam necessarily, only because I'm about to compare him to Cyber, and Cyber's like the guy in this category. But I feel like he plays a similar role in Europe at times, often playing those roaming operators, going on a solo venture like Valkyrie, but usually the Solus. So they are kind of a bit, you know, they seem a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't remember. When somebody's, not soulmates, but when somebody's like kindred spirits, that's what they are. Speaking of kindred spirits, well, Shuri will be joining the Ghosts as Joom takes him out quite early with the Clash SMG-12 out secret window, I guess. I don't even know how that engagement happened, but I guess Joom deciding to try and bounce back after his early death at the beginning of last round.
I was going to say, he was opening kill, well, he was opening death, wasn't he, in round number 1, and following that trend here inside of round number 2. Leaving the plat wall soft is definitely a choice. The reinforcements obviously have been spent elsewhere, and the fact that Joom is playing on the Clash, he can afford to play a little bit more front up toward that, and of course retreat back to this ever so popular cash position. He's got a little bit of support here as well from users. We've got some Vulcan packs knocking around, but it isn't going to stop CAG from making progress.
It's not going to stop CAG from making progress. By the same token, Falcons clearly not trying to overcomplicate this defense. They're doing the very standard thing where they fall back within the first minute, using the Azami Kiba as well to plug up the doorway to make their way back into construction successfully. This is all according to plan for Falcons so far. Now, it does have the unfortunate knock-on effect that the Monty's already pushing into construction, and we still have half the round to go. So CAG will make good progress off the back of it, as you pointed out. And now we're going to have this sort of stalemate around the logistics and construction position for the rest of this round. We want to see DD go over and open up the jacuzzi wall now at this point. Bandit batteries are still on there. Anaton does have some EMPs, so you might have to rotate out later on and disable some of those. The jacuzzi wall is going to be the next major focus for CAG, or at least I hope so.
Like you say, with Anaton being the one that holds the EMPs, it isn't really ideal. Hopefully this class shield should be dealt with, but instead it's just going to Pseudo deal with another problem, and that's going to be one of the Vulcan packs. Zaka's going to grab a kill there over onto Leafy Fact. That does something to even things out here, and with Leafy Fact's position and where Zaka was, you can only imagine he was on the flank. Now we're going to start to see the Bees sent into those popular positions, and Brede very hot on shooting out that canister. But with Doom falling, everything's getting quite condensed, and you can see the defenders almost tripping up over one another now.
Yeah, they're all stacking on top of each other, which is honestly kind of ironic as Brede gets the next one. Jacuzzi wall still reinforced and electrified, by the way. They might have that complete avenue of rotation, but as CAG throw the whole defensive setup into chaos, Brede uses everybody tripping over each other, and when the defense is practically fighting themselves for space, that leaves CAG the perfect opportunity to go in and slip the knife in the back. Tie game very quickly as Jim Bedroom goes all the way for CAG.
Anderson is one of the best Monty players in the world, and I think that round was a really good masterclass of just how to navigate that and how to be such a pain, really flushing these defenders around, restricting that access and not giving any space away. Something that impressed me was how quickly CAG took control of Garage, Cash and CCTV. They didn't spend a lot of time doing it. It was free real estate. It was there to be taken. We'd commented at the time, Platwall wasn't reinforced. There was no utility exchange required over there to gain ground. It was as simple as just shooting open a soft wall. But it's what comes after that. And Anderton was very quick to move in off the back of that with that Monty. And that's going to be something I'm sure we'll see for at least this round. It may change come the first round of bans in this first half.
It is one of those tricky situations, though, where if you know Anderton's going to play Monty probably as much as it's available, do you want to ban it, or do you want to let it through knowing that you have a controlled variable that you can account for it? Especially with how often traps are played nowadays. Like, there are things you can bring that make a Monty more difficult. Not a trap, but a Goyo being a good example. We'll see. It's a decision that CAG can make 3 minutes from now.
I mean, the counterpoint to that would be that you brought the Clash and you brought the Goyo last round, two things that are great at dealing with the Monty, and you still weren't able to do with it. And I don't know. We're only now just seeing things like a Snake come into the lineup as well, which has taken a lot of the ban attention so far across the course of Salt Lake City. So, depending on how well this goes, it could be something that is flagged up on the radar for Falcons to get rid of. A little point of note as well, Zaka is actually Arcully, just a little name change that's been thrown into the mixture for anyone watching at home wondering who this new mysterious Snake player is that we've got on the side of CAG. It is, of course, Arcully.
He will be moving through the bathroom right now and might just find Solotov just creeping up to these main stairs. Brady the first down. Kind of a crazy position, but I believe that's just through the classic Mav line in the bottom with DD waiting on the rappel. And Oldie, that one, catching Brede, maybe trying a bandit trick. That is a classic, and CAG catch one of the most veteran players in the game and actually turned it lacking. But at the same time, they are dealt some revenge in response.
You're never going to catch Brede out there, are you? There's always going to be a little bit of a fail-safe. Leaky Fat just tucked in there to the catwalk. He's still got another impact. Now, this would have been a massive problem a short while ago, but Thermite, there's 3 exothermics now. So there's a little bit more room for mistake. However, you're going to want to get construction open, and you're likely going to want to try and open in from construction into site, and it looks like that's what the rotate is that's going on now. It might force Shuri to spend a bit more time in the blowtorch to make something happen on that plat wall.
It also would be sort of consistent with CAG so far, as they just completely ignored Jacuzzi last time and it seemed to work out, but Conwell is actually soft on this setup. June firing some shots into bedroom, and honestly, I kind of like this. June's got the Kivas to play behind. He can extend his area of play a little bit, not only behind green box, but also behind the desk. This could be quite nice. C4 goes in. I have no idea how Anakin just survived that. Only put to 1 HP. Could very well die pretty soon after. Chibisu tries to catch one as June falls pretty quickly behind green. CAG storming into the site. I have no idea how they're making these direct takes work. I don't know how they're able to get off the ground, but 2 rounds in a row. They have made a round that is much greater than the sum of its parts. Yuzus in a 1v3, face-to-face with a Monty. Might as well be face-to-face with death. Anaton swings around the corner, confirms the kill on EFAC. And CAG could confirm the diffuser if they wanted, but Shuri decides to end the round quicker. CAG now take the lead, and these attacks are impressive with how little it seems like they have.
So little control. Round 2, Jacuzzi not open. Round 3, plat wall not open. Like, these are big glaring holes. These are areas of the map that you open to just chop through and create a massive line of sight so the defenders can't rotate.
Laws of physics breaking attacks right now from CAG. Like fundamentals being like, oh, well, like you should open plat wall. No, we don't need to.
No, we're just aligning it.
You should open jacuzzi. No, we're actually just going to push entirely through logistics and just kill them all.
The thing is, it was their intention to open plat wall. It was only because it got impact tricked off that it wasn't opened. And then they just made the decision. They were like, you know what? Okay, we'll just leave someone on the rappel. You've got a nasty one-way to deal with there because, as you could see, users tried to go prone. By the time you've got to prone and all that, so you're done for. You are absolutely done for. So they've just gone, yeah, you know what? You've actually just left us a one-way. Why not? We'll just use this little angle, shall we? Falcons taking their tactical timeout. Not unusual, let's be honest, to take it at the start of round 4. It's a very common time to take timeouts now, especially with the half-time show or the half-time portion that we have in these games now as well, where the teams and coaches get 2 minutes to discuss amongst themselves. It does make sense to use it on the side that you are struggling with a little bit. The Monty was banned out as well before this. I think it was a Monty and a Goyo ban, so two very on-brand bans here for the way that this game has been going. Goyo, of course, sees play pretty much nearly every round, and the Monty has been a fairly big factor so far for the success that CAG have had.
One thing to note for the Goyo ban, as we likely go for a retry of Church and Arsenal by Falcons, this might allow CAG to completely redo the attacking strategy they tried in round 1. Because basically what happened, Anaton's Blackbeard tried to flank down Dirt, but with 40 seconds left, ran into a Vulcan pact and rotated out. But I don't think that Falcons, because of how low time it was and because of how far in Dirt Anaton was, I don't know if Falcons actually knew like what the plan for the Blackbeard actually was, whether or not they knew he was going to go through Dirt or not. They might have known that somebody detonated the Vulcan pact, but they might not know that Anaton was trying to go for a late flank. So banning that Goyo is important, and I want you all to keep an eye out on Anaton specifically, because they might just try to do that Dirt flank again, because I don't think Falcons actually ever saw it occur or knew what they were doing.
It's a very different landscape that they're attacking into, though, from where we've seen Azamis and Goyos and really heavy-duty site setup operators. We've got a very light lineup here. There's a lot of flexibility. We've got Doom on the Scopos. We've got the Thorn being brought into the mixture. We've got the Mute from Leaky Fact just to keep people safe when they're on that roam. Standing in a Mute Jammer now is very valuable indeed. And if you can dodge out of a Deimos Death Track, a Dokubi phone call, or even a Snake Soliton scan, then you are going to be having a much easier time of staying alive out there. So I imagine that's going to be the game plan at the moment. Doom's going to be occupying a space just inside of Rafters. And that's going to be the main portion of this roam. He's assisted, he's got users on red stairs, Leaky Fack is the link just between the two, but pretty much everybody off site right now.
Well, Joom can get back quickly, as you talked about with the Scopos. It is something we have to be careful about with CAG. They've been very good at the direct take so far, and Falcons now correct it. Ooh, that was close. Oh, Solitov demolishes the Hibana outside of Secret. And what a brutal hit that has taken to CAG's hard-breaching capabilities, at least before they had 10 openers taken down early. Now this time, their only source of soft breaching is the opening pick acquired by Falcons. I wouldn't be shocked at this point if we see a lot of these roamers start to fall back.
A lot of the roamers have started. Doom already, Scopos, he's transported and teleported all the way back. Leaky Fight dropped oil and he's back in the action. The only person that stayed out there on the roam is going to be Users. And one of the reasons that they've done that, guess what? They were in a Mute Jammer. Nobody heard that Logic Bomb phone call because Users was already shielded from it. So Zaka's position now, it's a little bit more precarious. The hatch isn't open and he's going to need a bit of support here.
Might end up fighting this bit of war on the side, and I have to wonder, Deimos probably thinks he's about to track the Scopos upstairs, but no. He's going to find that Scopos all the way down below and be like, who the hell is it up there? Going hunting on red. As you can see, it's a two-man push. Deimos, Dokubi together, swings in front of the flash. Classic play by Users. Once he's blinded, falls back a little bit. It's a full pinch, but 57 seconds remaining. Users has won on this side quest. He's wasted a full minute. CAG's barely got any progress. They're still down the hard breach denial, and you've used, what, both Dokubi phone calls? You've only got one Deathmark tracker left. This is looking rough.
Really good from Falcons there. Like you say, 45 seconds now on the clock. Users, you've done your job and a little bit more. There's a reason that they stayed up there after the rest of the team decided to drop off. Now I look at it and think, you lost out on your DD, you lost out on your Hibana. What are you going to do for Moto? What are you going to do for Kitchen? What are you going to do for Church Wall? Because the answer, Links, it's a single doorway push.
Oh, single doorway push, and Jubas unfortunately got a clothesline running right across it. Decapitates Anaton, decides to follow up on a Shuri, but it's not even close in round 4. Falcons, after the tactical timeout, who knows what the hell they talked about in those 45 seconds? Because the most impactful thing was killing that Hibana and then rotating back.
I think even if it hadn't been the Hibana that had died, you still look at that and go 45 seconds. Okay, it's still going to be very difficult because now the Hibana has to open up Moto, has to open up Church, has to open up Kitchen, and there's maybe just a little bit too much to do there, and there's too many opportunities for Falcons players to go, guess what, Moto's opening. I think we'll just move, shall we? Should we just rotate a little bit? Should we just go over toward bottom generator?
And late time as well. I mean, once you see what CAG are prioritizing with those hatches, if you see them open up specifically Moto and Kitchen, you're like, geez, I wonder where the take's coming from.
Yeah, guess what?
It's come from Moto Kitchen. Well, in this case, Moto mainstairs, because they couldn't open up any hatch. But
good recovery there from Falcons. And I think that the idea of just giving a little bit more for CAG to deal with out there on that roam is going to be crucial. Round 2 was somewhere that we commented on it, of how quickly CAG were able to take space. Part of that was the Monty. Obviously now with the Monty being removed, we're starting to see things change a little bit. And I think that the more that we see Falcons invest into holding off-site and dropping back at the appropriate time, the better their success rate is going to be.
But that is really difficult for this site in particular. You know, basement and Church Arsenal, that's one thing. But holding CCTV and cache, that hard is always a struggle.
It is always going to be difficult, but look at the differences already. We've already got plat wall reinforced. Last time that wasn't reinforced. So we've had utility prioritized over into this area to keep it open, keep it closed for a little bit longer. All right, there's no electrification on it, there's no bandit, there's nothing like that. So it is going to get opened. But look at what it's forced. It's forced Anderson onto the ace. We've got the thermite. We've had the thermite pretty much every round so far, so that's not too much of a big deal. But it is forcing out that utility to be used, and it is going to take away a little bit of other option. You're not going to be able to bring something that's going to provide you a lot more information, like a Dokkaebi, for example, that we saw in the previous round.
Or like a Blackbeard from Anderson that we saw in the last round. Flexing onto some of those other shield operators beside the Monty, you need to bring that double hard breach, and that's what they'll do. Jacuzzi wall open much earlier this time, though. But they have not opened up plat wall just yet. Because of what we've seen from CAG in rounds 2 and 3, I have to be curious. Okay, no, they will open up plat wall. Instead, dedicating all of DD's exothermics to the exterior breaches, saving the Selmas for some of the interior ones. This has taken a full minute to start, though, just this hard breaching. They haven't really started getting any movement into cache just yet. One of those Selmas popped. Not entirely sure by what. Ooh, an impact trick, I believe, and the second one not as successful. Huge pickup for an angle right there from Anaton, cutting off an important part of the shower's position, but still need to see CAG actually move into the building. I believe EFAC has completely fallen back of his own accord. He ends up dying, I think, all the way down in Strip. It is the opening kill for CAG. But the roaming presence is still very much alive in CCTV and cache.
Yeah, LeakyFac's job's now going to be to flicking on these cameras and just trying to keep a little bit of his team safe. Solotov as well in a very important 1v1 with Shuri way over on the other side of the map. But that's kind of how these engagements are breaking down. We see Shuri kind of cut off from the rest of the fight and has to make that play, has to just sit and hold that angle. You could question Solotov there for maybe getting a little bit too over-aggressive. It leaves these 3 remaining site players now very vulnerable.
Quite vulnerable indeed. Anaton, excellent trade swinging around on a Jacuzzi. Falcons trying their best to keep this, or at least some kind of advantage in hand. But CAG always just one step ahead after that opening pick onto EFAC. They have not given it up. Joom now in the 1v3, no key buzz to try and block off lines of sight, and a Deathmark tracker sending information through the walls. He ends up walking into Anaton, and CAG retake their lead.
Yeah, with no mute jammer standing at that point, it's going to be a very lonely place when that Deathmark comes in and you are 1 versus 3 like that. It's strange to see Falcons have these little hills that they're trying to die on. We've got LeakyFact downstairs, we've got Solotov over in CCTV. It just felt a little bit like they were not wanting to let that same thing happen where they just get overwhelmed on the site and fight on this periphery. But those gunfights just didn't really have the desired impact. I mean, both of them were lost for a start. But even if they win, you start thinking, well, is LeakyFact really going to be able to make it up those main stairs? Oh, we see how he dies. He dies through the drone hole as well.
Unfortunate.
That's a good. That's a real tilter right there.
And it's kind of evidence of CAG respecting Falcons, though. Because not only do you have that guy looking through the drone hole, which, to be fair, at a minute 15 is kind of insane, but even then, Shuri really paying heavy attention to Flatwall. How often do we see teams open it up? Maybe like have a drone over there, but just kind of ignore it.
Oh yeah, cutting it off.
Yeah, and then and then being like, we'll deal with it if they like peek CCTV window. But no, Shuri was there actively the entire time, and Solotov might have just been checking for information. Like, surely there's not some guy over here. But they were. CAG know that Falcons, with the individual players and the prowess that is on that roster, know that a retake like that is not at all out of the question, and they are respecting not only the solo roams from Likifac, but also even the retake potential from players like Uzus and Solotov. Now, as CAG are threatening a 4-2 finish on their #1 preference map, but a map that Falcons have played this tournament and clearly have prepped on, going from 9th preference to now their 2nd play just in a couple days span. CAG could look quite good going into this second half as for CCTV and Cash. Solotov creating a fortress for himself downstairs in Lounge with the Jaeger ADSs. Not something to see all that much anymore.
Well, it's going to be crucial to try and keep Doom safe, isn't it? Obviously, the Capital's banned, the Ying is banned, so you're not really too vulnerable out on that catwalk, and it's maybe worth trying to play catwalk for a little bit longer, especially seeing as you've got the Azami there. Like you say, Solotov, he can be the link player. He can play at the bottom of small steps and watch out for anyone that's just going to ball it straight in through the door. Place a couple of catches up on the catwalk for June to play around, and he can hopefully have a slightly better time with this. I love this, though. Look at that sense wall. They thought they were safe links. There's another thing coming. There's June on the catwalk, and he's doming them for fun right now.
Just played a mini game on top of rafters, popping back and forth. If you thought this was going to be a CAG 4-2 half, it's going to be a much harder job to achieve that result. My individual play alone has put them in an excellent position. I wouldn't say unlosable. This is Rainbow Six. Anything can happen. Got hard pings on the Azami right now. June doesn't have to do a whole lot. At least not any shooting anymore. The threat he poses is merely by the obstacle that he's created. The knowledge that if they want to just rush into the site, they've got to deal with a player behind them, as well as the plethora up front. 4 players, in fact, who almost line up for Zaka on red. He was just able to land that trade. EFAC also good for 1. Chibisu gets Joom, and that is as hollow and pyrrhic a victory as you could possibly get in this round, as Joom basically won this one within 45 seconds, and Falcons have just been going through the motions.
You've got to be able to clear a catwalk player, haven't you? You have to be able to clear a garage player under any circumstance. The bulletproof camera is still feeding information away, and it is only a matter of time. Consider that CAG had 6 nades. That BP lasted a lot longer than it really had any business doing. But like you say, a lot of that round won on the catwalk from Doom and some fancy footwork. I think that CAG were maybe a little bit too preoccupied with what was going on the bottom of those steps. Let's have a listen and hear what the teams think at the turn of the half.
洞窟にさ、ミュート1個置いてくんね。優勝ミュート1個ずつ。優勝はクリかな？いいよ。俺バレたくない。6点入ってしこわ。ポンだっけ俺。あいつラウンド始まってから俺ショットガン投げるわ。ん？現地やつ？ああ。やばいか。ミュートでちょっとだけやっていってくんね。無理。時間ないやば。いいよ。ショート補強しといて。いいよ、俺ショート補強できる。俺できる。オッケーオッケーやってて。8は高できるでしょ。できる。ん？8補強。あ、キッチンバーいけるよ。俺そうくいく、俺そうくい。ミュート行動のどの辺に欲しいの？あ、結構奥でいい。だいぶ奥。打って壊せない位置でいいよ。オッケー。ラウンド始まって開幕。余裕が、あいつの余裕だったらガレロンからのドローンだけ見てほしいから。よろしく。あれかな？サイドの3枚置きとして。アザミおるならさ、祭壇に盾いらん？ワンちゃん。いる？
Or playing more turtle, like that's it. They will not like cook something really special. You will not be able to breach, you know. So every idea are good to take. As long as we're on the same page in attack, like we go fast, we go slow, we go retard, we go exec, we play late round, like everything will be good.
Yeah.
And if we struggle, we just change space. If we don't struggle and we see opportunity to change space, we change. Like just like Julius said.
Yeah. But most possibly just play on the base, no? If they don't ban the multi, just play multi one round, no?
They hate multi.
If they don't ban Cappy, play Cap. If it's good, keep playing. If they don't ban Grim, like this is just matter. Like just play the good operator and see how they react, you know.
Usually they ban either Fuller Breach, either Grim Monty, and usually they ban like third Grim Monty if the team abusing Grim Monty and they ban Breach.
Let's play twin, okay, guys, in the attack. Yeah. If you see a gap, you do it. 3-1, fucking go, okay? Let's fucking win, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Let's.
Very simple solution, really. Just play the good operators.
Play the good operators. I like that.
And like the thing is, like I 100% agree.
And whatever they ban, just play what's good that's left. Because they can't ban all the good ones, so just play what's left.
And sometimes during kickoff, there have been times where like I have wanted to say that, just play it. You don't need to handicap yourself. You don't need to like add all these restrictions. Just be annoying. Get in the mud. Start rolling around. Throw the candelas. Watch the bees.
I like it. Julio, play the Capitao. And if the Capitao's good, keep playing it. If not, play something else. It's so simplistic, isn't it? But you get the feeling that Falcons are just in a bit of a zone right now. They just want to play. If they want to play quick, they're going to play quick. If they want to play slow, they're going to play slow. Whatever the call's going to be, I feel like it's just going to be 5 players committing fully to that. League Effect there predicting the Monty Grim ban. It was as they had expected, as you would expect at this level. So guess what? They're going to be playing a lot of the
This
other
is crazy,
stuff.
by the way.
Brilliant little piece. Not often that you see a little bit of a highlight clip from the catwalk anymore either.
No, not really. Now that you say it, but I think it's because to your point about like you have to know how to clear rafters. It used to be there was like one refined way of clearing rafters. Now there's like 5 different things you can do that have all been well practiced and combinations that are all generally pretty good, including, for example, like having a glass peek that doorway through a smoke. Now, to be fair, you can't telegraph it too much because if you throw smoke on the door, they'll just start pre-firing through the smoke. But definitely Anderton just checking it like that so slowly. Also, the thing about it, again, it's kind of an oldie, but like because of that angle, you can see, I think, their shadow peeking because of the way the sun is angled on that map. Or that might be the other side.
We're talking about the azimuth of the sun right now.
There's something on this map where I think if your swing from the side Anderton was swinging on, so the sun is shining from the left, and if your shadows are high enough, you can see the shadow before the guy actually peeks, and you can kind of pre-fire it.
Like you say, though, there's a number of different ways of doing it, and it's about identifying the way that's going to work best in that setup, in the drone phase, and switching accordingly and making a plan. And I think, well, CAG obviously they kind of dropped the ball a little bit on that one. They had a plan. It just wasn't the one that worked out. They weren't accounting for Doom to just confidently dome up and pick himself a couple of kills. Sides have swapped now, though, and Falcons are going to be on the attack themselves. And they are bringing some of the good, air quotes, operators. I think that Julio will be very happy with this lineup. We've got a Capitao, we've got a Blitz, and we've also got a Glass thrown in.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Hibana.
Hibana's not bad anymore, you know. That DMR.
Ooh. Speaking of not bad, oh, that's unfortunate. Shreek just getting right. No, that DMR is excellent. Glass, though, that's unfortunate.
Okay, we're using a C4 to clean that up.
I mean, you don't know who's out there. You don't know who's on Metal Bow. You want to play it safe. I'm going to give GBC credit for that. Plus, he got the Glass out the gate, and EFAC, unfortunately, a little late to the punch. We didn't see. We did not see. Yeah, I was about to say, we saw a Sledge get right on that flank watch with Haggard doing it. Put EFAC down to 1 HP and got a kill.
Shuriep wasn't messing around in round 1, was he?
The Shuriep differential.
Right onto that angle. Unfortunate there for that to slip by. It doesn't really matter if you lose Doom at that point, as long as you get something in return. And all that Falcons have had in return is a C4. And is that really enough, you know? C4s play a big part on this one side, of course, but it's not like they've got a man count. It's not like they've got a body to really go with as well. So, bit of a strange one. Brede can now start to work on these hatches, though. They still have the pushing power that Solotov provides on the Blitz. One of the slower things for this round is going to be opening up that kitchen corridor and any angles that they want to get inside of kitchen. With Anderson still having a C4 in pocket, it is something that you need to be fairly careful of doing, especially as a Sledge, because you are going to be stood on that floor as it's being opened. It's a lot more risky than doing it with a book or doing it with a ram.
With Anderton playing on the blue side right now, he's not in as easy position to just toss a C4 up. So it seems like there is a distinct possibility he'll be leaving it alive until the late round. And if you look at the utility that Falcons have, they still have, I would say, all the necessities that they need. They have, of course, the Capitao and the Blitz. They also have those X-Kairos to get the hatch open. They still got some nades as well, end up destroying a Yokai in the process. They can still very well make this work, even in the disadvantage. Finding one of those Yokais especially will be quite nice going into this low time execute. But Solotov trying to decide where he should push. Not only might he end up pushing into the Blitz, pushing a player that's sat behind a Kiba barrier right now. Bit of a difficult position for Solotov, especially if he's lacking support. EFAC will find a kill in the interim. As CAG maintain their advantage and this Blitz continues to be alone, Anderton just sprays across his screen, finds one pretty easily, and now EFAC with 5 seconds remaining, a shotgun on the floor. What the hell was that? Quad kill by EFAC, but that'll still be the round as on time CAG close it, but I do not know how EFAC won that fight.
I don't know how he got 4 kills in the round. It's just been absolutely
when did that happen?
Everywhere. It just seemed to come out of nowhere as he's prone peeking the dirt player. A really close round, and it shouldn't have been. It should have been something I think that CAG could have locked out a lot earlier. The push was very disjointed from Falcons. We had Solotov on his own, solo, trying to make something happen on that Blitz. We didn't see the desired impact. You've got a Blitz pushing into a Warden that stood in a smoke cloud. it's a awarded advantage all day long right there. I think Leaky Fat was the player that was just sort of barreling down main stairs. We didn't see much happen from users over toward Blue and Generator either. Those positions really held quite well. Anaton did a fantastic job, and there was clearly plenty of information still kicking around. You can see Shuri still on one of those Yokai drones at the time hit 0, and we know that that's just going to be getting fed across to the team at that moment.
And reaching the point now where, you know, it's been all fun and games up until this point. CAG have been playing quite well, but if they're able to close out a gym bedroom defense, I think the warning bells for Falcons really start ringing. Because this might be CAG's #1 preference map, but at this point, CAG are honestly kind of a very experienced international team, especially Anaton on this roster, who's basically been playing international events since I started casting. They're no slouches at this point, but you are also Falcons, with players like Joom and EFAC. Losing 7-1 to Wildcard's crazy, but that's the first match out the gate. But a map like Clubhouse, you had a close game against the Rebellion. You do not want to be losing it to CAG, especially as this might threaten you going down 0-2 in the Swiss to start. You need to play best of 3s just to stay alive. CAG winning this on Gym Bedroom changes the equation entirely, and suddenly things get very real, very fast.
Yeah, to throw it into context, it's kind of expected to lose downstairs attacking onto Church and Arsenal. That's not too much of a big surprise. It's going to be how these top floor sites are played out that really defines this series. But as you say, Falcons aren't necessarily coming from a position of strength right now. They limped in through stage 1. They had an overtime game against SR to make it through the bracket earlier and to avoid dropping down into that lower bracket inside of play-ins. They've lost this morning. It isn't all sunshine and roses over there on that roster at the minute. Regardless of how formidable they are and have been in the past, we can really only judge them off what's going down recently. And at the moment, we really are hanging in the balance here on Club. There's an opportunity for them here in round number 8 to really show us what they're about. We've got some great tools to do it. They're bringing double hard breach. They're still trying to rock this Capitao and make that work. We didn't see a desired impact, I don't think, from the Capitao really inside of round 1. You've maybe got a bit more chance to work that here, especially with everything getting opened far sooner. And more importantly, we're at the halfway point and they're all still alive.
That, and also, with that utility you have, of course, the Capitao might have impact late, but EFAC in this middle round could be quite impactful. It depends on where he wants to push. Obviously, vertical play might not be as big a focus just because it's a bit difficult to do that in the greater bar area, maybe around Strip. It could be really useful to enable some information and deal with this logistics position, kind of like you saw from CAG, how they use the Monty to push straight through. The Dokbi might be Falcon's solution for that same problem. Shibisu does not care whatsoever about the fire, the fact that he's only on 1 HP now. He'll maintain this position inside of Jim and maybe hope that that can catch the attack off guard. Doesn't have any Kibas to reinforce it, so that's something you got to worry about. Now that he's targeted as well, don't know how much good it will do. Solotov down to 1 HP, but takes down the flanking Valkyrie. Falcons now know they have an advantage going into this take. Shibisu with a quick refrag, clearly paying off, staying in Jim. Massive trade as Arkley able to down 1 defender, 1 attacker inside of logistics, and that makes things dead even. With time to pick up Brede, the players might favor. Oh, EFAC so good with the reaction, but down to a 1v1. Shibisu might have survived this long. EFAC will use the information to keep the Azami at bay, watching her push closer, ready for the pre-fire, but Shibisu cannot overplay his hand, but Brede is ready for it. Back into the fight and into the action, gets the final kill for Falcons.
That's amazing from Brede, by the way. Literally gets picked up. EFAC's got the information on lock, and he hits the pre-fire on quite a narrow angle, peeking around the corner there. A really messy round, but a round where I think Falcons reacted appropriately. CAG were really throwing bodies at that problem. Users did a brilliant job from outside the windows, flaming out. Good utility, a good information exchange, between Leaky Fac and users there. There was a lot of information as to where Chibisu was inside a gym, and the firebolts went in and they hit their mark. It was a lot of baiting, really, from Leaky Fac. He was like, oh, am I going to pick Brede up now? Or, oh, another player's going to come, right? I'm just going to shoot you really quickly. Yep, then I'm going to go and revive Brede again. And so far, it's Brede that picks up that final frag. Leveled up at 4 rounds apiece now. It looks as though Shuri is going to try and replicate some of Joom's success here on this catwalk. He does also have some Jaeger ADSs to play with. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how Falcons deal with this, in contrast to the way that CAG dealt with it. There's, like you said, there's a lot of different ways to make this happen. And weirdly enough, users actually switching off the Capitao, which is always seen as one of the top tier ways, really, of getting rid of those catwalk players.
Well, you have seen the alternative solution, and that They've decided instead of capital bolt, 7 nades should get the job done.
It should get the job done.
I think that might be enough.
Yeah, it's a lot of nades.
It's a lot of nades. Prime number. Not really relevant to the analysis, but.
Well, you're going to have to use some of those nades to burn some of the ADSs. And of course, with the change, well, it's not changed it anymore, it's been in the game for a long time, but those ADSs do come back online after a period of deactivation. So you do have to somewhat link that all up, and it can't just be something that someone burns at the start and then it's gone for the rest of the round. So there is going to need to be a good level of synergy to try and pull that off. That is, of course, dependent on how hard this side gets pushed. We've also just seen Shuri just decide, you know what, I'm getting out of there.
Ooh. Getting in the bedroom, but Shum almost takes him down in the process. I think the call's coming through that they are pushing construction and bedroom side, and Shub's decided, oh, well, I gotta waste time on an exterior position.
But look at this. Everyone from Falcons is going up over on the roof.
Not.
It's just it's a brilliant bait and switch.
I love that, actually. Rita's like, oh, they've rotated over, he's put a Kiva down. I guess that makes it time to open up flat wall. And indeed they will. Exothermic now used. Will Shuri make the marathon back? They have him tracked on a death mark right now, so they actually know that he might not still be in rafters. As you can see, though, Anatom's taken that position. So Jaeger, there's still somebody playing around that area. But they are really focused on hunting down Shuri on this Azami, even rotating back over to Jacuzzi. Literally, it is around the world right now on Clubhouse. But Shibisu, Shuri gaining a lot of attention, but the Aruni just sitting on main stairs, hanging out, vibing, having a good time, and yet they still check it. Getting more information, they are leaving no stone unturned.
Shibi now on the target. You can see there's a lot of action going on there as well, especially under the Lion scan. It's going to be Breedate from that Jacuzzi wall to cut him off. Not able to rotate back down toward Master Bedroom and get himself further in. And look at this HP that's getting chipped away. But Didi in a very aggressive position now.
Just swinging, able to take the fight on the window, but with a nade at his feet, nowhere to run. Anaton's hopped all the way down rafters just to retake up red. But find a direct line of sight on these players who are all funneling around Cash. Instead, looking to take the 1v1 with the player on plat with the 417. It gets the job done even if you don't land the headshot. Falcons, 2 rounds in a row now. And while it was a little bit of a cool start, they've strung together 2 on the offsites, and that's what we were looking for.
Kag have just been put on the rack right there. The medieval rack that stretches you out because they've gone, oh, all right, we'll set up in garage. Oh, no, wait, they're pushing over Jacuzzi side. We better go over there. Everyone runs over there. There's bullets quite literally flying through windows past people's head. And they're like, no, 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 we've got to go over there and start places. Right, no, they've all gone back over to plat side. We need to go back and try and retake out. And they just get caught in the absolute middle. Overreaction after overreaction. And I can only think that's going to be some of the content of this tactical timeout.
Just playing with their food. Like Lucy taking away the football against Charlie Brown. Kag now looking to try and recover. As we need 3 rounds in a row to close this out in regulation. Game's not done just yet. Of course, both these teams being down 0-1. Whoever loses this will find themselves early on in an elimination game. As Falcons have put together 2 convincing efforts on the offsite. If they just do that again, this will be a 7-5 victory for Falcons. They will keep playing the best of ones going into tomorrow. Kag, on the other hand, things are much different, as I just said. They'll be able to go back to Church Arsenal, something I imagine they will also be talking about in this tactical timeout, what they might want to do for those defenses, what they might want to expect, what they might want to change, unless they decide to switch things up. But why would they do that? It's the primary site, they can go back to it.
Well, it looks like there could be some change afoot, doesn't there? A quick look at these highlights and just remind ourselves of some of the dominance. I couldn't believe how aggressively BD was willing to play there, like really putting himself into the fight. But I think the feeling must have been, look, we need to try and drag something back here. We need to, again, alleviate some of this pressure. Kag, even a reattempt of this top floor. I was with you. I thought they were going to be going back down toward that basement side. Not only is it a reattempt of gym and bedroom up here, but they're also going to be bringing in a clash now for this one. So whereas we saw Anaton have a great time on the shields on that attacking side, he's now going to start to bring it out and see what they're able to do on these defenses.
Also adding the Wamai into the mix, so a little bit of projectile denial that Kag can work with that they didn't really have before. I don't know how much impact that'll really have, but just in addition, we want to note, the Clash is going to gain a lot of the attention. Though I have to say, I don't think Falcons will be all that surprised to see Anaton bringing out the Clash. I imagine this is something that, generally speaking, not necessarily for this round, but generally speaking, they might anticipate. But honestly, also, I mean, Julio's seen a thing or two. Being, like, really charitable, I would not put it past him to be like, I bet Anaton pulls out the Clash.
Panic Clash. We sometimes call it the Panic Clash,
also,
don't we?
at round 10, it's the sensible point to do it. You just did the bans.
Yep. It's not going to get removed from you if you all of a sudden have a load of success with it. It was a strange round, though, if we're going to, really sort of dive into round 8 and understand how it played out. Everything really happened inside of Logi. Now, Clash can be great for those sort of areas, especially when they're quite compact and quite constricted. But realistically, you've got to look at it and go, I think that CAG needs to just be avoiding that situation altogether because it was just too unpredictable. It was too based on gunfights. Anaton is going to be trying to hold in and around that Logi and gold area more specifically. So they are going to be looking at that as somewhere that needs to be held. And it did seem like a fairly key linchpin for the Falcons' attack right now. And again, with the drones moving around in that area, you can see Usus and Bride both sort of eyeing up this clash and figuring out a way of how they want to try and deal with it.
They've unfortunately used one of their nades so far. Solotov still has 2. Can make good use of that. Can also make alternatively use of the Candelas, though they might be caught by the magnets. Gotta be careful about that. So Razor Beam goes off. It's been a pretty slow beginning of the round. Lickyfac has worked his way in, but now spotted by the Clash. I was gonna say, it might be sensible to rotate out. Sanditon will relay that information, and you gotta be worried about him calling a gun over. It seems the execute might actually be coming pretty quickly as the Candelas burst. All 4 tossed by Joom. Looking to take a fight in Logi with the shotgun, but still waiting. Maybe just holding flank watch, waiting for someone to rotate as the kill's happening pretty much anywhere but here. Anaton even goes down on the opposite side. EFAC winning that engagement, and it's all done. Within 5 seconds, they throw the Candelas, and we're sitting here thinking Joom's gonna run in with the shotgun. Instead, it's just a bait, and everyone else moves.
Whatever Falcons are doing at the moment, they are doing it together. We talked about it, we joked about it previously in round 9, where they're running from this side of the map to the other, and everyone's committed to it. Everyone is aware of the objective. The comms are very clear. Like there, we've just seen, round number 10, the 3-2-1 happens, the Candelas start to go out, and bam, 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 everybody knows their job, everybody knows their position.
Can't really complain, and especially as you talked about with the with them baiting people running back and forth, just some really smart plays as well. You fully expect it to, when you have the Candelas go in, to be a sprint up main by somebody looking to catch you off guard. Even if it's not the Ying, even if it's a Deimos with a shotgun, you expect some kind of attacker sprinting in with a shotgun. But Falcons trying to play with these underlying, sensible but still like underlying fundamental assumptions that the defense might make, and flipping them on their head and punishing CAG for really just, I think, expecting the standard to occur. Really good stuff from Falcons so far, and I think obviously this could still be a close game, but I think doing a lot to bounce back from that wildcard game earlier. 7-1 and potentially 7-0 is something that I think put a lot of us on notice, but obviously, 6-4, it's not a dominant win, but these attacking rounds have looked very good and very well put together.
Sometimes they need the backup against the wall, don't they? They need to be reminded that,
get hit in the head.
There's no room for any sort of lax. There's no room for an off game. It doesn't take long until you sat there going, hang on a minute, we're in elimination best of 3s right now because we've already lost 2, and we lost 2 on the first day. Like, that's not where you want to be. It's Sunday today. Live stage starts on Friday. There is a long old time until we get there.
There's not a long time until we get there. We'll be there before you know it. Falcons obviously hoping they will be there. CAG also, I imagine, with some dreams that they might be able to reach those heights or at least continue further on into the Swiss. Solotov trying to dash those as quick as possible. 45 seconds in, Anaton down right out of the gate. Striker taking some quick control of Secret, and are they taking down a Roamer, taking him down towards blue? Not entirely sure, but Anaton the first to fall no matter where he was playing. I believe there are at least 3 defenders down below. No, all 4 now down below, so the roam game completely dismantled by the attacking team. And we're in for a boring minute, but one that I imagine Falcons will savor.
I think the Falcons, it's business as usual from this point, isn't it? They've got the map control that they want. It's going to be about setting up a couple of drones. Really nice drone here if we just get the angle.
Love that,
just on the top of that flag there. That's going to give a good little pause onto those main stairs and somewhere that is very unlikely to be checked. Some big aggression coming out here. Jim, look at him go. He's already had 1 pop-off round. Is he about to have another?
Surely he doesn't just move into the site. Surely he doesn't just take the round by full force. He makes that decision, and Shimisu reminds him that the game is still going. Might be a 5v2, but that's 40% of CAG remaining inside of the site. Look at how things have shifted. Diffuser dropped in the middle on AK, Soliton Scanner, and Dokubi Call used. Just for a straight-up 2v2. Round the corner, EFAC finds one. Picks up an nade in the process to throw over towards Arkley in blue. Oh, and he spots the next with that Soliton Scanner. Developer decision years ago to bring Snake into the game, now making this 1v2 borderline impossible for Arkley. Yuzu's with the cross, will find him, and Falcons close the book 7-4 against KAG, sending our favorite, our beloved team from Japan down to the Elimination Chamber.
I really don't think that Yuzus and Leaky Fat could have played that any better. We got another good showcase of just how powerful Snake is as an operator. And of course, you've got Yuzus there, the rock of this Falcons team. And what was it all off the back of? An explosion from Doom.
An explosion that very nearly consumed the whole team. Let's be fair.
It did. We're going to cut to a very short break. We're going to set ourselves up for our next best of one here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Might be a normal 7-4, but you got to give them credit, Ollie. KAG came to play. That first half of that game, they were really quite impressive. Falcons putting it together in the second half. I think Julio at the halfway point telling them just see what they're doing. Feel them out. Play the good ops. A very simple game plan that paid off with the vast majority of the rounds of the second half being won. But honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Looking at these stats, it feels like KAG did better than what's on there.
I think you're right, aren't you? You look down at players like Arcully and Shuri, like 2-9, 4-8, even Anderson, 6-7. It felt like there was a bit more of a contribution there. It was dwarfed over on the side of Falcons by Leaky Facts 12-4. Doom, a player that had some really big moments. I can think of at least 2 occasions where 2 of his double kills were incredibly impactful. He only ended up 7-7. So a real game that was dominated by Leaky Fact, that much is for sure. And Chibisu, of course, on the flip side for CAG, getting his little own contribution in there. But like you say, I felt like they'd done a little bit better than that scoreline indicated. But that's the nature of the game.
That's the nature of the game, but I feel like if you go back and watch that first half, there's a lot of really cool stuff from CAG on those attacks, specifically with how well their positioning was on Jim Betterman's CCTV. I feel like they played a very good game, and I think they can be proud. It's just unfortunate that now they find themselves 0-2 in our elimination game. So while on the other side, Falcons, very boring 1-1. They still have a best of 1 left to play. That isn't really as interesting to talk about. But what is very interesting is Furia versus All Gamers coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well, thankfully for us, we've seen a little bit of Furia today, but both of these teams, just like our previous ones, taking a bit of a loss in the 0-1 section. All Gamers going down 4-7 to Weibo earlier. In Furia, pretty similar scoreline to Twisted Minds, just 1 round differential on a Fortress game we saw earlier, in which Twisted Minds looked excellent, but Furia just looked a bit off.
Yeah, it's very difficult to put our finger on it. We were just looking at some previous sort of Furia games of them playing Fortress to see if we can like sort of decipher and figure anything out, because we've cast a lot of Furia at this stage. We cast them a lot inside of SAL Kickoff, and there are some like glaring differences, but not enough to really understand just why it was so different, why it was so drastically different. I don't know, maybe Twisted Minds are the best team here because they just pulled out a hell of a comeback over on the A stream only a couple of moments ago. Let's have a look at our veto and see just where we're going to be headed. Spoiler alert, it is going to be Fortress, hence our little bit of a dig back into the past to understand just how Furia have played this map previously and why the change, why the sudden need to try and reinvent the wheel.
And it even just comes down to things that it honestly, I kind of want to draw a parallel maybe to just like the Falcons situation against Wildcard earlier. Now, that's a bit more dramatic because Falcons lose 1-7. But these teams are coming in a bit cold. Furia just coming in, not having played for a month. Obviously, they've scrimmed, but not a lot of game day stuff in super recent history. It could just be a matter of it being your first day and maybe the coordination being a little bit off, not feeling as well practiced. Might just be a bad day. Who knows? But we will get a chance to see them try this map once again. And maybe we'll see either a different look at different attacking strategies, and maybe that's the quote-unquote real Furia, though I don't think that's exactly the best term to use in this case. Or we could see them run those same strategies back, because it's unlikely they're going to revamp their whole Fortress unless they've got things prepped. And then we see those attacking strategies really work out, where the synergy is clear, where the idea is clear as well. Who knows? We'll have to see, but both of these teams, similar to the ones we just had, at risk of going down 0-2 to the elimination. I think, of course, got to address it. I think All Gamers coming in here quite a heavy underdog at the moment. Again, losing to Weibo earlier on Lair 7-4. Coming in, a lot of familiar faces. I will say at least some familiar faces to me, but definitely a tall opponent to go up against whenever Herds is in the lobby.
Yeah, there's usually a bit of a rite of passage, isn't there, about, you know, sort of having a bit of a difficult game against a Brazilian or a South American League team, and that just could be where we find ourselves for All Gamers right now. Best team inside of CNL throughout kickoff, so they come in with the highest accolade that they can do from their own region, but how that stacks up when they get into proper international competition, we've just been left a little bit wanting so far. You referenced that game against Weibo. It wasn't an entire stomp, let's not get me wrong, but again, the quality and the difference is just going to be that little bit different again this time, coming up against some of these veteran players.
It is also a bit funny now that you mention it. Obviously, this connection is not as strong now that the Furia roster is almost entirely different, but I remember the first major I worked, Copenhagen, W7M, before they went on to win everything, were in Phase 1, and I think their first game was against, like, North Eption or something, and I was like, oh, I feel so bad. I'm like, I feel so bad for all of you guys. And sometimes you just have to go through that. You got to go against a big team right out the gate, though obviously both these teams have at least one best of one under their belt. We'll see how this new look Furia decide to play on their re-attempt of Fortress. Things, again, weren't all bad earlier. We did have some good successes on the attacking side, but really just felt like things faded off pretty quickly once we got into the deeper rounds on Fortress against Twisted Minds earlier, who definitely had some good performances. I think Guards in particular over on Twisted Minds has really impressed. Also had a really good showing against Weibo earlier, but he's not playing right now. Instead, it is Furia, and there's a very clear heavy favorite by the audience, it would appear. Very confident that Furia will be able to win, not a rematch, but another try on Fortress. See if they can bounce back from earlier, and of course, All Gamers looking for the exact same thing. So have to see if they can do it.
Something a little bit strange for this Furia side is we've spoken about how much experience, how much quality there really is on this roster. You have to scroll a long way down a full list of players in attendance at this major to find them on the list. We often talk about top 10s, top 5s, top 3s. Try 58.
Limited sample size.
Till you get to their first player. All right, limited sample size, but when Spoit's doing really well and he's 20 kills clear of anyone else, we have to reference that, don't we?
But that one is a lot more entertaining to talk about.
Limited sample size.
A lot more entertaining to talk about. Okay,
it's true, but I think this brings into a spotlight just how we've not seen the performance out of this Furia side just yet. Granted, they didn't play inside of play-in, so we're not going to see that depth of games. Somebody like Spoit, guess what? Played inside of play-in, so they've already played more games. They've already had more opportunities to get kills. However, we are expecting players and teams to catch up and catch up pretty quick. Not necessarily in the kills department, but just in general scores like EPS, for example, or entry. There's more opportunity for them to get that. Cost is always a good one as well. You know, so something to keep an eye on, something to bear in mind. Do apologise, unfortunately, we do have a bit of a tech pause just before getting into this one, but I'm sure that we're going to get everything sorted out as soon as possible so that we can get underway with yet another. Oh my goodness, there's a monitor on its side. I think I can't play like that.
And also I've actually heard this before. I think if you're like holding the monitor, that's not good to play on.
No, if someone's trying to hold it still for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or if you're like plugging cables into it, I think it's a sign that you can't, that wouldn't work. You can't play that.
Laura maybe just fancies the portrait view.
That'd be so funny if somebody made pro playing portrait.
I mean, he might just be playing for his reels. You never know. He might just be playing so he doesn't have to do the reel chop. So that you can send it on to all the popular social medias that we've got these days.
That really tickled me. That one was funny. I like that one. Can you imagine? He's like, yeah, I'm trying to see how it looks. Seeing how it looks for the editor.
Just trying to make my editor's job a lot easier.
I want to make sure I'm framing it properly. That's really funny, actually. I thought it was very funny. It's always the good moment when this tech pause happens. We do have some things to talk about. Ban phase has happened. Got double shield ban. Double hard breach to now ban. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a whole lot more interesting after that. Though I will say, that being said, Furia are a team that, while they don't have necessarily one consistent shield player, bringing the shield as a general idea, generally pretty consistent.
Yeah. It's in the top sort of realm of 5 operators that you're going to want to try and ban against them, isn't it? You're going to try and ban both shields. We've already seen today what Volps is capable of when he gets a shield in his hand. It can be a little bit of a problem. And he's not the only one on the side of Furia that is willing to pick up a shield. Something that is available, and as long as it's going to be available, it's going to be spoken about. Loira playing on this Snake. Now, this lineup right here, Lynx, is far much more reminiscent of what we are used to seeing Furia bring when they play a Fortress. When they beat Fluxo W7M on it, I'm going to go the whole way because there's no way they're going to 7th pick this. There's no way they're going to click 7 and pick it up. Yeah, but you click 7. That's why I call it the 7th. So there's no way it's going to change because this is a carbon copy of lineups that were played when they played a team like Fluxo W7M inside of SAL kickoff to even get here in the first place. It's very, very different to the lineups that we saw them bring out this morning against Twisted Minds. I'm coping right now.
But you are in the clear. Not a single swap. Literally
because it's the same lineup.
Listen, for all you know, maybe they just defaulted to it. They're like, and actually, we're going to change our mind.
Who was it that we were listening to just play default?
I don't remember who that was.
I can't remember who that was.
Was it an NAL?
No, it was on this. It was on one of these listenings. It was like, no, just play default.
I don't remember. I actually don't remember. That's funny, though. Was it Eden? Might have been Eden. I can't remember.
I think it was Leaky Fan. I don't know.
I don't know. Either way, will be a similar lineup that we saw from Furia inside of SAL. And that, I will say, unfortunately, or fortunately, kind of for us, actually, means that the pace might be a bit more predictable than it was during that game against Twisted Minds earlier, where by this point, like 10 seconds from now, the round was over. And I think that'd be physically impossible given Furia's positioning and the pace that we have so far in round 1 against all gamers. So, gonna be a slower game, I imagine. Not much is obvious at this point. We will have to deal with some of these roamers eventually, but all gamers as well, quite bunkered in their positions, but also I think in positions where they can retreat pretty quickly. This impact grenade goes out, destroy one Selma charge, and that is about all the action we are going to see for the first minute and a half.
And I don't mind that, because sometimes when the rounds just disappear in front of your eyes, you're sort of left scratching your head and wondering what is going on. The minute we've got Loira just primed and ready, hers is starting to make his way down through Infirmary as well. And there's a little bit of a circle happening right now as they're trying to take a little bit of control over from this east side. Bok, keeping himself out of harm's way. He's going to go for a little bit of a rotate as well. It's really on all gamers at the moment to hold their nerve and to hold their position. And they're doing a good job of it so far, but they have all been really consolidated and really crunched together.
Also, to your point earlier, actually, hold on. Before I start talking about that, as Herds has gone down, Fury might be trying to launch a play for the site, and it seems all gamers are ready for it. And it might be fair, because not only is this the same operator lineup we've seen, Lawyer was also going a backstab on the opposite side, over towards like the museum side of the map. And, well, that's exactly what Furia were running against Flux and W7. And not just the operators, but down to the positioning as well. Moonlight's certainly ready for it. 3 kills, he's predicted every single one. Diaz down for the count, 2. Might be a flawless out the gate. And I think that might be the worst loss Furia have suffered in a round of Fortress today.
Which is saying something, because they played it earlier and they weren't great on it then either. All gamers just holding firm, not overcomplicating it at all. Holding a little bit of ground, retreating back to the site, having those power positions, and then Moonlight comes out of nowhere with 4 kills on the round, unable to be stopped. It's so strange, it's so alien to me to see this Furia team struggle like that, particularly against one player. If everyone loses their gunfight, fine, that happens. But for one player to just run an absolute mockery of the entire lineup and then be unable to deal with it, this is a team that has a lot of synergy just built in by default.
Bomb located by attackers.
And just a lot of star power by default as well. Even if they're not working together, you feel like somebody's got to win that 1v1 eventually, right? Just like playing the odds. Surely we don't get to 3, but we do. And not a single player gets 1 on Furia. 0s across the board going into round 2. Now that's okay. No, Ollie won't like this, but limited sample size. It's only 1, only 3 minutes, and that is not representative of what a team has to offer. That might be the 11th segment of 3 minutes we've seen from Furia today, at least on this map. There's certainly a lot of time to change, as Furia are looking to fall back on old reliable strategies to switch things up against all gamers. Moonlight, 4 kills total in round 1. And Denari this go around might be lurking a little bit more than he did previously, though still has a Kiba to play behind. Azami in spirit, if not in practice. And Furia will probably do what they did just like they did at the beginning of round 1. Opening up some of these doors, these windows, creating pressure that all gamers has to worry about. Ironic that TS not opening that barricade right as the Warden runs across it while he's looking at it. That's okay. These things happen. Because Furia, just for this first minute, are playing it slow. Using the Flores, getting the utility, but also doing, at least in terms of the spirit of this org, the classic Furia strategy. Trying to find gaps, poking at a lot of different entryways.
A common theme between this All Gamers match and the game they played earlier as well.
How has that happened? How has that happened?
Moonlight started off with a 4K in that match as well. It looks like he's showing no signs of slowing down. He's not involved in the action directly this time, but he's still alive and capable of doing so. Yas gets the kill over onto Diaz, and Loira, he might have all the information at his fingertips, but he's not really going to be able to do too much with it, because in the first half of the round, the rest of his teammate have just fallen by the wayside. The only casualty for All Gamers right now is Macy, and while he might find one as an exit frag, Yas is going to be there to pick up the pieces. A brilliant double swing there just to guarantee that final kill.
Now, Ollie, I'm not a Rainbow Six Fortressologist, but that seemed bad as a result. That seemed like that did not go well. And the reason why I say that is not just because it basically was as quick a round as we saw against Twisted Minds earlier, but basically with Furia getting shut down at every point of entry. But it is 2 rounds in a row now in which a series of players who are, again, extremely gifted just cannot win a 1v1 to save their life. I'm not saying it's the only thing going on. I think it's becoming quite clear at this point that playing this spread out against all gamers might not be the winning strategy, as Moonlight didn't get a single kill in that round, and everyone still seemed perfectly capable of winning their duels. But at the same time, the fact that Furia are struggling this much, the fact that they only have 2 kills in 2 rounds, this is not what I thought they'd be struggling with today in what is, now 12 rounds of Fortress?
It's as if the weight of the name is starting to bear heavy on the shoulders, isn't it? Because they are not living up to the expectation that is set by being on this roster. Now, granted, we're aware that it's a new team. You know, it's newly together for kickoff.
New team, but same expectations.
Same expectations, unfortunately, just because of how big the org is and how big some of the names are on this roster. It almost falls into the category of kind of too big to fail. There's an expectation that they are going to attend events. Okay, they're attending an event here, but how much longer will they be in attendance for if these are the rounds that they keep showing us?
And let's not get too ahead of ourselves, to be fair. I think Ali and I also, to be, you know, we casted that Fortress game earlier, and for us this feels like a very natural continuation.
It's like I've never left.
But going down 3-0 to All Gamers, and let's praise them, of course, real quick. I mean, I don't think we have a lot to talk about with All Gamers just because of how just dominant it's been. It's not even really been a question, it's felt like, in these rounds. All Gamers have simply won all their fights, held their positions, not even played super aggressive as well, just kind of holding power positions, playing Fortress kind of how it is meant to be played at this point. And they've done the normal stuff, and they've done it well, to a point where Furia have completely lacked a response and are looking to form one in round 3. Volps breaks the glass and brings the one shield that's not been banned, which, to be fair, is the one he demolished Twisted Minds on in the few rounds that Furia won earlier. So it will be a good tool to have. This Scar and the shield will be a welcome for Volps as Furia are struggling to find anything. Boxera also a nice find with these vertical angles. Good stuff in the first half of the round.
With the amount of space that All Gamers are being given, though, they're not too concerned about this. They can just vacate. They can just get their way out of dodge, get themselves out of harm's way, and retake alternate positions. And that's why you see players like Loira and Herds now just locked into these pixel angles, because they know that this is where they're going to have to start to make a play from. Moonlight, interesting decision to let that go open, but it might net him a kill later on. For the first time we see Fury get the opening pick, Volps takes Railgun down. We start to see Volps just get blocked out of the sight a little bit, but playing on the Blackbeard. Every wall is a door if you're a Blackbeard.
He can make his own entry. That is such a confident play by Moonlight. We have to see if that pays off. Might just be a 4v4, but really impressive. Oh no, ends up taking a fight on the window. Loira much too patient for the Vigil, unfortunately. Solo mid down as well. Yaz and Macy now the only 2 left. Creeping up, 1 spotted. 1 kill of 5 now dealt with, but the Blackbeard is getting in on the operation, but pushed back. Yaz, ooh, tries to make it out, but it is just too difficult. Macy with 1, but not the next. Furia marching on into the bottom floor site. A must-needed round, not only just to get one on the board, but in terms of performance, a good victory.
Third choice bomb site goes the way of Furia on the attack here. There's no debate about it. They had to win that tertiary bomb site. They had to lock it down. We're going to see a full round out of the shields. Yeah, we are.
Makes sense.
It does make sense. A lot of that round was built off the back of Volps and the shield. He was able to gain a heck of a lot of space because of that. And the Warden comes in as the response. My worry isn't necessarily about what we've just seen. I think winning downstairs and waiting, I'm not going to say it's expected, but with the amount of space that was afforded to Furia, they were always going to have a slightly easier time of things. And I think there was some brilliant cut-offs played, particularly by Loira. There was recipe for disaster when Moonlight didn't shoot that Selma. And Loira was cognizant enough of the fact that somebody could be there, or they had the info that they were there.
Also, not to be a little annoying, but All Gamers were also running Vigil and Jaeger. Like, think of the Fortress lineups we saw earlier. You had like minimum 2 trap operators, absolute minimum.
Yeah.
We had a Jaeger, Vigil, and Tachanka on bottom floor. I'm not even saying that lineup is bad. I'm just saying, for what we normally see on Fortress and what was tripping up Furia earlier, we saw basically none of that. So, it's also the fact that I think a lot of the utility that was being brought by All Gamers, Furia just didn't even need to deal with, because what are ADSs and a Vigil going to do against a Blackbeard who's able to acquire a lot of that control? Now maybe Razor Blooms and F-Knots might make that a different situation, make it a bit more difficult for the Blackbeard to acquire control, but at the same time, they didn't play the shield up until that point, just to be clear. I'm not blaming All Gamers, but what I'm saying is the utility they were bringing seemed like it was meant to counter an attack that Furia were just never ended up playing.
Speaking of the Razor Blooms, I can't believe that we've got to this point, and we're only 3 rounds in. We haven't actually seen Thorn played yet.
I can't believe that in the big 2-6, that is a sentence that you just said, and I agree. I'm like, yeah, why didn't they bring the Thorn? How crazy that Operator has come back into just the general public consciousness and viability, just rapidly shot back, going from basically not being played whatsoever a year ago to being a mainstay to the point where, I agree, why not bring those Razor Blooms? They're kind of like the Gurjmats in that if you end up not throwing one or saving a couple in your pocket, you can wait to see where the attack's pushing from and be like, oh, seems like they're pushing from there. I'll just toss a Razor Bloom over that way. Cover a doorway, cover a window, do something that might end up working out. As we saw yesterday as well, throw it at a diffuse plant, and maybe you just win the round off the back of it.
Absolutely. It's cracking utility, isn't it? I love it.
It's really quite nice.
We need more traps.
I don't know about that.
More traps, please.
Can we cut off his mic?
No.
Can we get him out of here?
Everybody loves traps.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
A lot of people like traps.
Who are those people?
There's some people.
I don't know if that's true. At least I'm not one of them. Maybe all gamers loves traps.
Well, evidently not, because they didn't play any trap operator. They played one trap operator in round 3.
Hey, and to be fair, we saw them play a trap operator or like a couple more for like 2 seconds, and then a player crashed.
Yeah, we have actually got some insight, believe it or not.
True.
We have small levels of insight here.
Got some skin customization going on. Is that? I think that's Box Era. Yes, that's Box Era.
Who are they kitting out? It looks like Valkyrie. It is.
It is Valkyrie. That's a good call. He actually does not play Valkyrie in any strat.
They're kitting Cav out now. No.
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 Dude, that'd be a crazy foreshadowing. Can you imagine?
That's cold.
If we see Cav when they go to the defenses, I might lose my mind. That'd be so funny. Getting back into it, as you can see.
Just popped my best Cav skin on, and I'm ready to go.
Just pop my best Cav skin on. This guy's playing smoke all 6 rounds. This guy is in sight. He's not even seeing another person. That'd be so funny. That'd be so funny. Hopefully, I think if objectively, ignoring the everybody loves like trap operators conversation, I would like to see some more on Fortress specifically, but also if we're going to see Furia running that type of play, which, to be fair, all shields have been banned, so I don't think we necessarily will. Because you now are going to have things like, for example, the Ying might come into play, the Grim might come into play, leading into a completely different style of attack where you really bring those disruption operators. The traps are still, like, important. They're not as direct counters, necessarily, though. They're more general counters to the overall team. But that is exactly what all gamers will do, as we have 3 trap operators, and the Vulcan Pack's not a trap operator, but given the damage they can bring and how punishing they can be in low time, I feel like there is a broader underlying methodology for all 5 of these operators.
Yeah, it's still a trap, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a time sink. Any trap can be a time sink as well, because it's something that has to be dealt with, and it'll often force things like a Twitch out. And if you look at what Box switched off of to get the Twitch, he's left the Deimos. Now, you've not really got much of a choice. If you've got traps to get rid of, a shock drone is a perfectly viable means of doing that. You get 2 drones, you can drive them around, you can be a little bit sneaky with it. Yes, you're going to have to take that, because you need to be able to drone pretty much every inch of the map, or at least wherever you're going to be operating in, to try and make sure that you can clear the way for your team and, of course, yourself as you start to move through. First on the board is going to be a Denari trip, and, well, that's just going to stop him from getting in its entirety, calling for the barricade to actually be opened there, just so that he can hop along through and continue to deal with some of these traps.
He'll have a lot to do on his own with just those shock drones. Pretty good operator to bring. Also, the benefit of Snake being in the game, you don't feel as much pressure to bring that Deimos as well, or bring the Deimos Dokkaebi pair. Snake can do so much on his own. Also, DS Lucas, I think, good hands for him to be in. He is often a backline player. Highest rated player on Furia going into the tournament as well, though often is. He was the highest rated player when he was on Team Liquid, where they became Team Liquid Alienware. We'll have to see what he finds. This intel he is poking around with on the extremities. Ying lost out the gate by MC. Not ideal. Volp's also now very low HP. Hit by a Gurjmot, it seems, in the process. Might be a new look for Furia, but it appears to be the same result as the rounds 1 and 2, or the first attempt on attacking command that we saw at the beginning of this game. Furia struggled there to get effectiveness out of their utility, to gain sufficient map control, to gain any kind of map control whatsoever. It is a bit better here. A lot of the same struggles. DS, thinking about this fight with Yaz. We've seen this a few times with DS today on Border, really focusing on this museum position on both attack and defense. They have the players and the angles to pinch him. Even Volp's now coming up the staircase. Smoke canister goes out, and all gamers are playing this about perfectly.
They really are. Volp's is pretty zoned off right now. Can't really tank any more of that Toxic Babe gas. Yaz is just teasing on the corner. Knows that there's a player just on the other side. Can hear the Soliton scanner go off there. Diaz is actually going to pay the price for it. He might have had the read, but he didn't have the reaction time. Volp's down for the count as well. We mentioned he was a little bit low earlier on. Herds should be able to recover not only Volp's, but also the kit, and try and make something work with these 45 seconds.
I mean, he's got 45 seconds and one set of Bs to do it, but kind of similar to the Falcons game, things are starting to get real here now for Furia. I mean, that's another just very pitiful beginning of an attacking round. Herds will find Moonlight. sat up on one of those elevated surfaces. With 20 seconds remaining, they might not be able to stall time, but all gamers might have an advantage when it comes to the information. What do Furia know? What do they don't? And are Volps and Herds some of the best individual players able to get these kills? Bailiff around the corner, it's a lengthy pre-fire, but Herds protects his teammate in the process. All 3 kills with the Ash. Will have to now protect Volps as he goes for this defuse plant, spotting the Ela, but Yaz wins the engagement. He tries to stick it, but the Scorpion gets both. All gamers now up 3-1, and Fury have still only won 4 rounds on Fortress today.
Volps and Herds played that really well, but they got outplayed.
It's a 2v5 they had to recover. There's only so much they can do. The fact that they got there is impressive.
It is. It really is. I loved the little bit of synergy on the yellow ping to know that there was a player just tucked him around the corner. There's some great bait there. But again, it's a round where the opening pick goes the favor of all gamers. MC grabbing that opening pick onto Loira. It's a common theme for the rounds that have been lost and won today, is that the opening pick is very decisive. 3K for Herds, but a 3K for Yas, and that's the one that's more important because that's the one that wins the game, or wins the round at least. Tactical timeout now. Strange time to bring it. It's round 5. We're going into round 5 here. So we're going to have a timeout in only a couple of minutes, well, only a couple of rounds' time.
I mean,
is this because they know that 2 rounds on the attack is the bare minimum?
Well, I think it's that, and also keep in mind how the game against against Twisted Minds, thank you. Slipped my mind for some reason. The game against Twisted Minds went earlier. It's not exactly like their defenses were masterful performances. No. Now, you had guards going crazy on the blitz. That must be acknowledged. I don't know if we'll necessarily have that variable repeat itself. But when Furia went to the defenses earlier, they only got 1 round, and one of the ones they lost was a flawless against Twisted Minds. The other, Twisted Minds only lost 1 player. Guards only got a 3K in one of those rounds on the attacking side. We're not exactly talking about a side that is excellent for Furia, where they can afford to go down on their attacks. You and I theorized that might be the case.
Yeah.
And based on the statistics, going into the Twisted Minds game, that was borne out in the evidence that seemed to be supported by the numbers. Well, the numbers in today's game tell a very different story. And it's that the attacks haven't been great and the defenses haven't been great. And if both sides are bad in a game of Siege, you're going to lose. And the reason why Ollie and I are being particularly doom and gloom is that, keep in mind, this is Furia we're talking about. A team that was able to overtake Team Liquid Alienware in a region that is hyper-competitive and bring out some great performances inside of the South America League. And now, they are getting pretty well beat by all gamers on these defenses who are playing very well, but also very normal. They're not doing anything super special, but they have come to play. They're winning all their fights, Yaz in particular, but yet it's nothing all that crazy.
He's 17-8 on the day.
That's actually just kind of disgusting.
He got 7 kills and 1 death here on Fortress, which is nuts, by the way. But then went 10-7 earlier against Weibo. Now, of course, that was a game that they lost, but we're focused on the here and now, and so far, all gamers have got a chance to really continue to streak a little bit of a lead here. Whatever the timeout was for Furia needs to be effective, and it needs to be effective quickly. As we've said, they've not been far off winning some of these rounds, but it's been far enough. And it has relied on huge individual performance to even get them close. Loira, you're going to start to try and pressure a little bit as we see players retreat in through bathroom and give up control over inside of command.
I like this.
It's good from all gamers. They've got a layered defense right now. Pocket reinforcements that they can use. These are areas of the map now that are going to be further fortified. Oh, you've used the tin open over there? Guess what? We're just going to reinforce this wall, and you're going to have to use a whole new one.
Even still got players who could threaten a retake. The Moonlight now falling back. Depending on how focused Furia are on that right side, you might still face some difficulty with the Denarii threatening a retake in through bathroom, in through the general like atrium side. You got to be careful. You got to be really careful keeping a lid on these defenders, because while they like to play their power positions, you don't know what all gamers might throw at you. They've clearly surprised all of us by coming out with this 3-1 and also just looking genuinely really good. Just thrashing Furia in so many of these defensive victories. Only a minute remaining. Furia right at the site, making good progress. Ooh, Herds just spotting one. tags up MC, but isn't able to do lethal damage as the two Barows continue to freeze Furia out of this round. MC finding a kill on Deloira. Herd's down again. Ollie, I think the most shocking thing about this whole game is it just doesn't even feel like these fights are competitive half the time.
Doesn't feel like they're close, does it? MC 5-2 now, 5-3 as Volps eventually puts an end to him. But these Zoto canisters are really taking any of the pace out of this match.
Volps will make his way in and deal with the player who's been launching that canister all the way at the attack. Shumika's fly over. Will it land at Volps' feet? They're actually cut a bit short. Volps will still pop up, nail Railgun across, but then walks into the smoke and the fire. Diffuser now dropped inside of the site. Utility doing such heavy lifting for all gamers. Furia with the closest they've come to an attacking victory in so long, but Moonlight wins that one, wins both of them. You've got the Scorpion. You are blessed in these past couple rounds, but all gamers have clearly said their blessings because at 4-1 against Furia, I did not have my money on that.
Immediately after a timeout as well, Redux is left scratching his head because what other impact can he have here? We've played the same map as Furia twice today, and it looks like we might be headed to the same result on both occasions. All gamers really standing firm, and an incredibly impressive performance from them there as well. Not only were they able to hold at far, they were able to hold and contest different areas of the map, but then they were able to consolidate, bring themselves back. There was 2 pocket reinforcements that they had for that layered defense. And Furia, instead of rotating and trying catching players as they were digging a little bit further back and going for some more of a backstab, they were happy to just sort of let it happen and still continue for that flat push and give opportunity for all gamers to shine. MC and Yaz with another massive round between them.
Really massive round between them and just a generally good performance from everybody. Railgun might be 1-3, but like he's barely seen anybody over the course of this game. Not making much contact with the opposition. Yaz, Moonlight, and MC have been shouldering that burden very nicely. Even Solomon, 5 assists. I'm not saying that because the assists are super important, but like he's clearly getting into a lot of these engagements and is having some kind of impact. He's seeing a lot of the enemy team.
Absolutely, and even if it's just his utility that's doing the job, you know, whether he's playing on the Goyo or wherever else they are, a lot of you know, sort of Goyo, Tachanka, smoke kind of operators, they're having good impact. So that's where your assists are tend to be coming from. At least it means that that utility is being used effectively. Last chance here then for Furia in regulation attack to try and get something going. Oh, another round, another opening pick. There he is. Railgun getting in and amongst the action. You'd mentioned he'd not seen many people. He didn't need to see too much of Volts to put him out and send him to the cameras here for round 6.
Lucky number 7 person that Railgun has run into over the course of these 6 rounds. On Smoke as well, just taking a peek. He's had enough of getting it with just the utility, with barely having any part of the action. He's taking down the glass as well. An operator that I feel like has been more of a sign of doom than anything this game for the person, or this whole day for the person wielding it. Even in the CAG game, it seems like whoever picked it just barely got any time in the sun. Hard breaching now for Furia, as there's really no chance to trade that back. That opportunity's long gone. Could find some roamers, like maybe MC's kicking about on the Soulless somewhere. Maybe Moonlight is roaming, and MC is, look, finding a drone, being a general nuisance.
I think that's the problem, though. These roamers are loose. There's no accounting for them right now. And Furia are left trying to scramble, trying to pick up some pieces. Ooh. Herds just jumps the gun there, and I think that that's a brilliant example of how tense things are at the moment. Herd's a player we know to have brilliant trigger discipline, just overshooting just a little bit there and giving the game away. MC can now just turn his attention and maybe try and bait out off the back of this phone call. He's at least going to keep the player outside Hammam at bay.
Ooh, and Moonlight, so good. Loira's got the idea. He thinks it's just a 1v1, but clearly didn't anticipate the castle. The team play from all gamers is genuinely excellent. Taking after their namesake, everyone all in on this fight. And how do Furia find a way back into this? Sure, maybe the Bees, maybe Herds can find something. Moonlight's just super shorty DS Lucas out of the round. I don't even know what to say at this point. 35 seconds remaining. They don't have Diffuser. They don't have map control. Bach doesn't even have kills. Furia have nothing but one single round that I barely even remember what occurred. It happened so long ago. Box spots one. Is able to find him, but a quick trade by Yaz, and now Herds all by his lonesome. 15 rounds in. All gamers stun Furia as it is not even close.
we breathe, we stay calm, okay? Like defense is over, it's in the past, okay? Now we focus attack. So just breathe, stay calm for the next 10 seconds.
防守已经过了，我们现在专注于进攻吧。
OK。
现在复习一下。
Breathe, breathe. Alright, guys. Their mental is clearly choked, okay? Like, their mental is gone, okay? So we need to keep the confidence. Us, we need to stay calm. We need to still to keep playing like ourselves.
保持跟刚刚一样的打法。
Yeah. Remember, they play castle. They're most likely to fight. We go for front push, okay, or rushes.
看一下对面刚有选择，如果拿 castle 的话，我们就打那个点边战术 ，OK？
If they play like traps or no castle, then most likely they're gonna layer, so we can do our clears with shields.
Se vocês ficar nessa parada de, tipo, eu tô sentindo que vocês estão, tipo, estressados com o jogo, porque ele é um jogo estressante, mano. E é de boa. Só que, mano, resetou agora, respirou, porque a gente tá no meio do campeonato, mano. A hora que a gente tem pra virar o jogo é agora, mano. Se a gente ficar nessa, se a gente ficar, tipo, nessa linguagem corporal que a gente tá de fracassado, mano, a gente vai continuar tomando surra, mano.
É, mano, vamos virar,
então, mano.
É
sem hora fracassado nessa porra, mano.
Bora.
A gente sabe o que tem que fazer, assuma a responsabilidade, resolve o problema que o round pede, vambora, mano. Round é round, guys. Round é round. Esse cara aqui já virou, mano, final de Invi, mano. Não vai virar contra a porra de Yas, mano. Solo mid, mano. Presta atenção, guys. Clica tab, vê quem que vocês são, o que vocês podem fazer e joga essa porra direito, mano.
Bora, mano.
Bora, guys.
Bora, guys.
Guys, mais tesão no bagulho, mano. Mais tesão, mais energia, mano. Comunica com, mano, com força,
só calma
com
que
energia,
a gente tá
mano.
muito acelerado. Só calma que a gente tava muito acelerado.
Não o suficiente, mano. Na hora que tem que acelerar, mano. Vocês estão, tipo, se pulando na cal, mas as cal tudo bunda mole, mano. Eu quero as cal aceleradas quando tem que acelerar, vocês tomando atitude.
Well, there we have it. A lot of that timeout feeling very directed at one player in particular. Herd seemed to be getting the brunt from Redux there. There was a lot of pointing at the screen. There was even some names being called out from the side of all gamers.
I was gonna say.
I heard Yas, I heard solo mid. I don't understand a lot, but I understood that.
I don't know Portuguese. I got the vibe of that comm when you're looking at Herds and you point and you say Yaz in solo mid. Fury is like, you should not be losing to these guys.
That's what it felt like.
Let's be honest. They shouldn't. Like, no disrespect to all gamers. Let's just ignore the first 6 rounds for a second. This should be 5-1 the other way. Just on paper. It's Furia. Name recognition alone. This should be going to them. Whether that's fair, unfair, whatever it is. But then you have a team with Herds on it, with Volps on it, with some of the best fraggers or support players, lurkers, what have you. Some of the best players in Brazil not currently on FaZe Clan or Team Liquid Alien. These are excellent players. Maybe assembled recently, but great nonetheless. And they're losing to Yaz and Moonlight.
The problem is, Yaz and Moonlight are playing a blinder.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Because once you actually add the context, once you get past the name recognition, all gamers are playing infinitely better. 5 times better in terms of the score count, but also in terms of the quality. Sure, Yaz and Moonlight are having like good individual performances. I think we can agree that everyone on All Gamers is having a very good individual performance in these gunfights, but All Gamers are doing the simple thing that is often so hard to comment, in which they have a very clear idea and they don't really feel like they need to do anything extra. Railgun pushing up that staircase in round 6 honestly kind of shocked me, because that's the most forward-looking,
that was the moment for you,
the most aggressive that we've seen this team the whole time. Everything else has been, we are going to contest control in the first minute, we're going to fall back, and then we're going to play the site. That is about the most boring you can get for Rainbow Six, and they've won 5 out of the 6 rounds off that strategy.
And we spoke about the Furia timeout, but the All Gamers timeout, again, really interesting. Breathe, relax, be calm.
Whole 30
Let's not
seconds
get ahead
just
of
reset
ourselves.
the mental.
There was a lot of resetting. Obviously, there's a bit of translation that has to happen in there as well, so it's kind of nice to use that time to just chill out. And, you know, it can't be too frantic. It's got to be very prescribed. It has to be very direct. And that felt like exactly what it was. They are looking to try and play quickly. They are looking to try and play off the back of these shields. That much we know from the timeout. And just because they're playing quickly doesn't mean that it has to happen from the minute that the round starts. It can often mean just as soon as the push happens, everybody moves in conjunction with one another. We're slowly starting to see that be set up now. Railgun's moved in, he's placed an exothermic, he's got a little bit of line open. MC is going to be looking to try and hold that. And he has got a line to try and cut at least Herds and Loira off from that side of things.
Ooh, very big play by Loira. Herds also getting in. And Great showing right out the gate. Loira in it on Fortress. And it's just Yaz remaining. He was called out in the timeout. Now he's been called up in round 7. 1 versus 4. We'll get 1. Breaking double digits. Now 20 kills on the day. But if Furia on their attacking side felt like they barely even got a foothold in half of those rounds, for this first go by all gamers, the exact same thing can be said. Minute 10 seconds remaining. Use some secondary utility. Can hunt some players down on these drones. But in all likelihood, with the off angles we have seen Furia take, Yaz will not be long for this world. Yeah, I think he's back. 1 tap with the revolver to finish off round 7. Seems like Fury are pretty annoyed at how this game has gone, Ali.
They need to be, though, don't they? Because it's not gone very well. And it annoys me when we then see teams pull out an absolute, I'm not going to say masterclass, but just essentially switch on and start winning gunfights, because that's one of the things that hasn't been happening up until this point. We didn't really get to see too much of All Gamers' intention there, as Solo Mid falling quite early on. He was obviously going to be a big pushing power on that Blackbeard. But Furia, on the whole, just able to sort of sit back and pick away at these angles. I would hate for this just to be a game that is decided by a couple of rounds on the attack or defense. It kind of feels like that's what it may be, though. Furia were good for 1 round on the attack. All gamers need to better that. They need to be good for 2.
Definitely need to be good for 2. Absolutely. Not only in terms of the mathematics, but also based off that performance, based off the expectation they built up. To squander that excellent defensive showing, that would be that'd be unfortunate.
5 seconds left.
Fury would love it. Fury would be the biggest fans of it possible. They're hoping that's exactly what will happen as we move to the next primary site. Ironic, now actually on the side of the map on which all of the action took place in the previous one. Loira looking to continue some of that momentum, takes a quick peek out, but all gamers ready for it. Fire some shots in turn, force the Azami back into the building. Nobody hot on his heels. There is nobody chasing Loira. All alone inside the building right now. So all gamers bringing the Blackbeard again. Didn't work out quite so well last time, but Solo Mid looking at entry from the exact same position. Consider moving in through the old tower, down outside of pool. Now Moonlight creeping down below with a Deathmark tracker as well. This might add a new dimension of things.
It should do, shouldn't it? He's got a great ability to affect from downstairs upwards. And as long as he can set himself up a couple of drones and feel the safety, feel like he's got enough of a net around him to be able to make that play, there's not much stopping him being able to feed information across. MC with a nice nade there. It isn't going to, unfortunately, do too much. It will force players out of position, though, and it's going to allow Moonlight to push up aggressively. But I don't think he knows the wall's open right next to him. Box straight out of there. Loira dealing with the player, dropping old. And oh, it's all falling apart, but a big response here from all gamers this time.
Big response. MC good for 2. Railgun next up. Herd's got to do it all again. 1v3 with the TCSG. I mean, that'll basically send Railgun to the Shadow Realm. Just 1 shot from that. Cade spotted. There he goes. Getting a bit too quick with this, but Herds. You can see the spray happening. You can see MC painted against the back wall. But no, I think it's a 4K from the striker. Puts all gamers up 6-2.
Series point right now for all gamers. I must admit, my heart was in my mouth. I could see that going south.
I could see the 1v3 right in front of me.
Peeking Herds 1 by 1 when he's got the TCSG is not a winning strategy. Fortunately, MC was able to land his shots. The information exchange good as well. They knew exactly where Herds was, but oftentimes that's not even half of the battle. Big round and some good trades. Some big space being found as well. I like the response from Fury. I don't think that they played it too badly. They just got caught in a real big melee.
It was also, it basically was the exact same play from the round 7.
Yeah.
All gamers try to push in the same way. They get countered the same way. Really, if we want to be objective, a lot of heavy lifting by MC. Basically shouldering the weight of that attack.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. 3K on the round for him. It's been a fairly weighty game in terms of multi-kills. Herds has seen his moments in the sun along with Volps. They've got 2 3Ks each. It's been a little bit more spread out, I think, for the side of all gamers. Moonlight, Yas, and MC all having that big contribution. And I guess, you know, it makes sense. 8 kills, 9 kills, and 10 kills, all respectively between those 3. They are doing a lot of the work here in this matchup.
And a team effort against a team like Furia as well. You could also see in another timeline this being some crazy 20-kill game from one guy on All Gamers and then people rushing onto the internet to try and discredit that victory. But you can't really discredit that when you've got 3 people already about to break 10 kills, and Solomon and Railgun are doing perfectly fine for their roles.
Yeah.
This has just objectively been an excellent game from All Gamers. You can't give them any flack for that. 4 chances. 4 chances now to close this out and to send Furia down to the elimination games. We'll need to win a best of 3 just to stay alive inside of Salt Lake City. Solomon taking some controls. This Blackbeard has not been great for All Gamers so far. It's been a bit of a problem. Quickly found on the entry both times, but now he's pushing on the opposite side from the defense rather than directly into 2 different players. He also has a bit more room to breathe rather than pushing down Old Tower and having a wall immediately his back. The map control that All Gamers have established is a bit more spread out. He's got some players that can support him a bit more. I think this will just generally be a better foundation for a broader attacking strategy than the last 2 rounds have been.
There's a bit more room to support them here as well. It's not like when you say dropping down Old Tower and you're just on an island instantly. Yeah. You've got a little bit more of a pre-established network around you at the moment. That being said, we've spoken about it enough to bring it into some bad juju, and Solomon is going to get taken down from above. Some brilliant murder holes here from Herds, as he's got some very select angles he's going to be surgically operating through. It is going to draw attention, especially for players like Moonlight, now knowing that Solomon's been taken out from one of these angs. Doesn't want to get caught out by one himself. He will navigate it successfully, although still gets caught out there through the window as well. So Herd's really having the protractor out for this one. He's probably going to find another. Oh, just slips the net. The casing on the hollow.
No.
I mean, I still fancy him to get one because he's got a lot of players operating underneath him. All gamers really need to have gone for the let's clear above us sort of play here because this is far too much information for one player to have.
You can see any strategy All Gamers had, I think, has fallen by the wayside. Moonlight tiptoeing up to this Aruni gate. Railgun, this guy's in the sight. Blinded by a Candela. Flashbang deep, trying not to blind himself in the process. Face checking these angles. This is going to be a very shoddy round by All Gamers, but all they need is 5 kills, and that might be enough to keep Fury out of the game. Yaz now down, so 2 low HP players remaining as it is only MC left to do the work. Flawless for Furia. And now that we have a greater sample size, I think we got to be fair. These All Gamers attacks need a little more time in the oven.
They do. They just need a little bit more time to work through, don't they? We didn't see any good problem solving there. So Hertz get away with a kill on the vert. No one really dealt with the vert. Everyone just sort of danced underneath it and took their chances.
And the only reason that second guy didn't die is because the holographic site blocked him.
Well, Hertz probably plays some weird ratio like 4-3 or 3-2.
That's true,
or he's very unlikely to play 16-9. And that even exacerbates the problem even further in some cases. Obviously, what we see and what the players see isn't always exactly the same just due to that ratio change. It's sometimes something that slips the net. But yeah, it is one of the main reasons why they stayed alive. But I would have liked to have seen a reaction. You know, oh, this has happened. Let's do something about it. We didn't.
I think it says a lot that they didn't ban the Blackbeard.
They're not bothered.
They were like, Solomon's played it 3 rounds. They're like, we're going to ban the Yang.
I still don't believe it, though. I think you got to respect All Gamers. The 1 round away.
No, I am respecting them. But I think we also have to be fair. Let's look at these attacks that we've seen. First one, all bottlenecked in Old Tower.
Yeah.
They all died.
Yeah.
It's basically like a flawless round, it feels like.
Yeah.
Second round.
Yeah.
They're all bottlenecked in Old Tower, but MC gets big, gets some key kills, and they're actually able to convert a round after that.
Yep.
Third round.
10 seconds to insertion.
What? They...
Not a lot happened.
They took control that wasn't
bad
being
round.
contested.
Bad round. Third choice bomb site, bad round. The opening pick has happened every single time for Furia on these defenses. However, what I will say, every round that Furia have won has required a multi-kill. It's required somebody going big. The same can't exactly be said for All Gamers. There are a couple of rounds thrown into this game where somebody hasn't had to get a multi-kill to win the round. Now, yeah, there's some that are. I'll hold my hands up to that one. But I think objectively, All Gamers have a very good chance here at closing things out. Bok, caught out on those mainstays. Already had a Flores drone come down to his feet. All we need to see is All Gamers gather a little bit more information and start to make this happen. They already know where at least one of these players are, and they've got the Deimos to try and do a little bit of the rest. Another Rotero drone going to get sent up. They are desperately trying to flush this player out right now.
Ooh! Using it for the bait as well. Moonlight coming off the back of it. That timing is perfect by the Deimos. Deals with Boxera. I'm going to be honest, I saw that second Rotero drone hit the floor, and I'm like, what are we doing, guys? But my doubts were quelled immediately. Big play by All Gamers. First time they get the opening pick this half within the first minute as well. An important staircase now controlled by the attacking team. Still need to see, I think, a lot of questions around the shield. What is this Blackbeard going to do? How effective it can be? But with an advantage, with the shield alive, this is the best All Gamers have looked this entire half.
They have hit a little bit of a stall here as we approach the halfway point. We've not seen too much happen. Moonlight has been holding on to the same angle for a long time now. Gathers the information, but we need to see this death mark used. He has to try and root out another one of these players. He's got both the Thorn and Cade available to be tracked. Isn't going to go for it.
Didn't end up spotting the Sentry either, so actually can't track Volts as he retreats. Ooh. Spot him on another drone now. Moonlight still got 3. You got to be careful. Saving this utility is great, but using it to find some kind of impact, especially as right now, All Gamers super concentrated on the north side.
They're so worried about a flank that is just not going to happen. Furia don't need to move right now. They're not being given sufficient reason. We've not seen anything happen with this Blackbeard, and now Moonlight just throws his life away.
He walks in, no Deathmark tracker even used, blinded by his team's own flashbang. All Gamers maintain the advantage though, but Diaz slipping through the graph. Yaz shuts it down. Herds might be quick with the trade, but it's still All Gamers in the lead. Nade goes deep. That'll force the K to the tub. Back to the wall. Trying his best to survive inside a bathroom as All Gamers have forced them out of the site and forced them into the post. Solo mid, finally, once he gets impact on the shield, will sit, waiting behind the boxes, waiting for Loira to peek, swings around, shuts him down, and again Herds can't do it. All Gamers but 5 happy with that result as we have a knockout upset on Fortress.
It doesn't matter how you win the rounds, it just matters that you get them over the line. We were kind of critical of some of the plays that were happening, even in that very last round, but it was enough. Furia mudded here on Fortress for the second time today, and All Gamers coming away with a win. We'll be back right after this.
I hope you guys at home have more words than I'm going to have right now because I am still railing from that All Gamers victory on Fortress. Furia, double 7-3 losses on that map, first off. But second, All Gamers, I mean, I've not that been excited for a team just to go 1-1 in the Swiss stage in a while, but probably the craziest upset we've seen.
Stories right now. Yas, MC, Moonlight, you take your pick. All of those three players had huge impact throughout the course of this game. Solo Mid and Railgun, they just weren't left with anything really to do. And somehow Solo Mid still gets an 80% cost.
That's just ridiculous. Like, this guy's having so much impact, and I was giving him a lot of flack on the Blackbeard too, and he's still having impact in 80% of the rounds. Got to give him credit for that. Almost the highest cost in the game, only because, well, Yaz and MC were still doing so much of the work, as you said. But on the side of Furia, Herds showed up, but it was the struggle bus across the board for Furia, I think. I mean, even Herds obviously doing great, 9 and 7, 60% cost, but that is a team loss for Furia right there. And only 6 rounds on the day, now 0-2 in our elimination bracket. It is rough, is putting it mildly.
It really is. I mean, they couldn't buy a kill in some rounds.
No.
And it was so frustrating because we know Furia to be a capable team. We've seen them play Fortress. If you play a map twice in one day, there better be a good reason for it.
You would think.
We've seen a couple of teams play the same map twice today. It makes sense. You've got to prep one map instead of worrying about what else you're going to do.
And at the same time, as we talked about, they were playing differently in that first game against Twisted Minds. We're like, okay, look at these attacks. They're back to their normal strategies against Fluxo W7M. It's going to be good. It wasn't. It wasn't good, was it? No. No, it wasn't, unfortunately. We do have the bracket coming up, though. It's on the A stream, which is also wrapped up. Wildcard with a clean 7-2 over Los. Absolute stunner today. 14-3 record for Wildcard, I believe, going into the 2-0 stage. And that is our bracket. As you can see, just a lot of, a lot of movement that we're going to be seeing in these next couple days, as that is at least not completely done with the best of ones, but most of them done, Nolly. And that means we're back in that stage, unfortunately. Tomorrow, we got to promote some teams.
We do.
And also have to send some home.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of Swiss, right? You know, we've got to get through these games, and we have to decide who is going to be advancing through to the live stage next weekend.
What? That's all for us. Ollie and I done. We'll see you back tomorrow for the Salt Lake City Major. Please, please tune in, because if you thought that was exciting, we got a whole lot more when we get to the best of threes tomorrow. See you then. or yellow instead of the breach. Because that's just such a comically unwinnable position.
Oh, horrible.
That you're just like, all right, there's just,
15 seconds left.
trying this would even be embarrassing.
Yeah, it was one of those where everything was obviously trying to happen around it. If you think about the position of the diffuser, it's cold inside a CEO, so there was an attempt at hopping in and making something happen, and admirably so. We were kind of worried that Wildcard were going to go for exactly the same thing where everything just happened through yellow, and it didn't. It happened a little bit elsewhere. Yeah, the first kill was through yellow, and it was nice and funny, but aside from that, they did attempt something different.
What that was?
Didn't work.
Did not work. Unclear. And we won't see it again. We might see it sometime later in the tournament, but at least right now, Wildcard will be back on the defense. FaZe will be back on the attack. Both teams with one more chance, but for FaZe, it is just 1 round, still 1 round, separating them from a very routine appearance on the main stage, but one in which they still need to secure. It is not a given until you are there, until the victory screen comes up, and you're going over to shake hands with the opponent. For Wildcard, conversely, they're just trying to push it to map 3. We've got Fortress coming up. Ollie and I's 85th Fortress this whole tournament, but honestly, the one we'll probably be most excited for if Wildcard are able to win this one, close it out 8-7. Basement, the very site that pushed Wildcard into OT, which they were saving their full defensive half. It'll be their last shot to push us to Fortress.
Basement, not been the most popular site today on Consulate by any stretch. An interesting last stand.
10 seconds
Look at the
remaining.
lineup that they've got, though. They're really trying to dig in. I kind of worry because this lineup's very different to what we've seen work so far. We've seen a lot of flexibility, a lot of moving around, not really like sort of chaining yourself to one spot. They bring a Clash, an Echo, and a Mirror. That's like the most chained utility we've got.
And then the other two, Smoke and Mute, famous roamers, famously flexible players.
Famously slippy maybe, but not famous for really stretching their legs, let's say. I mean, Baby Shark, his position right now, he is out there.
He is out there, and I think he's been found. Cyber pistol in hand, not the shotgun this time. How is Baby Shark going to get out of this one? You might hear it, C4 out, Cyber in front! Can't land the shot! Baby Shark, not even a Hail Mary play. That was all but guaranteed. Now the Ram looking to be the next 1v1. Instead, it's Handy on a long angle on the rappel to get him. But Baby Shark already making that roam worth it.
Not too much of a loss from the side of FaZe. They have lost Cyber, of course, but they still have Soft Breach as a redundancy factor. You've got the Ram, so you've got those boogie drones that you're going to be able to make a lot of that Soft Breach happen with. It so happens you lose Cyber. Cyber has been subpar, I think it's fair to say, over the course of Consulate so far. It's not going to be the biggest loss. Baby Shark on the flip side, a real big contender for Wildcard, so always a good one to get rid of. Interesting to see the Rams being used to try and clear out the backside of this basement as well. No focus over toward Piano and that sort of side yet. Really trying to make sure that servers is going to be clear, and that could be an indication as to where this push is coming from.
This is also an indication that FaZe are going to take their time with this. If we're doing vertical control or vertical angles over server, they want to clear every single inch of this map. Rightly so. We've got Bay. I joked about the Smoke not being the most flexible player, but if Bay is holding that shotgun, he likes to play these aggressive positions. Yellow stairs, we've seen him a lot. But now in server, only issue, he's a bit cut off from the rest of the defense. These two SES operators might need to play their lives far away from the site, far away from any kind of help, but it's bought Wildcard 2 minutes and 5 seconds, and Bay might still have some funds left to spend. Taking some shots against Souls around the corner. He's playing this well, playing his life. Information on one, lands the headshot on Souls, and still waiting. Another player around the corner, can't land the flick on the shotgun, but 2 minutes, 20 seconds, I'd make that deal.
It's a really good deal. You've got some incredible value out of both of those SAS operators now, and now you can lean into some of the strengths that you brought a little bit earlier on. You've got Hot and Cold on the Clash. You've got Kansan with those Yokai drones, able to rotate those around and move them. And the biggest problem that FaZe have got right now, they haven't got the extra man to send round to that front side, and it's going to leave them a little bit light.
But now they have an extra man. Advantage found. KDS cutting not only Hot and Cold, but the Clash as well. C4 can't land the kill. Handy instead gets it. And it's the young IGL in the 1v3. Has information on one of the planters, but he doesn't know the stakes. He doesn't know where he is. KDS keeps it cold, and Wildcard, a great attempt. but it's the inevitable. It's what we all knew. It's FaZe, your second team to make the main stage.
An 8-7 there on Consulate. A heartbreaker for Wildcard. They put in an incredible performance, fought tooth and nail, and hung with some of the best in the world on a very difficult map. And it all comes down to the last round. And FaZe again do what we know them to be fantastic and very consistent at doing, and that's closing out series.
They literally get paid to do one thing. And for 3 years, they have done basically one thing. A team who, in terms of majors and SIs, their worst result is top 8. Nothing else you should expect at this point. They will make the main stage 3-0. And wildcard, we're still all good. They're 2-1 right now. They'll have a promotion best of 3 tomorrow. And given this team's international success in the past year, Ollie, I have a feeling even with a sub, they're going to put up a good fight and a good argument to make it there too.
Wildcard have given a good account of themselves, and I don't think that whoever they're going to play tomorrow is going to look at them and go, oh, it's only Wildcard. That's going to mean something, that game against FaZe. They showed a hell of a lot of heart.
Hell of a lot of heart on Consulate, but still a lot more Siege, but not for today. We'll be back right after this to give a recap and to lay the land for tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
FaZe take down Wildcard in what felt like it could have been a main stage preview. I'm here with Vidiking after the win. As Wildcard started to make that comeback happen, did you guys change your playstyle in any way to adjust to what we saw from them?
Cara, então, a gente não mudou muito o nosso playstyle, não. Eu acredito que a gente manteve as mesmas coisas que a gente estava fazendo, só que a gente estava tendo uma certa afobação em alguns sound de ataque que fez a gente prejudicar. Calma, tô nervoso aqui, cara. A gente não mudou nossos ataques, a gente continuou fazendo a mesma coisa, só que da maneira correta. Eu acho que a gente estava um pouco nervoso assim para finalizar a partida, talvez em alguns momentos. Isso fez com que eles conseguissem buscar a partida, mas a gente é um time muito resiliente, a gente já venceu muita coisa junto e basicamente é isso.
So they didn't change their play style too much. They were like making some small mistakes because they wanted to end the game right now. I think they took it slow and were able to finish the game. They've been together for so long. They've been in this situation before, so they managed to pull it out.
Well, as he said, you've been together for so long. Does this feel like the team that is in invite-winning, major-winning form?
Vocês estão achando que agora a forma que vocês estão é de campeão de Major?
Então, a gente ainda tem dois confrontos, né, para conseguir chegar na grande final. Com essa line aqui a gente ainda não venceu nenhuma final de Major, mas a gente está trabalhando duro aí para dar tudo certo e a gente conseguir levar mais um título aí.
So they've been together for a while. They won a side, but they still haven't won a major. So they're still keeping focus. They still have 2 more games to go, but they are confident they can do it.
Amazing. Thank you both. FaZe looking good, but I don't know. I kind of want to see this rematch on the main stage in just a few days.
I'd certainly be happy. Going into this game, one thing we talked about, every single time that FaZe and Wildcard have met in international tournaments, at least in the past couple, has been on the main stage, or at least in the bracket stage, and it's usually been a very close game. Maybe we'll see it, but at least for now, it is FaZe to make it to main stage, Ollie.
It is, and you can see that Viking there is obviously, you know, a little bit of emotions running through at the end of that one. You know, they were trying to close it out quickly. They were making some mistakes. They realized they had to slow things down a little bit. I think they're just going through the motions, aren't they? One of the annoying things about FaZe is that whichever outcome they decide, they can tend to control it a lot, and it's just like we kind of decided to win, or we're trying to close it out too quickly, and we needed to just make some adjustments, but they're just so good at making those adjustments on the fly. fly, and it's one of the reasons we credit him time and time again.
And really one of the only teams that can just decide literally within a match that we have now decided to win the game, and we will be winning the
Enough
game.
is enough.
Took all 15 rounds on Consulate, though, but they did get the job done, and they will make one of, I don't even know the number off the top of my head, but basically a main stage appearance at every major. But as King pointed out, 2-time world champs, 0x major champs. It's a small difference, but clearly one important to FaZe. But that is our last best of 3 of the day. We still want to give a bit of a recap as going into tomorrow, it is only best of 3s. Ollie, don't have the seeding done yet, but only best of 3s. That's enough of a thing to talk about on its own.
It really is. That's the single stage done. The best of ones, they are now no longer. We are either qualifying teams or we're sending them home. It is that simple. For anyone that missed out on some of the games that were going on today, there was a very close game between G2 and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are the first team to qualify, FaZe of course being the second, but only in the fact that one game came before the other. But the important distinction to make there is that both Twisted Minds and Wildcard of course will now drop down into the 1 bracket. So they have won 2 games and lost 1, and henceforth we will be looking to see who they're going to be playing moving forward.
And of course on the flip side, CAG and Furia both going out. Furia, really disappointing run from them, expecting a lot from really a star-studded roster inside of Brazil. First place team in Brazil as well. Unfortunate not seeing the win come through, and of course CAG an early exit, but it makes them for exciting lineups for tomorrow, exciting matchups potentially for tomorrow, and frankly, Ollie, I am just excited to get there because whatever we end up seeing, I know for a fact it's going to be good, because if you thought today was real, tomorrow the stakes get even higher. We'll promote more teams, we'll send more teams home, and we hope to see you there. We'll see you then.
We've seen him behind generator time after time. P9 tries to work his way in from oil pit. He knows that shxt's somewhere, but not tight, does he? Yes, he does. Brilliant kill. Trix manages to get two. Doki and Alamo. Benja's there to fight back. Stompin taken out, and it's all up to Benji. You picked up on him at the beginning of the game. Is he going to be able to close out a huge clutch? 1v4 it would be. 1v3 he stands at the moment. Just misses his opportunity on the blitz. Ring around the roses. Guards finds a kill. And that's going to be a first and very good attack from Twisted Minds.
They're going to try and force their way forward that little bit quicker. Guards going to the window. Trick still sat in the doorway. They're just going for it, Tim. Hell for leather. They want to fight this one. He's down to almost no HP, but Guards still finds a kill. Alamau finally rejoins the action, but it's too little too late. Trix carries on that dominance of round one, and Twisted Minds get the second.
It's like the negative information. So there's 3 inside, so there's 2 offside, and they know exactly where those 2 are likely to be. Shaco manages to pick up a shot. Shaco finds another with a headshot onto July.
Muted. Of course. Of course. Screen capture. Alright, let's see if we could hear anything. Oh shit. Fucking let it. FaZe Clan and Shopify Rebellion is crazy.
One of those Zoda canisters, but didn't get to use it off in time, so this angle gets open. He will just swing it for the fight. Spoit's on the other side of things. You don't like those odds.
Yeah, I'm frankly quite amazed Spoit was able to win that duel. Cyber finds a second kill, shutting down Ambi. So Ambi with 2 kills on the team, doing a lot of heavy lifting. Spoit and Rexin will need to find the remainder. As FaZe can just sit back and wait for the final 45 seconds here. A single bullet will kill Spoit. 1 to 2 bullets, depending on the gun, will take care of Rexin. There goes Spoit. Rexin almost follows, but through the wall, KDS is punished. Cyber on full HP. A standoff ensues with 30 seconds left. Rexin tries to draw him out, does not have the defuse kit, will need to retrieve it. Cyber playing the patience game, just waiting out oh so well. Defuse kit going down. Cyber is not taking the bait. He's a little too clever here. The most major appearances of any player at this event. Experience that you simply cannot teach. And he gets the kill. Goodbye, Rexin. Not much to get, admittedly. And FaZe Clan win the 1v1 to take round number 1.
Play with his food a bit, be a bit of a distraction. These roamers have not given up the space, although they could at any moment with the hatches that they have open. Soul's excited to get active still. Here comes the second logic bomb that you talked about, Parker, and the flashes come for Souls.
Logic bombs going off, noise being given away. In this position, KDS dies, Souls firing away. They snap their fingers. Ambi finds a 2-piece yet again. Surf finds a 2-piece of his own. It's all up to Cyber to clutch this one, or it's a flawless round for Shopify Rebellion. Cyber will hit the deck, allowing this Rebellion team to come on in, but Ambi will get his third, and SR tie things up. They need some confidence-inspiring rounds to start. Those will be the concerns for Canadian. He will not attempt to jostle that defuse kit. Now he'll go to fighting against KDS, losing the duel. Souls on the board. This is quite the holdout from FaZe Clan. They now stare down Ambi and Surf and will get the final 2 kills to regain the lead. Okay, don't worry, this is Layer. You don't need a PhD to know that. A swing on over, down goes Ambi at the hands of KDS, but Rexin will tie that one right back up and now attempt the defuse kit. As the suite of Spoit watches overhead, Rexin should be able to survive this. He will likely get down right after, but he still lives through the defuse kit. That was a calculated decision. Spoit will now need to win a 1v2 or FaZe Clan goes up by yet another round. They're both stacked up on the side of FaZe in the same area. Spoit has a powerful position to play. He gets smoked off. Sees the gas canister go, sees Vidiking cross. Great coordination from FaZe. KDS the kill. Plenty of time for the counter disable. They've let Cyber still exist upstairs. He could potentially stab them in the back. Rexin, the uninterested target in Cyber's location. Canadian will search for his very first kill. High likelihood he emerges from this first half without one. And that's exactly what will happen. FaZe Clan takes the first half 4-2. Handy the final kill.
To be aggressive with this utility, Spoit can make a bit of a bunker, but it needs to be more than that.
And he's trying his best, but those bullets will bounce off of the Blackbeard shield, as will the fire from the Shumika launcher. He's found an opportunity to go for a flank, and Spoit will gun down KDS. Canadian now repositioning as Handy gets the defuse kit to the halfway point, punished by Souls. Spoit will have to clutch. He's got these players on the run, but they will now scramble in the post plant. Spoit knows there's one on the stairs. He'll head in that direction up against Cyber. He outduels Cyber with the Deagle out. 2 more targets to find. 30 seconds left in the round. A reset here, both mentally and literally, for Spoit. It's a long-range duel now. Bullets tossed in his direction. Handy will have the cross and get the kill. 5-2 the scoreline for FaZe. KDS will likely stay on the middle floor. Handy and Vidiking will be involved in the execute. Vidiking might actually jostle the defuse kit because Rexin holds 2 gas canisters. Vidiking was getting closer to the site. He gets taken down by Spoit. 2 kills away from double digits. Jesse, you said his name. He's amassed 3 so far. Sorry, make that 4. How about a 5th here? It would be a quad kill for Spoit. Still playing off this deployable shield. KDS the target to be found. Does the Swede have it in him? Not yet, he doesn't. Flashed out, still blinded, turning around. It's allowed the Ram to reposition. Spoit will not want that. Why bother? You have 15 seconds left. Finds some salvation in the bomb site. KDS is going to be going in flying blind. They know his position. Hug your angles, get your kills, and Ambi credited with the final frag, not Spoit, so double digits will have to wait.
I mean, they kind of have to a little bit. This is going to be awkward to get into the site. They won't have a breach into the mask wall, so they've got to just walk straight through this doorway, and all eyes from SR will be trained on this door.
Getting more intel as Handy sees pretty much everybody on the side of Rebellion. Nitro Cell's already been used by Spoit, so he is just a gun down below the master office desk, watching that reinforced panel. They've got a good line of sight on him. Handy's waiting for him to pop up. Down below, Spoit taking care of good coordination, but look at the clock, Jesse. 20 seconds to go. Handy has defused kit and he's still scouting for intel. This is going to be a brawl inside of the site. On the ground, Handy attempting to get closer. He's down. That's defused kit surrendered too. All Rebellion needs to do is hang on, and they will find all these kills. Surf gets 2, tie game. We will go all the way in regulation.
To take this space and create the opportunity to get some kills for his teammates. He's got this nade in deep now, but Ambi stays alive and hits the shot. Massive kill on a Cyber.
And Vidaking will drop the shield. It gives Ambi an opportunity to go after him. Logic Bomb sent out in response. The best player on FaZe Clan is in the ground. Nade will go. Excellent coordination from FaZe Clan to take care of Ambi. But still 4 more players remain on Rebellion, and he's killed a lot of time in the process.
That's the problem. This roam game is still very strong from SR. They've got full top floor control. One guy in sight as well. It's Spoit. Watch out, though. Being held by a close angle from Handy, and the flashbang might make this difficult.
Spoit almost getting away, just misjudging the explosion of that flashbang. And FaZe Clan will actually have a big sigh of relief go through this team as KDS shreds Rexon, Surf, and Souls takes Canadian. It was quite the comeback for SR, but what do we say about FaZe always? There always comes a point where they kind of snap their fingers and they're like, all right, we're done losing. And that's it. And it's so hard to quantify. They take care of Surf. Stuff like this. How do you predict that? Cyber on 13 kills, 14 kills, as Canadian dies shortly thereafter. This might be curtains on the Rebellion.
You can't teach that, Parker. 11 majors worth of experience and still finding new ways, finding gaps, finding ways to the site, hungry for more as the retreat comes back from Shopify Rebellion. They know they need to get the site because Cyber has control.
So
a couple of barely missed shots, but this could be so bad for SR with this control.
Cyber was sitting at 11 kills for so long now, he's making his voice heard. Vidaking with the defuse kit successfully completed. All 5 players of FaZe Clan still going. Spoit down for the count. Oh god, Jesse, I said they need a flawless round. I fear I might have cast or cursed them. Ambi will need 1 kill. No, it is a flawless round. FaZe Clan decide that the game is over, and that's just how she goes. 7-5 for the defending world champions. FaZe end the day 2-0.
The fuck? How did it end? Oh, because there are highlights. Stupid. Stupid. Yo.
Mine's 7-3, and then that didn't really happen, unfortunately.
Nade got sucked up by an ADS. Furia's map pick, and again, I mean, I would assume he'll keep that.
And dining. We'll see what not playing it safe look.
Now safe for Falcons to take. They haven't actually gone up and got
also the site that we're going into now that we're going on the downstairs. We see shields being brought along for this site so often. But Stompin has to do something, but no! Trixed shuts down the king.
Top red and can look to start aggressing down toward
wild card. And not really a whole lot FaZe can do to specifically counter that, but there are some things they can try.
Power on
the shield. Yeah, Mel,
Damn,
throw down, of course. We're used to seeing these two teams go up against each other. We saw it in kickoff, but we're going to see it best.
The other side, I'm due a leaky fat crash out. I want to see what he's got to say. After that 7-1 yesterday, there was a very, very stern team talk outside to get things corrected. And sure enough, they came back, they won the second, and things were looking much better. Now, I said to you earlier on, most teams have a bad day at a tournament. And it felt like yesterday especially probably was that day that Falcons would look at and say, We shouldn't be losing 7-1 like that. That is not us. That is not a team that has finished second in 4 separate competitions. They need to shape up, and you've got to show what you can do now. However, let's see what Enterprise can do to disrupt that dream the Falcons have of finally lifting a trophy. We're starting things off down in the basement, Tim.
Yeah, interesting choice. We'd normally see top floor to kick things off, but this site is often just as good. We will keep a close eye on the roam game. That's going to be the important thing when you're down in basement. How far can you stretch those attackers? I'd love to see a top floor presence right the way through the map. Give Falcons a lot to think about. However, that's going to be a very difficult thing to maintain. So it's definitely something to watch Enterprise for, because straight away I'm looking at Joom. He's on Solid Snake. Joom on Solid Snake is a terrifying prospect. If he's going to be moving through, looking to clear at speed, you better be ready for those engagements, and you better have warmed up this morning.
It's again this combination that we've seen a lot of teams running, where you have the Dockerby on side, you have the Solid Snake, you have the Blitz, because the Blitz is there to capitalise on the information given by Snake and by the DKB. Admittedly more by the DKB, because Snake can be a very, very independent operator. We've seen a lot of players and a lot of teams making use of Snake entirely by himself and being able to sniff out 2 or 3 parts of the map all at once. There's some really good spots on certain maps where you can get a scan across the majority of the floor that you're on. And of course, if you see 2 or 3 players and can call out where they are, that's dream stuff. Information that a team can use to then make formulate a plan off of and act.
Falcons were aware of Jigsaw's presence inside the storage there. We saw the Soliton radar being used by Joom, and he just got that little red alert to say somebody's in this area, so he will have known that it was storage. Now going up to the top floor, he's going to use it again. This time he's going to use that advanced scan, but how about this? Bappen, elsewhere in the map, picks up Leaker back, and that's your hard breach. That's the Hibana gone. They have now got no hard breaching options remaining.
Joom has to win this. The fact they've had a Snake going and know that there's a player here, the fact they've had a Dockerby call come out as well, they really had to get something off those 2 engagements, but I'll also give it to Bappen, Tim. You got a Dockerby call on, you know there's a player coming after you, usually turning tail and running, but he turned around for the fight. A 3rd one comes on through. Enterprise, quite frankly, are battering Falcons in round 1.
Well, Des, you asked whether Enterprise have maybe come tonight Haven Labs with a plan.
And, even Cairo's getting involved now, I love it.
I would suggest that maybe there was a plan in place. Breeder, he's just going to be having a look. He'll take out his default cam. Will he take out the man? Just a little step back. He sees him. Can he find the headshot? No! He's going to be getting chased around sight. Damage will be done. Smashes the mirror, but surely a matter of time. Sprays through the softball. Can't find his man. And it felt a little bit like Falcon's overall performance there. Just half a second behind. And couldn't manage to punish Enterprise. Sees his man, but can't find the kill. Jigsaw picks him up, and that was, I would call it, a convincing first round from Enterprise.
Convincing? It was a slaughter, Tim. I think, as I just said, it was a team ace in chat. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure every player's got involved at some point in that round. And sure enough, every player on the side of Enterprise won their one. That is excellent. And a very good start, a good confidence builder for them. Falcons, I'll look at that and scratch my head, because I was speaking about the Snake and the Dockerby and the Blitz combo. Excellent for clearing your way through the map, isolating players, forming a 2 or a 3v1 and punishing roamers. And even when they try and make plays off that information, they're still losing. You bring things to try and deal with roamers, you still lose to roamers. That isn't a good sign.
Well, they couldn't get in the map. That's the big thing. You know, all those things, all those tools are useful largely once you get inside the map and you can take those fights. We saw the entry kill was, you know, a jump out. It was punishing them outside of the map. And I love that from Enterprise. What a level of confidence to come in with, to say, we're not going to respect you. We're not going to be concerned that Joom was just in the SI Grand Final. We're not bothered that you're Falcons. We're taking the fight to you. And that's exactly what they've done. And it just really sends a message, not just to Falcons, but to the Enterprise players as well. We're in this one. We're here to play. We're here to win. They're going to go up to top floor for round 2. Nothing too wild on the setup. Brendo is on the Azami. He'll be playing Warehouse. My immediate question is, how do Falcons deal with it? Joom is on the Capitao, and Usus is on the Rotero drone, so the Flores. Those are the 2 I'm looking at to get that catwalk clear.
And as we've seen many a team do at this tournament, Enterprise still doubling down on the trap-based line that they've got here. We spoke a lot about Thorn yesterday, even saw a ban come on through, and I don't think it will be the last one that we see throughout the tournament, Tim, with the Ella and the Thorn being a little bit of a nuisance to deal with for a lot of teams. And of course, you've still got that full potential of Jigsaw running around on the 2-brow. So really it's kind of attention now towards Falcons. How can you clear your way through the map? You've dropped away from the vast majority of your operator lineup that was looking towards roam control and the hunting down of those who were giving you a little bit of bother. It's just Leakyfat now really running around the Deimos, and his main part in this round will be to get underneath, tear up those floorboards, and make the defenders sweat a little bit.
Yeah, he's got himself kind of positioned around Lounge. He's moving through, so actually just like kind of switching himself up here to try and support that catwalk push. I think Doom is over there as well. I said, as expected on the Capitao, he would be looking to clear out Brendo. Damage has been done, and Brendo has dipped away from Warehouse Catwalk. So it is now there for the taking for Falcons. Halfway through the round, will they go in and get it? That's the question. Jigsaw manages to pick up Solotov. That's the Nomad off the board. June does manage to get his army. So Catwalk is now safe for Falcons to take. They haven't actually gone up and got possession of it yet, but it is clear.
Oh, sees the man's feet as well. Suhan taking a couple of shots to the leg. Walks away. I won't say unscathed, but at least for now with his life. Go for it, Tim.
Absolutely nothing over on the connector side from Falcons here. They've got one on IT wall, and then they've got Leakyfat and Doom down in Warehouse. There's no real pressure being applied from that other side. And what's going to happen? Bappen at the minute is watching that, but as soon as they realise that they're not suffering any pressure from there, he's going to be able to turn his attention because Usus is on IT wall as well with Breeder. So maybe a little bit one-dimensional here from Falcons. They could just do with that little bit of extra distraction coming in from connector and electrical or aqua, just somewhere else.
Dare I say they're looking a bit stuck and unsure of themselves, which is very not Falcons-like at all. They shoot their way through a lot of the barbed wire that we've seen scattered around, of course, with those Roteros. It's a kill coming through here, but it is a trade.
Mistakes, I think, from Falcons there. I look at it, and like I said at the end there, the presence was Warehouse Catwalk and IT, which, give or take, might as well be the same place. You're attacking from the same kind of 10 feet, essentially. Yes, you can put a bit of pressure on triple wall. Yes, you can use IT door a little bit, but it's give or take the same location. And with nothing in Aqua, with nothing in connector, nothing in electrical, Enterprise were able to just hold the space. They were just able, we saw Jigsaw get a kill from behind Bomb Chassis. Yes, Leakyfat traded him, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done, and why can he stay there? Because there's no pressure on Aqua. You know, why can the player stay behind Pillar? Bappen was there the whole round, because there's no pressure into connector. They opened the wall, they forgot about it, that was done. And Falcons, they should know better than that. They need to be getting themselves spread out and causing more problems for Enterprise.
Oh boy, now what? So you guys wouldn't have seen it, but at the end of that round, there's a little bit of an exchange in chat. Leakyfat being like, yo, what's going on with the mag dump, basically? And they came back saying, oh, it was all bait. And then Leakyfat's like, right, now I understand why you guys win the first round in every single game that you play, which the boys quite enjoyed that acknowledgement. But as we've all heard and seen, like, in a way, I'm almost like, I respect it. Lean into what gives you energy, what gives you confidence as a team, and clearly Enterprise as a team running very high on confidence in this round. Falcons dipping back to that comp that we saw back in the first round. The Solotov isn't the first one to fall here, otherwise that same 4-3 of Leakyfat being on the stake, KB, and of course the Blitz coming on side. This is their ability to punish players that are around the map, but for the most part, Enterprise here have got a site set up. Now, to say that, Tim, they're going in for the rush. One coming straight in there, and here we go. Bappen gets one back onto Solotov as the Nomad falls. Pyro into a second. So, yes, they've got sights in, but at what cost?
Breeder is now all alone. He's going to go for the plant. He's got a little bit of cover from Zoom on window. I'm not sure that they can stop him. Bappen can't find the man from above, and that will be a plant, but it is still a risk for Falcons. 4 versus 3. They don't have the manpower, but they do have the post plan. Leakyfat manages to find Jigsaw. 3 versus 3. I'm sure he's going to have enjoyed that one.
He's taking this personally, isn't he, Leakyfat? You mucked him around for 2 rounds, and now here he is, just a reminder of who one of Europe's best IGLs and gunners are. The 2v3 breaking out here for Bappen and Pyro. Of course, having a clash is not a bad thing, but he drops away from the shield because they need to be guns up. Only about 5 seconds left to make this happen, and Leakyfat straight in the old chat. Yo, here's a reminder of who I am, an ace in round 3.
There is no better response that could have come out from Falcons.
You guys are just terrible.
There is absolutely no better response that could have come out of Falcons. You know, we see it back and forth, and it's all just mind games. You know, at the end of the day, these guys don't really care. But ultimately, what a response to shut somebody down. If they've been mouthing off in chat a little bit, you come back with an ace in the next round. And look, Falcons, they weren't lucky there, but they played the round well, considering that they lost 2 players on the rush. Considering they found themselves in a 3v4, I think the call for Breeder to still plant there was actually really, really smart and really brave of them. They obviously recognised that they still had the space and time to do that, and it worked out really well for them. And part of their thinking there is, because they're in kitchen, it's such a difficult position to get a vertical on. And we saw back and above on the score pass, he was like trying all different angles to try and get it. There was very few vertical angles down into that kitchen window. Really, really tough to find any kind of line onto. And that was a really smart sort of split-second decision from Falcons to say, look, they can't attack us from above. June can hold the angle from the window. Just still go for the plan. Really, really good stuff.
I'm here for the all chat, Tim. You can talk about the game.
I know you are.
I'll give you analysis on what's going on in chat. You can focus on the gas. You know what? This gets really real when Brede gets in the chat. He's the last person on this planet that would ever get
I don't think
involved.
I've ever seen Brede in the all chat before.
I've never seen him in there. But this, if any game is going to do it, Tim, I feel like it's going to be this one. First quarter's down though. We've had a couple more bans come on through. The blitz being taken away. Of course, didn't really see it to amazing effects except for in round 3. And I think it's more an acknowledgement on Enterprise's side there. Oh no. Oh no! Oh god, oh god, yeah, it's coming. Okay, nice.
This is already shaping up to be possibly the best game of the day! Jigsaw with a second onto Soliton! What a response to Weakenback's ace! Jigsaw comes out and says, you know what? Anything you can do, I'll give it a good go as well.
This is what I live for, Tim. This is my kind of siege. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Fair to say, they may struggle to recover in this round, Tim. There's quite a bit of work to do. There's 3 C4s, there's a pulse on the other side. All the information that Enterprise could ever need to sniff out these final 3 players and bring them down, it's in their hands. They, of course, now lack that ability for a lot of vertical destruction upstairs in IT2. So it's going to be a bit of a rough ask, a tall order for the other side, unless Brede can get in and make use of those exothermics inside of IT, but that isn't really the done thing, admittedly.
Given that they're in storage here, we do still have a top floor presence. Having a look, it is Brendo who is up there, but Cairo is the big win condition for them here. The pulse is down in basement. They're going hunting for him, and yes, they might get him, but the damage is done. He finds a kill onto June, 2 versus 4, and despite taking the pulse out of basement, it was the right play for Falcons. You can't leave him down.
Upstairs. Oh, I've never seen him in there. But this, if any game is going to do it, Tim, I feel like it's going to be this one. First quarter's down though. We've had a couple more bans come on through. The blitz being taken away. Of course, didn't really see it to amazing effects except for in round 3. And I think it's more an acknowledgement on Enterprise's side there. Oh no. Oh no! Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, it's coming. Okay, nice.
This is already shaping up to be possibly the best game of the day! Jigsaw with a second onto Soliton! What a response to Weakenback's ace! Jigsaw comes out and says, you know what? Anything you can do, I'll give it a good go as well.
This is what I live for, Tim. This is my kind of siege. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Fair to say, they may struggle to recover in this round, Tim. There's quite a bit of work to do. There's 3 C4s, there's a pulse on the other side. All the information that Enterprise could ever need to sniff out these final 3 players and bring them down, it's in their hands. They, of course, now lack that ability for a lot of vertical destruction upstairs in IT2. So it's going to be a bit of a rough ask, a tall order for the other side, unless Brede can get in and make use of those exothermics inside of IT, but that isn't really the done thing, admittedly. Oh.
What a response!
It's a punish play. It's only happen. And then look at it and be like, that's not the problem. Can't get this fake Falcon upstairs in IT2. Fair to say, they may struggle to recover in this round, Tim. There's quite a bit of work to do. There's 3 C4s, there's a pulse on the other side. All the information that Enterprise could ever need to sniff out these final 3 players and bring them down, it's in their hands. They, of course, now lack that ability for a lot of vertical destruction upstairs in IT2. So it's going to be a bit of a rough ask, a tall order for the other side, unless Brede can get in and make use of those exothermics inside of IT, but that isn't really the done thing, admittedly.
Given that they're in storage here, we do still have a top floor presence. Having a look, it is Brendo who is up there, but Cairo is the big win condition for them here. The pulse is down in basement.
They're going hunting for him, and yes, they might get him, but the damage is done. He finds a kill onto June, 2 versus 4, and despite taking the pulse out of basement, it was the right play for Falcons. You can't leave him down there to deny with that C4 and pulse scanner, but the loss of June as well, leaving them now 2v4. I'm not sure Falcons can bring this round back from here.
Come on, back. Feed me. Come on. I'm sure there'll be a lot of that throughout this game as we continue. But obviously we're at a point now where this round does feel very, very difficult to win. Usually some relay, got to try and find something they can do, but as you've seen, they've been coming up against the Mozzie Pest to slow them down. There's a C4, if not 2, waiting for them. There's just an awful lot that they need to get done here. Step inside, they might. Relay's at the ready, and I've got the Atcher at least ready here to try and deny it away. But there's Jigsaw, good for a third. Uses gets his second trade of the round. But this one, Tim, let's be real, was lost in those first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it really was. What a play from Jigsaw at the beginning of the round. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Enterprise just playing on a whole other level of confidence. Absolutely brilliant stuff. 3-1 they sit then on Nighthaven Labs. Let's not forget those stats that you threw at us before we came in there. Falcons, #1 map is Nighthaven Labs. 5-1 record on it recently. And at the minute, I've got to say it, Enterprise are making them look like rank amateurs.
They did the same to NIP on Bank.
Hacking side. So you went.
Oh, Doki got himself onto that solar rappel. He's going to be greeted with a couple of castle barricades. That's going to make getting in maybe a little bit easier. He's certainly going to have a bit more confidence to put those Excaros pellets out there, especially when Cyber is going to be walking up those solar stairs as well. Only really the rotation to start to deal with. They've already got a very good idea as to where Spike is going to be playing. Just tucked in behind that office desk at the moment. He's going to be a real target right now for this extension. And it's bold of Wildcard, because if you look at the time, they're already doing a good job to waste a lot of this going into the map, because don't forget, this is a bar and games defense, and they're still holding quite deep on this top floor.
Very deep on this top floor, though. 2 players looking to try and deal with KDS on this window. Baby Shark peeking out from behind Blackwall. Another player sticking their head out beyond Ivy. It's Kansan the first to fall, though, as KDS is ready for an easy pre-fire for Cyber. This extension not being made quick work of necessarily. When FaZe decide to kick things into gear, Wildcard get the message pretty fast. Handy, taking a lot of damage, but both KDS and Souls getting in on the action. Now to 1v5, you might have banned the Snake with that Deathmark tracker. The nemesis of anybody in a 1vx. Now Bay's been spotted inside of Library. This intel on the Deimos' position, cold comfort for Azami at the moment. And that'll be the end of that. KDS comfortable as he gets that 3K, and FaZe get there first on Chalet.
No need to overcomplicate that there, just take a little bit of a bait and switch. Cyber can track, KDS can swing, and the final kill can come in. Almost a flawless round to kick things off there for FaZe. Not really too bothered about that hefty extension from Wildcard. Doing a lot to try and waste a good portion of time there. And they've done a great job, but the problem was they didn't have anywhere to fall back onto. As soon as you lose control of Solar, as soon as you start to lose control of Master Bedroom, Office becomes very restricted, especially when it's fully reinforced and you've got someone on piano window. It was this position here from KDS that got a lot of work done. He's able to get 2 kills from outside to in there and pick up that final frag. As soon as you start to cut the map off in that sort of a way, and you've no way of getting out of there, you know as a defender, you've probably spent a bit too much time on the roam.
Just got to give KDS a lot of credit. I mean, a lot of players, I think, would struggle in that position with Baby Shark in front inside a piano, and then players peeking him from Ivy, and the fact that he gets 2 from that position and doesn't die, survives to the end of the round, that's crazy. I think Wildcard, to an extent in that spot, had a good idea, because, I mean, it's just one guy on a balcony. How hard can it be? And FaZe played this map 12 times in the past 6 months and won 10 of them. KDS kind of knows what to do in positions like this. Wasting time, I think, is the right idea against FaZe. To talk about one of their only losses, 8-6 to Fluxo W7M inside a kickoff. It's one thing they did, but a strategy they employed quite heavily was Cade Tuber out in that kind of denial rather than the castle barricades. The Cade obviously being banned, Wildcard deciding to try it out with the extension and not having the same success that we saw inside of kickoff in SAL. We move into the second round. Seems Wildcard just kind of abandoning the castle idea entirely.
Yeah, they're not looking to try and set up in that sort of a way, because I think FaZe took advantage of a lot of the space that those castles actually generate. Sometimes they can work against you in that instance. FaZe instead going to switch onto the Azami, and it's just going to give a little bit more flexibility in what they're trying to do and how they're trying to change these sites up a little bit. The team there just disabling a Mozzie Pest. Hopefully he's got another drone in his back pocket that he's able to roll with. But for the meantime, Hot and Cold, he doesn't waste any time, immediately jumps onto that stolen drone and can start to gather quite a bit of information. He now knows there's somebody outside on the balcony, he knows there's a drone coming up main stairs, and he can feed this over to Bay a little bit. Bay being on those library stairs at the moment, that's where a lot of that Kiva barricade utility has been set up at the minute. And he's in a prime position for a little bit of a lurk play right now.
A good position for a lurk, but also Wildcard generally in a good position to hold fast on this defense. Cyber taking a swing in from Mezzanine. Will regret that one as he's sent to the cams as the opening pick, or the opening death. Now the Blackbeard going in for a bit of a backstab. KDS in turn shot from behind. Baby Shark been sitting behind the shield the whole time, and I think FaZe might have underestimated that position a little bit. Giving a lot of 1v1s to Wildcard at the moment. Still FaZe. They can win them. They've got the gun skill to match Wildcard. These international upstarts in the past year. Vidiking will prove that again. He's made his way into the site. FaZe have tried to segment this defense and basically cut off the roam from one of the site doors, but Vidiking struggling to find this engagement on Solar, but is buying time. Soul's now hopping in right as one player hops out of bathroom. I think Kansan trying to catch somebody, and in the process, the rest of FaZe have hollowed out the site, made a nice, comfortable home inside of Office, and it's another 1vx early on for Wildcard. Maybe could clip handy. Well, headshot is a bit more than a clip, but that'll get the job done anyway. Kansan's been so good in these clutches ever since he's moved to Wildcard years and years ago. Always the top-rated player. Might not have to pick up as much weight as he's had to in the past, but 1v3 against the two-time world champs is always going to be a difficult job to accomplish. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe, and their attacks are looking just as good as ever.
And they're dealing with everything that Wildcard are throwing at them right now as well. Wildcard, no slouches on these defensive setups. I really like what they're trying to achieve there. They've got some brilliant ideas of how, where they want to try and hold. We have Bay playing on those library stairs. Nice little Azami fortress for him. Was in the perfect spot for a little bit of a flank play and got away with it. Let's be honest, he was the one that got the opening pick there over onto Cyber and really opened up the round. But it's the response from FaZe. It's the lack of overreaction. We saw a brilliant angle being held by Hot and Cold. He was on Snow Balcony, looking through the single door, all the way to the top of those main stairs, past Fireplace, and he was able to put Handy down to 1 HP. But Handy, what's he do? Doesn't overreact, doesn't overcommit. Waits for KDS to back him up, waits for the rest of the team to get into a position, and in that sort of position, you know, 2 versus 3, plan 1 versus 3. It's always going to be a win condition that FaZe are going to play to there.
Something this team has favored for a long time, really making use of the structure and the coordination that they have become legendary for at this point. It's got them 2 rounds so far, and they'll look to continue. Monty might be banned, and Snake as well, 2 of the most important operators for Vidiking and Cyber respectively. This team has also developed the shield over the past couple of years, and while Handy might like to take out the Blitz, in this case it'll be KDS bringing out the Blackbeard. Wildcard moving down to Kitchen and Dining. Seems like FaZe might decide to go for a clear, maybe secure some of that library control. Seems like a lot of players have spawned over towards front side, and no clear immediate take obvious from the spawn points. I'm intrigued to see where they go, though, as a lot of the same operators from the previous round carrying over into this one, particularly when it comes to that Azami and the Valkyrie. Highly important operators that I have to imagine Bay and Kansan will continue to play over the course of this half.
FaZe have got a nice pool of operators haven't they, that choose to bring for these chalet attacks. Twitch is going to be a big part of this. Souls is already moving through on that shot drone. There's going to be so much for him to try and search out this round. He's got the Razor Blooms, he's of course got the Valkyrie cameras. There's a lot that's going to be able to be dealt with through that shot drone, and it's all going to be guided by Cyber. Kind of surprised to not see him play the Deimos, but it might be one of those things where they want to try and slip it in through the next round of bans and almost make Wildcard forget about it a little bit and just prioritize something a little bit different. Cyber himself is getting a lot of value out of this IQ scanner at the moment. You're going to know that it's going to be a bandit. Of course, Cade is banned, so any electrification is always going to be a big giveaway. But that should assist them in opening up this wall just a little bit, and then they can start to transition onto that first floor attack, which is where we're going to be focusing a lot of our attention in that kitchen and dining area. But it always requires a clear of this top floor.
It does, and this is where, I was going to say, Wildcard need to be careful. If they can play these trades, play off each other, they might have a lot of success. They won the first engagement. Bay somehow dodges the second nade. Now in the 1v1 with the Blackbeard. That's a difficult one to win. Never mind. Bay turns the tables on KDS. I have no idea how he survived in this position. All 3 kills for Wildcard come from Bay back against the wall, winning gunfight after gunfight. Now Souls and Vidiking with 1 minute to come up with a solution.
That top floor clear has not gone to plan at all. There was a bit too much space between KDS and Bay there when he was trying to beat him down with the shield, and it's just given too much of a window of opportunity. Souls, Bitter King, they can start to try and take this top floor control, but don't forget the site's downstairs. These players can now drop off. Wildcard can say, you know what, there's 35 seconds. I've got no problem dropping off this, but it looks like Bay is in it for the long run, and why not? He's on for an ace right now, and he's only got souls left to find.
Might as well at this point just give him it. Hot and Cold and Baby Shark eager for it though. Getting the information as Hot and Cold swings around. Bay lands it. What do you even say at that point? Masterful work inside of Piano, dodging the Blackbeard, getting Cyber, and getting all 5 by the end of it.
Bay's made a Teflon. He's dodged 2 nades. He's managed to survive after a Blackbeard's punched him down to the floor, and a lot of it comes after a mistimed push, really, from FaZe, which isn't something, it's not a sentence, really, that rolls off the tongue, isn't mistimed push by FaZe. It doesn't feel very natural, does it? But if you re-watch that and you look at the replay, you can see Cyber just gets a little bit too over-hot. He gets a bit too overheated. He's peeking Ivy Door before the nades have gone in, before the play has been made by the Blackbeard in terms of hopping in through single window in Piano. Cyber gets taken out first in a 1 versus 1. The key barricade works perfectly for Bay, and from there he can just go from strength to strength. He's just about lining him up and knocking him down as FaZe desperately tries to scramble to deal with that power position. Unable to do so, and it's going to credit Wildcard with their first round here. They're actually going to take us downstairs to basement. So they're giving us a full rotation here. Every site on Chalet. All sites definitely playable, but not always all seen. Get a little bit of a replay here of just how Bay was able to dismantle some of those players. All fairly common positions that he's getting peaked from, and he's just hitting his shots. He's just better in the moment.
That's what you need to be. When the moment arrives, you just got to show up and take it. Not coming down for that brief bit of mistiming between Cyber and the nade. It's going to be a completely different round. But those things happen sometimes. And FaZe are still up 2-1 over Wildcard. Now going down to the basement, you have to roam a little bit on this site. It is just a necessity. There is not enough room, especially when you open an exterior wall, and Garage has just become unplayable. They currently ratting inside of Library. 7-2 right now, and a good way to get that 8th would be to be misdroned, and somebody just hops inside a Library. FaZe are human. They can do. Oh, Spiker's also ratting inside of Library.
That's a different kind of rat, though, isn't it? It's a smoke rat. You kind of want that utility for a little bit later on. We know FaZe and no Strange just getting the plant down and playing that objective. KDS, he has the ping. He's got everything that he needs. The sun goes out, and well, it's as easy as that. Some thorough drone work from FaZe, netting them an opening pick.
Is everybody on the defense ratting right now? Baby Shark is outside, and we have 3 people prone behind cabinets on Chalet. Whatever plan Wildcard have does not seem to be working out so far. Kansan goes down, and Baby Shark does make it inside the building. But now Wildcard probably need to think about retreating, as FaZe run that top floor really quick and have not faced any obstacles whatsoever. Bay still holding on. He's not being tracked by the Deimos. You can see Spiker come up to support him a little bit on those Library stairs. In a 3v5, you kind of have to play for a pick a little bit, so it is understandable why Bay stays here, but it's always just a risky position. It's inherent to the situation. KDS now moving down the stairs, does not have the 2-brow available to be tracked. There's a Z-ping on Bay. Gotta be careful of this pinch setup. 2 players on each side of him. Just quickly sprints down the stairs and pushes it as close as possible before retreating.
I think Bay makes the right play there. It was very much like, look at me from Baby Shark and Spiker as they were rotating down. They made sure they were tap firing the guns. They made sure that they were known. And I think they were trying to get away with leaving Bay upstairs. He was droned, he was found out, however it might be. They had a yellow ping, they knew where he was, and now he's been dealt with. That's a disgusting angle from Cyber from the main stairs through one of the ramp boogie hole drones that he's already made. He's used to send another one out there as well, and really continue to rip open this site. FaZe aren't in a bad position right now. They've had 3 kills on this opening, and all they've got to do is convert this in the final 50 seconds, which should be fairly straightforward right now. There's a lot for Spiker and Baby Shark to do, but Baby Shark's going to start.
And he does take down the Capital with full utility in pocket. So probably the most important operator they could have taken down in that position. There's just still 4 of them. KDS still has a Deathmark tracker, though it's got to recharge. Souls has some flashbangs and some air jabs, a lot of secondary utility. Spiker going for a quick swing, but Vidaking's ready for that possibility. It's an understandable move in Spiker's position, but Vidaking can predict it. Nice spray, nice transfer by Baby Shark, but FaZe were always going to win that round. At a 5v2, and even at a 5v3, it seemed inevitable. Moving out 3-1.
They just needed to work through the numbers there, didn't they, a little bit? It felt like a little bit of a lost round. We really don't see that many basement defenses attempted by teams at this level. And I was quite surprised to see Wildcard try and drag it out. And even more surprised with the fashion in which they played it, because they just tried to wrap. They just tried to take advantage of hoping that FaZe had a lack of information. As FaZe were talking about, they're very thorough. They check the boxes, they dot the I's, they cross the T's. Tactical timeout now for Wildcard. Lagonis wanted in his moment to just try and bring a little bit more stability back to these defensive rounds.
You got to at this point. I mean, attacking side on Chalet can be very good, but you need every round you can get your hands on against FaZe right now. You let this map through for a reason. You had a feeling you're probably going to go to the defense, given how Chalet kind of goes. It's not like Consulate, where you know for a fact every single time if you pick Consulate, the other team is going to pick defense. But you're going to be reasonably confident that if you pick this map, that FaZe are probably going to pick the attacking side. So you anticipated this going in. You need more than 3-1 right now. You don't have to be winning, but something's got to turn around quick. You still got a chance at a tie half. If you see things come through, we'll have to see something better than that. I don't think we'll see 3 players riding on the top floor like we did last time, especially now as basement will likely not be played for the rest of this half. A lot more of the standard setups we saw from Wildcard at the beginning. Master bedroom and office in particular. All things considered, all the zombies been banned. You also see the Valkyrie drop away. Will be a new look. Pretty much a new look.
Some small changes. Wildcard options to get rid of that Blackbeard. Just kind of free the way a little bit for Cyber and some of his information gathering ops. And he's going to make that change off the IQ, put it onto the Dokkaebi to try and facilitate that, pinches it away from Handy. As well, Blackbeard's banned. What's another good shield alternative? Not many people would say the OSA, but Handy is going to be playing at the OSA. OSA always speaks to a little bit of a cheesy get the plant down, some early aggression being shown there, and even Cyber getting shrunk down a little bit on his approach into the building. This Mozzie is actually serving quite well as well. We've seen it flex around between a couple of different players on Wildcard, but it's having the desired effect. It's slowing down the drone work, even if it isn't always capturing drones the same way that we've seen it done previously.
I also think if you can keep a Mozzie drone alive until the late round, FaZe or Teamer, if you let them get set up, there's a good chance they're going to win. But if you can get good information and enable some kind of flank right as they commit, just like every other team in the game, if you land a kill, they're going to get pretty majorly disrupted. And so I think that's generally just a good intel op that could really enable Wildcard to retake in the late round, depending on what kind of drone Spiker has available.
I really like the ROU projector that KDS has just sent out. He hasn't activated it yet, but it's going to be blocking off that Ivy single and that Piano single window. Which is, of course, in an attempt to disrupt a little bit of the vision. It's going to affect onto what's going on in bathroom as well, depending on which side of that ROU projector you're going to be on. And especially with the fact that the OSA is being brought, and that nothing's really happened yet this round, it really feels as though FaZe are just gently setting up for something right now. We've got a bit of pressure being applied toward the bottom of Trophy. Cyber going to be downstairs as well, maybe going on one of his signature solo plays. We often kind of call this FaZe team as 4 players plus Cyber, because they do operate very independently when required.
Call goes out. Gotta be curious. Are they gonna move in? And it seems like they will. Handy repels in, shield in hand. Souls doesn't really trade him out as Handy doesn't die. Now in a precarious position, Diffuser and Osa stuck inside. Likely necessitates Souls using the rest of his beast just to enable a safe repel. As he goes for the res, anybody down below? Yes, Spiker in fact, but Vidiking's ready for it. Great coverage by FaZe, enabling picking his team back up. Good flick by Cyber as well. His team is firing all cylinders at the moment. The Bay, 9-3 right now, the main one showing up for Wildcard on these defenses. That's all he's gonna get. Another 3v1 that FaZe seem primed to convert. Cyber low HP, some information of a player inside a bathroom. Hot and cold. One of his best showings this tournament was on Chalet. Won't get anything in the 1vx. FaZe 4 rounds on attack. Don't seem like they're stopping anytime soon.
I don't really feel like we ever got to see the full conclusion of that strategy or that plan and why the OSA was brought and where the plan was going down. It was going to go down inside a Master, and I think that was the general gist of it. But it didn't really fully come to fruition. That didn't stop FaZe from winning the round, however. I was very busy downstairs, making sure that a lot of those kills were getting cleaned up as they went. KDS sat in Narnia with his ROU projector, keeping him nice and safe, just solely watching onto that bathroom. He was just watching onto the bathroom window. That's all his task was that round. You know, he did a great job. He just had to rotate and move a little bit when things went slightly south a little bit later on. As we enter now round number 6, FaZe, whichever way you cut it, have a commanding lead here on the attacks of Chalet. And with the record that they had going into it, is it too much to say that we're surprised?
No, not really. I mean, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning when it comes to like player tendencies, we had some Vita King on Monty, Cyber on Snake, which, let's be honest, odds are if you go looking in the stats of it, there's a few maps you could say that about. There are really no team tendencies for FaZe on this map. They play shield attacks and win them pretty often. They play kind of disruption style attacks with Kings and Brims and win them pretty often. Intel Ops, the same story. They're a very flexible team in general, as FaZe Clan. This being their best map, they have played a wide variety of styles in the past 6 months. And even if you ban the Monty, the Blackbeard, and the Snake, they use so many tools on this map. There are such a well-rounded attacking team on this map that it's very difficult often to find the right solution against them.
You could even say they played a wild variety of attacks just on this very map.
Yeah.
Because no 2 rounds have been the same. There's been very different and separate win conditions. We've seen plants going down as being the main focus. We've seen pushes for kills. It really has been whatever has been most appropriate at that time. Wildcard, a reminder, they have used their tactical timeouts as well. So they've only got themselves to go toward, especially when they change half. Still a chance for them here to come away with something. We've got Baby Shark. He's going to be tucked in to the back of bar stock there. His position is going to be known. He's got some nice little murder holes to work with and can just sort of flick and flop between the two. Doesn't want to take that engagement just yet, though, especially against Cyber.
Baby Shark, I'm just going to say he's had a killer tournament, but his support, that player going down, you know FaZe are thinking about a pinch in bar. I mean, they might just hit the side at this point. Baby Shark, low HP, Handy winning that 1v1, can now creep up the stairs. You've got 3 players ready to take down Baby Shark if they can just push in. Handy will fall, hot and cold, trying to support his teammate as best he can. In the process, Anson's also gone down. Looks like this round might just end on the bar game side as Wildcard investing a lot of resources to keep Baby Shark alive, knowing FaZe will focus on him. The KDS finds him through the stock wall. Only full HP player for Wildcard out of the 2 remaining. Hot and cold, creeping down the staircase. And we're in that difficult position that defenders often find themselves in. You gotta push for a kill, but if you die, it's just Hands left.
And FaZe have got this infuriating tactic of they'll get themselves into this position, but there'll be a minute left on the clock, and they'll just entirely disengage. They'll wait for you to make the mistake. Hot and Cold didn't know which way to turn there, and it's no surprise to see him cleaned up. We knew exactly where the last player was. They don't move for the entirety of the round, and that's going to get cleaned up there by KDS. At the halfway point, I'm sure there's going to be some pretty stern words, particularly in the wildcard camp, about how those first 6 rounds have gone.
Começou a ver a arma dele, varei, né?
Achei que vocês iam me ajudar. Gastei quase todos os meus peixes naquela dispensa lá.
Porque a gente tava pegando os caras, né? Os caras tava dando retake pra ajudar.
Tá dando muito tiro, cara.
Os caras
tava com medo de tu, cara. Colocar 4 caras pra te apertar lá, sabe?
Os caras tão na tropa do all-in full, viado.
É aquela parada, né? Você falou que o nome já causa medo. Ali, tá jogando muito, só cagando bala.
Só vai hoje ainda vou comer um Five Guys de graça na conta do meu mano Kade. Five Guys e sobremesa.
É verdade isso, cadê?
Five Guys e sobremesa.
Esse cara é igual o trouxa do aeroporto, hein? Vai recebendo que seu grana, hein?
Pô, viado. Rouba uma paradinha tua lá na mala. Bem de boa.
Ah, pode roubar.
Gente.
Cocô lá pra tu.
Calma.
Não, tá
vai dar certo
do
agora.
lado, mano.
Vai dar certo agora. Tudo que você planejou na sua mente vai dar certo.
Ah, o bagulho é que minha mão tá suando pra caralho, velho.
Pega aqui um, pega um banho aí, pô.
Se tu... Agora faz... That's it.
They're playing really slow.
Yeah. They were just like waiting for us to react and getting the kills when we reacted.
Yeah.
A lot.
Very good choices because but now focus on attacks. Focus step by step. Remember to bait laser the indirect bomb sites, right? So we have all the time in the world to work around, cook them, open the walls, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, remember, like during the match, of course, played 2 rounds, like we won, but was not that good. If you need to play a little faster pace, feel free to do it. Like remember our truth. Let's understand what is the truth about this map, right?
Yeah.
Let's focus on communication. It's super important. Communication step by step. That's the matter. Let's go.
Let's go around, fellas. Let's go around.
Yeah.
Trunk spams from 3, 2, 1s.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Remember to count bodies a lot too. If we find Cyber, that's like the guy who'll be outside the puzzle. Everybody else.
Ooh, I like that.
I was about to say, small note at the end, but very important. We mentioned this earlier in the DZ game. Even if you know things, even if they seem like truisms, it's just helpful to say it every now and then, and that's one of them. Remember, if we find Cyber, that's the one piece of the puzzle or whatever it was? It's a good note by Spiker. It might be obvious, but sometimes you need to remind yourself at moments like this.
And if we think that Cyber plays kind of alone and a little bit solo on the attack, wait till you see him on the defense, because he is just out there 9 times out of 10. Of course, after I've said that, I'm sure this will be the one game where he plays linked up with the rest of the team and holds somebody's hand.
We're about to see a crazy 6-round wildcard comeback with Cyber playing 6 rounds of smoke. He's sitting inside.
Just locking himself next to Viking for the entire thing.
They've given Cyber a site setup that lasts until 2 minutes 30.
Somehow, I don't think that will be the case. Double shields banned out by FaZe. Monty and the Blitz. The response, speaking of smoke, you've spoken the Smoke Man into existence there. You didn't mention it, but Azami and Smoke both removed by wildcard. So in an attempt to try and buy themselves a little bit of time later on, but Smoke, fantastic operator, real no complaints about it, but at least quite a lot available, a lot on the table.
True, it is Viking's most played op on this map as well. Again, does not come close to KDS's 40 rounds on Striker going into this, but solid 25, that is pretty respectable. But also, this is Viking after all. That's probably true on a lot of maps in FaZe's pool. Smoke, that is just for the utility, and any disruption it might have for Viking is probably just a negligible benefit, a little bit of an add-on. The Zombie Smoke, good combination for Wildcard. He will go to the sentry, and he will go outside. A bit of a walk onto Ivy balcony. Won't find anything. So on the flip side, heard some words from Spiker about Cyber. I imagine one thing they will also keep in mind for FaZe is Baby Shark. Is the one player on Wildcard that plays a bit similar to Cyber. Usually the one off from the rest, the one playing the Doki, playing the Smoke with it, or playing the Snake with the Nook. That is true in this case. Immediately saw Souls and Cyber very early on. Cyber taking a lot of damage, in fact. Not entirely sure from there. Fights Baby Shark in that window, and playing patient, pays off.
No surprise to see Baby Shark with that opening pick. He's a great player at just walking in and making something happen, and often on shallow, you don't even need to walk in, do you? You can get those kills from outside to in. Hot and Cold could be the next player to fall here. He will be taken out as a trade, and like you say, it's going to leave the diffuser cold. I don't think it's too far away from Bay. It's still going to be something that needs recovering right now.
Recovering it under these vertical angles, I mean, we still see FaZe making them at this point in the round. Just a little bit more work with that TCSG. I don't know if they were ready for the Blackbeard hop-in through a trophy window, but they were ready for some kind of hop-in. Normally we will see players playing down below a bit more aggressively, and to be fair, we did for FaZe. But adding on the vertical angles as redundancy on top of the two players playing around West Main and Kitchen Dining is a really nice touch for FaZe that obviously really pays off. Takes down the Blackbeard, disrupts Wildcard quite substantially. This is still a match betting off his defense. KDS and Andy, I think reasonably with a minute 15 left, decide to fall back.
Look at the change as well. Immediately going from that solar side and realizing, okay, they've recovered the diffuser, they're not pushing solar now. Where do we need to be? Where do we need to change? And the line immediately changed. Everybody turns their attention over toward that library side from FaZe, and that's where they start to think, okay, maybe this is where it's going to be coming from. There's been a massive stall out right now from Wildcard, so much so, we're back on Trophy Window, we're back on Solar Repel. And we've already been over toward Library, we've already started the round over here. They're really just trying to bait FaZe around a little bit right now, it seems. Big window still not open, so the defender's moving with zero consequence right now. Spiker, please open it! There's going to be 2 for you if you do!
He gets Viking. 1 is better than nothing at this point. With the Blackbeard going down so early, a man advantage, this is great. This is excellent for Wildcard. We've got 3 people all kind of stuck around Solar Stairs at the moment. Only other one is Spiker on the bedroom window. He can only do so much to help his team. Nades going in, won't disrupt Handy that much. Hansen just takes a raw 1v1 and wins it on the staircase. Only 10 seconds remaining. There's only so much they can find. KDS and Souls with their own long angles. Leave it all left up to Spiker, who split the side in 2, but with no time to come up with a solution. 6-1 now for FaZe. And I think Wildcard confidence going in has been probably dashed extensively by now.
Just feels like FaZe have got too many opportunities at converting this into a map point right now. Wildcard, quite a significant stall out inside of round 7. I wasn't expecting to see them get the opening pick and then just immediately take all the pressure off. I think that's one of the things that when you watch FaZe attack, and particularly in this game, they get the opening pick and they just try and make that hole wider. They just fill it with bodies, fill it with utility, fill it with drones, gather information, and it's like water rushing through and eroding the sides of the defense. And this time, it felt like the opening pick came and we just backed up. And what happens? Everything starts to knit back together, and that gap that was there just disappears.
And even then, the little that they did, having the Blackbeard hop in the trophy window, FaZe were ready for that even. They weren't even trying to hit the site. They were just trying to clear out the one guy still down below, and FaZe were ready for it. It just seems that every possibility, every contingency has been mapped out by FaZe at the moment against Wildcard.
10 seconds left.
6-1, this just does not seem like we're stopping until we hit a regulation victory. Even if it takes a few more rounds from Wildcard, which is possible. Still only one attack attempted by Wildcard, with that Blackbeard dying so early. Maybe it's a different round. Cole's able to get in, even if he doesn't get a kill. But maybe if he's able to survive. Bar Games will be the potentially final site attempted by FaZe. Soul bringing that pulse would be good though. I was about to say, if he's got the heartbeat scanner out, this is the prime time to do it. Blackbeard with a nade already cooked. Throw it in, destroy some utility. Soul's currently still just running around. Might be able to find these two players over by library. That'll be good information related to the defense.
Especially for Visking playing inside a stock, he's going to need to know if there's players on there, just to how deep or how shallow he can play his hand. A lot of the focus is going to be on this library side, so whereas we saw Wildcard with a massive extension over toward office and master bedroom, this time FaZe, there's not really that much of an extension. They just dug over there a little bit, but the main force of this defense, and certainly this utility, is going to be focused around library. Bit of a utility dump there from Kansan. He sends in a couple of stuns, and the drone starts to follow it in. Nade's going out now as well, and Spike is going to be primed and ready to hop in here. I do worry about Visiking's position, because if he's still downstairs in stock, he can get a great angle up through that hatch onto anyone that hops in through the window.
I also worry if Spiker's the one to do it. It was just last round that Hot and Cold hopping in a window as Blackbeard with Diffuser went down, and it substantially disrupted Wildcard. It's the same situation here, with Vidiking holding a very similar angle. They're not committing to it yet. Still trying to find information. Baby Shark takes down Cyber first. That is a big one. He's been, I think, roaming around the basement. We'll go toe-to-toe. Roamer for roamer, lurker for lurker. Works out very nicely, and some calls occurred in the Wildcard comms. Spiker dropping off, rotating over to the bar double window. Maybe seeing if they can get away with it, but FaZe flooding into library. KDS watching the hatch, providing a lot of support. They are not letting Wildcard get set up, and FaZe are thinking really quick on their feet. Wildcard react in turn. Firebolt going out, that means KDS is forced back. But they might be prolonging the inevitable because Wildcard seem like they still want to go.
How is KDS still alive here? He's even throwing impacts just to make sure he gets rid of all of his utility before he inevitably falls. The first kill will come in at about the 50-second mark, and it's Handy taking down Baby Shark. Another laser gate reactivating. That's the second one we've seen. Wildcard, they are throwing everything possible just to disable this utility. Finally, you see Spiker jump in.
But how telegraphed is this play? Vidiking's ready for the swing in from Hot and Cold. They down on the outside, Spiker down inside, and Kansan another round with it all to do. 7-1? He has such high hopes. It's not Wildcard's pick, it's FaZe's best map by a country mile. But letting it through, giving them this right out the gate, he thought that maybe Wildcard might have something up their sleeves, some kind of trick they'd pull out to show us that they have something to prove. And they still will, going into Consulate. Their picks coming up next, but FaZe, confident, cool, and clear-sighted. 1-0 in the series.
Let's just make that 11-2, shall we? There's the past 6-month record here for FaZe on Chalet. They are stamping down an authority on this map. You better believe you are a brave, brave team to take them there in the future. We'll be back right after this.
Well, Chalet wasn't close. We might as well just move on to map 2. But Wildcard not only playing to make it to main stage, need to win 2 maps in a row, but in Salt Lake City, on home soil, at this point, they're playing for the pride of the region against FaZe.
They really are. I don't think FaZe have got the memo. Or maybe the people that organise the games haven't understood how this works. We bring teams from all over the world to Salt Lake City to play each other. And so far, FaZe have only played North American teams. And they have only beaten North American teams up until this point. Now, of course, this series isn't over, but they still won map 1, and they won it very handily. Especially when you consider that the previous 2 engagements that FaZe have found themselves in here at Salt Lake have been a 7-5 and a 7-5. One against SR, one against 5 Fears. So the trend is trending. They're going in the right direction.
I've never felt more conflicted. On one hand, my favorite team ever. On the other hand, they're smoking my region so hard. They're up 3-0 against North America. Wildcard, you need to win 1, even if you lose this series, just so I can feel a little bit better going into the main stage, if FaZe are going to be there. And let's be honest, Ollie, even if Wildcard win this, that is the thing about FaZe, isn't it? Their participation on the main stage, it feels inevitable. I don't think they have qualified out of the Swiss stage at anything less than a 3-1 in the past 3 years. They've not always gone 3-0, but FaZe on the main stage, it just feels like it has to happen, and that it will happen, if not now, then later.
And there's a lot of talk on this FaZe roster as well, let's not forget that. We talk about dynasty rosters and teams that are able to go back-to-back, FaZe back-to-back world champions. It's not all the time that we get to say that. It's not all the time that we get to see teams that will continue on that fine form that they often set at the Six Invitational and then continue throughout the course of a calendar year and go through and win event after event after event. And we're not there yet. However, that's what FaZe are looking to do. That's the sort of legacy that they are looking to stamp down here. And as fundamental as it sounds, it all starts in the group stage. It all starts in the Swiss.
It all starts with the best of 1, all the way at the beginning. When they play that first North American team, and now when they're playing the best of 3, up 1-0 against Wildcard, who themselves, I think, conversing to FaZe, who remains so consistent, and getting excited about FaZe qualifying to main stage is kind of a hard thing to do when it's happened every year for 3 years now. But for Wildcard, the team has still surprised us basically every single time, making the main stage at Reload, making a deep run at Munich, top 6 at SI. Now with the subs, still up 2-0 in the promotion stage. 3 best of 3s, 3 chances they have to make a crazy run with Hot and Cold subbing in. And you feel like they can do it. With the success they had that came out of nowhere, you feel like they've got something to offer. FaZe playing Yada, that's the first time I've seen that operator in years. It's Hansen with the first pick though. Souls immediately whips around, knocks Spiker off course, and Bay, comfortable with a G36. He has put FaZe on the back foot, on the top floor, moving directly into the site. So KDS and Vidiking, fire on Clash, now forced to take out the SMG. They stuck behind the desk, hops back up, Hot and Cold credited with the kill. Wildcard looking to change their fortunes right out of the gate. Momentum flying the way on attack.
I think that's how Wildcard have to approach this game from here on out. They cannot afford to meet FaZe softly. They need to be aggressive. They need to show us that flair that they have, and especially given that they're playing with Hot and Cold, because they can be unpredictable. They can make these pocket plays almost and just go for broke on some of these rounds.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Gotta do what works. And with 1 attacking win out the gate on Consulate, you know when you're picking this map that your opponents are picking defense. You just know it. It's a law of nature, or as close to it as we can get when humans are involved. And so with that knowledge, making that very quick play down the yellow skylight and losing their blitz basically immediately, by the way, with very little impact, and still they're able to get so much control. Bay with 3 kills, of course. That's quite impressive in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we literally saw a Wildcard attack fall apart by losing a shield, and that one was just a blip on the radar.
Yeah, I mean, Spiker was really on forward watch, wasn't he?
All right, don't you talk about him like that. I will tolerate a lot. I will tolerate a lot from you. Do not say that about Spiker.
Souls on his back to him, and he missed like 3 shots, and Souls spins on a dime. Yes, I said a dime, because you'll get it.
It's Souls! What do you want him to do?
Good attempts from Wildcard, and it credits them with a round. It's a round they needed because the momentum of the series was only going in one direction. And now they have broken that. We often talk about Consular as a map that 1 or 2 attacking rounds can be good enough. You don't have to go out there and get an even half. You don't even have to go out there and get a 4-2. That's unheard of almost. All you got to do is go out there and get a couple, and they put themselves in a really good, powerful position right now. They're going to be attacking into Garage, so it is going to be a slightly different landscape. And I don't think that anybody knows the landscape that Cyber is operating in right now, because he is really tucked away upstairs inside of Visa.
That's the unfortunate thing about Cyber. Well, I was going to say, you know he's ratting somewhere, you just don't know where it is. Unless you're Baby Shark in round 2, who just walks into Visa, has him pinned down on the hatch, walks away. Wildcard now with another shield, but a different one from the first round, in different hands as well. They just continue on with the rest of their execute, the rest of their take, without having to expend anything for taking down that Ella.
2 rounds, 2 opening picks. Cyber is left with not much to do aside from cameras to watch, of which there aren't very many cameras kicking around. Something there are a lot of, though, is C4s. There are 3 of them, now 2, that FaZe are going to try and use to hold this line. Is there a pixel there? I don't think there was. Kansan just trying to hold a long line there. KDS thinking about a little bit of rotate upstairs. He needs to be super careful here because he's got attackers on his right and his left, occupying him Visa and over toward Lounge.
Oh, they might have an idea. Creeping up. Are they aware of KDS or more just leery of Spiral, which KDS has already moved well beyond? The interim, Kansan and Bay down below die. Well, a call goes out for Wildcard to execute. Spiker moving in as well. KDS will have to retreat. But the fact that a flank doesn't need to occur because the attack seems to be falling apart is okay. He's still going to retake the hatch, takes down Baby Shark from the vertical angle, and FaZe not at all worried about a one-off on top floor. They blink, they pick basement, and went around. That seems like it could have fit right alongside the rest of their chalet defenses.
That retake was really strange, wasn't it? Because we're watching attacking POVs there, and they're in defender positions. We're like bottom yellow and tucked into security, and they're still fighting bodies that are upstairs. KDS with a brilliant play to just take that space. Understanding, hey, if I can get up to the top of Spiral, if I can just hang around there, I'm going to be very unpredictable. Wildcard are not going to expect, in this position, when we're 3 versus 3, for one of us to make a play like that. They will more likely be expecting us to dig into these power positions, and it's the exact opposite that FaZe brought out there. They're going to be mixing things up once again here with a reattempt up on this top floor. I don't think we're going to see the same success if attempted some sort of a rush play. We'd have to get Bay on the Iana for that, which we commented on at the time. That could be the first time we've seen Iana play this whole tournament long.
I think that's the first time I've seen Iana played in at least a year, maybe more. I've not seen her in a long time. Won't be a shield. No shields today. Instead, sticking Baby Shark on that Deimos. Snake is available. We're not wanting to bring him. We haven't talked about the bans much, by the way, but Caden Bandit banned by Wildcard, but more specifically for the attacking team. Monte and Grem, probably one of the most common, I feel like, ban combinations for the attack. I think you and I have at least casted or we've seen so far in this tournament. So, with a lot of intel remaining, Baby Shark will pick at least one of them.
It is kind of surprising to not see Snake be brought, especially when about how techy some of the corridors can be here on Consulate. Especially knowing that Cyber is just going to want to be out on a bit of an island on his own often. It hasn't done them too well so far, and I think it's been a big focus from Wildcard to make sure that they aren't leaving any stone unturned and really choosing to find Cyber at the forefront and make it a bit more of a priority. Even priority. A bit of barbed wire to get rid of. Bait is brilliant. He's going to be using his Rotero drones to get rid of not only barbed wire on top of Spiral, but also inside of Yellow. That's a little look over toward that long bar as well, just to open up some further angles and give a few options, or take a few options away, should I say, from some of the defenders. Cyber and KDS both getting softened up a little bit here. Looks like Hot and Cold is joining them into the passes.
Open up an early angle into the site. That position is very difficult to play, though. You've got the angle in from main lobby, but by the same token, if you back out the door, back out down the hall, you're still a little bit visible. Bay, where has he found that one? Maybe on smoke going down as Baby Shark almost finds Cyber, might set a deathmark tracker after him. That's indeed what'll happen. A lot of lurking from Wildcard, trying to find these gaps, and it seems to be going very well. Can's now taking down Vidiking, though massive trades coming in from FaZe. Still with quite a bit of fight left in them. Oh, just giving up the yellow skylight angle right as Souls passes. Wildcard have their advantage, looking for the next dome. Souls right in front of them. It's been a very hectic round, a very bizarre round as well. Stop, start, staccato throughout round 3, and KDS tracked in a 1v3. We've seen this story before. A lot of times it was wildcard defenders on the receiving end of it on Chalet. Not so here. They'll still check some of those boxes, but dropping down into the site, pretty easy. In a 1v3, when you found the Mira and can drop right down this hatch and flash off the angles. Cold moving in for the piano. C4 misses. KDS's main chance at evening the odds, giving himself a bit more advantageous of a position, and it will go unrealized. Wildcard retake their lead. Massive correction from the shield rush we saw in round 1. A full clear, a slow take, and one that pays off.
Wildcard not taking any chances there either. 3 versus 1. They're still using deathmark trackers. They're still getting the plan down, and there's still only 1 person committing to the site and 2 watching from above. They're giving enough respect over to pretty much every member on this FaZe side and saying we are not squandering a single chance. Rewind back to what I said only a couple of rounds ago. Conflict can often be decided by 1 or 2 rounds on the attack, and Wildcard for me, they've hit that marker.
And you can tell because FaZe have not taken their tactical timeout. Only down 1-2, but on these defenses, they are so important. If Wildcard are able to get 2 out of the 3 rounds played, on the attacking side on Consulate, that should start ringing some alarm bells. You shouldn't start panicking. The FaZe definitely need to be a little bit concerned, because a rush in round 1, that's one thing. But in round 3, that was a really good full clear from Wildcard. They able to find Handy early, getting a good view of that top floor. Hot and Cold and Baby Shark approaching it from different angles, cutting off those roamers as FaZe either try to retake or try to retreat. Just a very standard, utility clear into the cutoffs, into the site push in the 3v1. But on Consulate attack, the basics themselves can feel like Herculean tasks at point. And for Wildcard to do that successfully, only in round 3, not at like round 6 in some kind of Hail Mary late attacking play, that's great for Wildcard, but it's worrying for FaZe.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Let's see what the timeout has done for FaZe here then as we enter round number 4. Some big changes straight off the bat as I'm noticing a lot more trap operator presence here. We've got Thorn, a little bit of Mozzie Pest as well. Cyber is sort of handed over the operators that he has been playing. You think about Ella, you think about some of the Valkyrie that we've seen. It's not had the desired impact. He's getting searched out, and searched out good and proper. There's a real rescue mission going on at the minute from Wildcard to make sure that they take Cyber down. They're not wanting to give him any space to work in. And as such, he's had to switch over on something that's going to help him in that endeavor. Remove a little bit of the information, place some of those pests out there, make droning just a little bit more difficult, because information and any information that you can take away from Wildcard at this moment is going to be a decent idea. They certainly seem to have had a very good handle on the information game in the first couple of rounds. That's going to be something that FaZe are looking to change.
Round 3 especially, right? Whenever you're going to go for a full clear in a very normal style take like that, information is always going to be of critical and crucial importance. It always is in Siege. But if you're using all 3 minutes, you're going to have recurring bouts of information gathering, and needs to be good for all of them. Bulls getting some good information for the defense, spotting at least 1 attacker, but literally everybody currently around the yellow stairs at the moment. Andy asking for a tech pause? Not entirely sure why, but they will be granted. Don't know entirely what happened. Something that I guess with his heartbeat scanner maybe, because we saw him try to scan somebody and I guess maybe got stuck or something. I don't know actually.
You look like you were stuck in the bathroom.
I've been there.
Not somewhere that you want to be. It's going to take a little bit of the pace out of the game. Hopefully we'll get everybody back in as soon as possible.
Player crash.
A little bit of a timeout for FaZe ahead of that, and then into a tech pause. Of course, the tech pause is very drastically different. You can see that computers are being messed around with here, and we're getting everyone back on into the game. only momentarily. The changes in that round number 4, they weren't just on the side of FaZe. FaZe bringing in a couple of different operators to that lineup. We've not had an Azami up until that point, and I mentioned at the time the Mozzie. The Thorn we'd seen, but it hadn't been a mainstay, the same way that we see it be in some games. The changes weren't only there either, but I actually got the introduction of the Sense, and I thought I always love it when the Sense comes out, because you don't always see it in regular league play, and it does tend to be something that gets saved for events, because once you've shown one of your RU projectile lines, you're kind of given the game away a little bit, haven't you? You could sort of know what there is to be expected there, and they don't always tend to work. So we did have a little bit of Sense action. I hope we get that again, and we get to see the full picture on what wildcard we're looking to try and achieve with that. I don't think that this break is going to do FaZe any harm. They had some brilliant momentum coming off Chalet, and since getting on to Consulate, the momentum has definitely shifted.
I don't think it's going to do anybody any harm, really. I think you even saw back on Chalet, the vibes still seem to be pretty good for Wildcard. They were down like, I think 5-1, 6-1, and Spiker was still joking, keeping the team positive and active. Going back to me jokingly getting on you for making fun of Spiker, his progress inside of the NAL and inside of the national scene is probably one of the most, I think, impressive stories we've seen in the past 3 years. I mean, starting out as a young IGL with a lot of responsibility foisted upon him in his first stage back in 2023, now consistently making international events, still quite young to be a fragging IGL at just 21 years old. It requires a lot of you. And now even, I think, learning some of the more important things, keeping the team's vibes up, keeping people calming, keeping people happy and excited. It's one of those important bits about a team that obviously we're up 2-1 right now, but still important. Still important for a young player.
You've got to understand, it could have been anybody in that position, and I would have said exactly the same thing. It wasn't because of the player, it was because of what.
I don't actually, like, stepping outside of the bit, I don't actually think you were trying to go for him.
But I like how you got the back. I like how you defend. Very honourable of you.
Love that guy. Shout out.
Round 4 then. So we've got everybody in this time, and fingers crossed that no PC crash from here on out.
That'd be very cool.
10 seconds remaining.
See how the timeout is going to affect for FaZe here. Because of course we've not seen the round after the timeout. It's usually a decent impact from FaZe timeout. It isn't like immeasurable, the amount of impact that the coach can have. FaZe are definitely worried about this little top play though, aren't they? From what we saw in round 1, jump down the skylight, throw everything through yellow, and really start to make something happen through there. That's very noticeable with the attention already that's being paid. We've got Heartbeat Scanner over there, we've got Razor Balloons placed in that position. It's something that FaZe have got in the back of their mind. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't think it is, because we've not got the blitz, we've not got the same tools, but it's definitely in the back of FaZe's mind right now.
It's also about the exact same start we had in the previous round. Andy only really spotted one player when he was scanning on this side, and he's inside a bathroom in this exact same spot. Basically just repeating things word for word in round 4. And what we saw pre-crash, the IQ also spotting that Pulse. Getting more information, at least directly on that guide, than Pulse is getting in turn on the IQ. And for a rude awakening if they get in position. Some verticality through a soft wall, trying to angle on that Pulse with the scanner and pistol in hand. Hopping down, Andy will relay that and probably should start backing up pretty quickly. Careful, good swing with this shotgun. Ooh, Kansan caught with crossbow in hand. And you'll win that engagement. 7 days out of 7. Cyber put to low HP. And he continuing his work. Send down to C4? No. Keeps it in pocket. Not trying to make a move just yet. He's cracking across. His Pulse not with any good way out. Cyber looking to support. Just walk straight into the glass, right in front of the smoke. FaZe keep their advantage. Kiba on the window should give Handy the opportunity to move, but he doesn't.
Look at the teamwork here. KDS has come to Handy's rescue, and Handy's just gone, yeah, I feel pretty comfortable. I'm just going to try and challenge onto the angle. He really fancied himself for that one, and Baby Shark just manages to thread it. It still levels things up 3-3, and the advantage still isn't entirely clear. Baby Shark's on basically no health at this point, and can't push up due to that toxic bait, but that's the last one. And once that dissipates, it's going to be down to impacts and other means to slow them down. Souls, he doesn't need much of an invitation. Domes the head off Hot and Cold. KDS takes Baby Shark down, leaving it all on this young player in Spiker.
Well, and going against Souls, not many people, no matter their age, to be able to win that fight. We are all tied up again. That just seems to favor Wildcard. 2 rounds on the attack already. They're going to be feeling very good going in for the rest of this. They tried out CEO. They tried to go for a similar yellow play, and it didn't work out, probably in part because FaZe looked like they wanted to counter literally one push, and it was a yellow skylight drop. They had razor blooms on it. Handy was sitting there the entire time before the crash and after the crash. And even after he was facing relentless pressure, even after Akiba allowed him the opportunity to get off the window, he still decided to stay there because they knew the attack was going to come from that way, and once the Blackbeard hopped down, they had a perfect counter for the plan.
It was just so one-dimensional, wasn't it, from Wildcard? And it's strange to call it out because it worked really well in round one, and we were praising it then. But that's round one. It was new, it was fresh, it was different. That was a reattempt, and it was something that was reattempted in, whereas the first round it happened very quickly and it was quite succinct. That sort of dragged on a little bit, and it was very drawn out, and it's just very telegraphed. It was very obvious what was going on there. And FaZe, like you say, they set up accordingly for it. And Wildcard just kind of banging their head against where FaZe was strongest in that round. It's opened the door here and given FaZe a chance to level things back up. But I still won't get away from the fact that Wildcard have done a brilliant job up until this point. 2 rounds very much could be the difference maker at the moment, and FaZe are going to be very mindful of that. They need to go pretty flawless for these next 2 if they're going to hope to have a chance.
And they're going to have a tertiary side defense if FaZe win this, and that's going to be a perfect moment for Wildcard, potentially get 3 as well. Cyber has not had much impact this game. A little bit of decent impact on the first series, but if Wildcard had one mission, it is to neutralize Cyber. It's worked great on Consulate, and to a degree also worked really well on Chalet. He was the lowest rated player going back to map 1, even though it was a 7-1 victory for FaZe. They got that part figured out. Now it's just the other 4 two-time world champions you have to deal with, you know, the 4 and the 4+1.
Yeah, only that small part of things, hey. This is quite a direct approach, isn't it? Hot and cold. Looking to try and lead the charge. We've got Kansan sending a little bit of the lifeline here, and there is some information. Yellow pings are getting sent out there. Wildcard know what they're working toward here, and you can already see FaZe start to move utility around and put themselves in a slightly better position. Drones now working through the site as well. That breach has been opened. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Bay's already moving through into servers.
King has to be careful on this angle. It's the exact kind of thing a defender would forget too. Totally understandable. It's not a kind of angle you would expect, but still playing passive. He's got that Vulcan pack ready to shoot it, ready to delay the take if he hears the shield move up too far. Spiker has opened to the breach. It's a full exothermic too, so wide angle view of the garage position at the moment. So FaZe without a lot of positions to play. I think as we've seen, I was going to say, defenders floating up to the top floor, going for the retake. But what a drone from Wildcard. Anticipating that exact possibility. Don't even know if they knew about the Soulless, but they know about her now. They've got her dead to rights inside of Exposition. Now as Handy rotates back, tries to join the rest of the team, he's gonna run into this breach. The defense is going for the retake. Huge win by King. Costs some HP, but fighting back well on the backside. Soul's getting active as well. Hot and cold down for the count. FaZe commit to the retake over by Server. And they have completely demolished Wildcard's attempt. Baby Shark and Spiker, the only 2 left in the front and the middle, but no diffuser. In another world in which Spiker has the case, they could put it down to the front side. But now they have to retake across the fallen bodies of their teammates, the other attackers who failed to meet the challenge, who failed to best FaZe clan over in construction. Spiker might land the shots on Souls, but FaZe have wrapped around Wildcard and are tightening their grip. But right as I say that, Spiker might just get surprised more than anything. Twice over. One gets a kill and the other results in his death. FaZe again in the lead.
Handy's position in there for round 5 was beautiful to watch. He went all the way down yellow stairs. He knew that there was going to be somebody outside the main breach, of course. And then as soon as King starts to see a little bit of success, bang, hits the rotation, straight back up yellow, straight upstairs, because they know where everybody is at that point. Can then start to drop the hatch. He picks the kill as soon as he drops that hatch as well, and then was, of course, there for one of those final plays. You can see Spiker going with King there. A lot of players knowing where the other is. And he's just a little bit quicker on that final engagement. FaZe take another brief lead here on Consulate, but this is going to be the last round as the sides currently sit.
In the lead over the aggregate in this series, FaZe now looking to try and win on Exposition and Piano. The one other site beyond that second floor rush we saw in round 1 that Wildcard were successful in. Slow, it was a full clear, but it was good. Bit of a weird, disjointed round in terms of the pace, but in terms of the overall strategy, it was quite good from Wildcard. And not really a whole lot FaZe can do to specifically counter that, but there are some things they can try. Before our next position in piano, we had Cyber on Valkyrie. We'll have Cyber on Valkyrie here. To bring in some of the tools that FaZe have decided to bring in the back half of this, it's not a trap specifically, though Baby King is on the Malusis. Bring in those Mozzie pass. KDS not only can deny some information, potentially gain some information, maybe help out Cyber on that flank. If Wildcard want to get set up, go for a full clear and go for a plant like they did before, getting as much information in Cyber's hands as possible, or any flanker's hands possible, and hitting it right at the late round where Wildcard attacked before, it's a good idea.
We did have the Mozzie brought, didn't we, in the crash round, and it didn't end up getting played.
Oh, true, yeah.
So it is going to be the first time we actually see it played here now, and I think that the sentiment is very much going to be the same, isn't it? It's going to be to try and give Cyber a little bit more space, remove a little bit more information away, and allow some flexibility. C4s are always a big part of gameplay on Consulate, regardless of which team it is. FaZe again, bring in 3 C4s, and this time they're going to have a bit more information to work off in that regard. Cyber getting himself dangerously close to lobby door here. It's going to be pretty reinforced and pretty blocked off. He knows there's going to be someone there, but look at that rotating up tells as well, Baby Shark. He's just trying to slip himself into pretty much the middle of the map right now.
This is what Baby Shark is notorious for. Look at how close these defenders are to the attack. KDS right by Spiral, Baby Shark and Cyber just shoulder to shoulder with a wall in between. KDS so fixated on the clutch drone, Spiker swings out through the single window. Another advantage for Wildcard. That's their 5th over the course of this whole half. Consulate defenses being what they are, it's not sufficient. Important, but it is not enough to get the job done. 1 minute 40 seconds now spent. Wildcard taking their time. Possibility of that information, especially as Cyber looks to flank Baby Shark. He hears the secondary shot. Spiker's getting the plant down. He's hopped in the window, but the smoke canister lands the exact right spot. Tossing it down below off the vertical angle. FaZe, their rotation, they're just playing retake, playing up top, and I don't think Wildcard anticipated that.
Wildcard have chosen to ignore it, haven't they? But they're not going to be able to do so. A brief chance there for Bay. As Cyber just gives an opportunity away. But Bay, now understanding the assignment, clearing this top floor is going to be crucial right now, because otherwise you might be able to get in the site, but you're not going to be able to do anything. You're going to get shot from above, or you're going to get smoked on out of there. And with only 35 seconds, it's not a position you want to be in.
No, and especially you might have the Capitol smokes, but no Glass on the attacking side. It's just the Warden who can look through, but he's not a factor anymore. As Spiker moves his way in, they might pre-fire it, they might land the toxic canisters, and it's the utility that does in Wildcard. Hot and cold and Baby Shark, the former recovering the diffuser. The latter, how do you cover this? How do you protect the plant when they're all upstairs, when they're through the tightest vertical angles you've ever seen? Katie's good for 3 kills, Cyber's still only good for 2 on the half. But FaZe get exactly what they need, the minimum the Consulate defenses can afford to get. But 4 rounds, that's still a win for FaZe at halftime.
Smoke ali.
Calma, cabeça.
Tá,
Agora vai chegar.
Ele vai secretário primeiro.
Agora vai chegar.
Não, então, eu smoquei quarto secretário ali. O cara comeu. Eu até parei de marcar, eu marquei banheiro pra
Fala, professor. Fala.
Ah, tu essa? Tá bravo?
Esse vai ataque vocês amam?
Aham.
Não dá pra falar, não é?
É pique esse mapa só.
É, pode ser desculpado igual um louco, né?
Janela amarela.
Então, tipo, se a gente for fazer a primeira da game lá, vocês vão ter que só
Varanda.
falar.
A amarela vai ser rapidão. A amarela,
não
no split amarela, pra os caras vão ver em montanha. Aí faz com a Eng no CEO, que é o Souls, e quer que eu faça com o quê? É só de arma mesmo? Pra trocar tiro?
Até bang, só já te ajuda já. Você bangar lá,
Quer
tá
fazer
tabelado.
blitz ou acho que não precisa de chute?
Beleza.
Faz a bang mesmo pra mim.
Tá uma bang tabeladinha ali?
É, tipo, não um quadrado,
If since the first round, you guys wanna like fight right there, but it's okay. And then Spike can participate in the lobby door. Or you guys wanna like chill a little bit more, and then we play 2 layer.
I think we fight early.
I think we're gonna get fucked on that shit. Just commit to the idea. And one thing of this success right here, guys, the key in my opinion, the mid rounds is the perfect moment that you guys can get the kills against them. So remember, like, they're gonna be talking, they're gonna be doing like a progression in the map, but mid round is the moment that you guys can get some kills when they use some utilities, etc. Focus on this moment, right? Execution round is gonna be a little bit difficult in the late round because they're gonna be already set. But in the mid round, when they're clearing long desk, vein, etc., for any bomb site is the moment that you guys can get kills. Like, for this moment, like, try to talk a little bit more. That was the example of Chalet, right? When they were playing Bayern piano, so beautiful round, right? And remember what we talked. Let's have the plan, right? Montreal could have been better. But here, let's be better. A plan, okay, we're fine, we're leaving. What is the win condition? Make the question, okay, what do we need to do? Talk about it, right?
Yeah, win conditions, guys.
Love that little bit from Lagonis right there. Something we talked about how good FaZe are at getting set up. And at the beginning, they're droning, and at the end, they're executing. Where might they be most vulnerable? At the midpoint, when they're committing to plans, when there's comms going on, when there's utility, bodies everywhere, rotating, getting excited. That's the point where a flank might work, where a bit of utility might work, but at the point where FaZe, and also most attacking teams that emulate the FaZe style or play that structured style of Siege, that is generally where they're most vulnerable. We'll see how it happens for Wildcard. The other thing about Consulate is you can just kind of shut out the attack sometimes at the beginning of the round. They won't even need to get to the middle.
If there's one person that knows this FaZe roster as well on the side of Wildcard, it is going to be Lagonis. Battling against them for years inside of both BR6 and SAL. He's going to be very familiar with this opponent. FaZe, talkative bunch, aren't they?
Chatty.
I reckon they said about 20 words during that whole minute.
Just jubilant as well. Cyber's always cracking jokes.
But yeah, the insight there for any English speakers or people that only really understand English is definitely going to be on the wildcard side of things. And I like it, right? You know, it's let's focus on them when they're a little bit weakest. You know, they're going to be good in the setup. They're going to be good in the execute. Mid-round, that's when we're going to look for options. And by options, I read that as they're just going to want people to walk around and try and find kills, be a bit more unpredictable, and just put yourself into harm's way. And we've got a couple of good players that are doing that. Baby Shark and Bay, no stranger to being put inside of harm's way.
Bay will probably find himself in harm's way on a Vigil, kind of the natural spot for him to be. Spiker as well on the Ella. Kind of depends how you want to play it, but Ella with the Scorpion and most of your utility being placed at the beginning of the round lends itself to roaming, lends itself to going for some flanks. Fight down below the bomb site, the second floor defense. He is looking towards the basement currently. Kansan early getting stunned by, I think
you just punched the fire extinguisher through just to get rid of it.
My brain immediately was like, how has he been hit by Gershman? There's no Brava. Makes sense.
Handy. He's starting off his attacking phase here on the IQ, looking to try and search out some of these gadgets. Of course, with the Vigil being in play, it's not a bad bring. You're also going to be able to discover where those Grismot mines are, really assist Cyber. Cyber, interestingly, playing the shotgun on the sledge, in part due to the fact that the machine pistol is just so good, especially on LAN right now. Ooh, I like this from Spiker. Okay. Drone.
Unlucky.
Well, he takes down a drone. It's not a bad trade, really, is it? All he's done is stood at a window, and he's been able to grab a drone for his troubles. There we go. That's the machine pistol we're talking about. It's Baby Shark. He just tries to make something happen inside of admin. Bay pushed out by the nades as well. He's between a rock and a hard place right now. Either go against the Blackbeard or try and make something happen. There it is. The Boss G takes Souls out. Another nade to try and displace him, but he's not leaving.
No, he's staying and just gets killed right as he tries to leave and run for some kind of escape. Now FaZe with an advantage, fully focusing on the admin office at the beginning of the round. We're at the midway point. I don't know how much disruption Wildcard will manage at this point. Gonna have to likely play the site. Utility being used as well. Kansan using one of the two C4s that were present on the defense. On cold still with 2 toxic canisters. FaZe don't exactly have a lot of time.
They've got a minute, haven't they? But they should be able to work around that. This is a team that is very capable of working under the clock. And just in the fact that they have a man count advantage, you would expect them to be able to convert on that. A couple of obstacles that are going to be in the way. Hot and cold and the 2 toxic babe canisters are going to be a big part of that. They're going to flood a lot of this time out of the round, especially if he places one on this meeting door. He's already spent one there. Good bit of information getting exchanged. We're going to know about Handy moving up this spiral. So with time ticking by, you can see a world here for Wildcard.
You can definitely see a world, just kind of the nature of this map. So many tight corridors, great for shotguns in particular. Hot and cold will use the last of his toxic canisters. Probably a reason Cyber brought that shotgun as well. If you get to this position, a really strong tool. Andy great on the flank watch, great on the cover too. Catching somebody peeking around the long bar, hot and cold, no shotgun possible in this situation. Gotta pull out the SMG-11, and he will not pull out the round. 4-2 for the defense, or at least for Wildcard. That's good, that might be okay. You gotta make good on it. Now FaZe up 5-2. You start getting a little bit worried.
This is where you've got to believe as Wildcard, though, because guess what? Wildcard won the first round of this game, and they were on attack as well, so it's not too unusual. It's not too much of an alarm bell. It was the same bomb site as well, that top floor. It's expected. That's where defending teams are going to go first, so it's likely where it's going to be prepped. The big difference for me inside of that round, we finally saw a bit of contribution from Cyber. Not that he was he was very quiet on the defense, and the kills that he got, not that they weren't impactful, but it was never a big opening kill like that. He was often the opening death. He was the tip of the spear there inside of admin for round 7, and if he continues to be that for FaZe, it doesn't matter that he's had a quiet defensive phase as long as he turns it on for the attacks.
Actually an important moment, which FaZe objectively had a lead. Question is always, how good will that attacking side be? As you said, Wildcard won the first round out the gate, only got 2. Have to see if that changes, because you always have to be worried when the team is up 5-2. That can turn into a nigh unwinnable comeback very quickly. Just one round, 3 minutes might be enough to do it. Position in piano is the next defense for Wildcard. First one might not go their way. This one, playing a retake strat we've seen quite a few times throughout North America and worldwide. You've got the vertical angles, of course, but Hot and Cold with that Soulless up top, filling a similar role that the Warden normally would. He's actually in the site right now. We'll see if that changes. At least the early round position of Hot and Cold will inside of exposition and piano itself, meanwhile, most of the defense on that top floor.
Hot and Cold is able to search out here on his Specchio scanner, grab any early drone game that might be happening. It's kind of a less good version of a pulse for that, but your focus is much more in terms of getting the plant or stopping the plant from going down at a later point in the round. So you need to keep yourself alive to see the most value out of that utility. KDS already going to be moving in through Visa Office right now. It looks like he's got some drones working at his feet as well. King already clearing the way in terms of default cameras as he starts to move a little bit through lounge and over on in towards site. Probably not realizing just how free it is, but it can often be a trap. We need to see that upstairs clear, as that's something that really caught Wildcard out inside of round 6.
Well, you can see one big idea for it. You mentioned getting Cyber activated. Sitting inside, just waiting for the call to come through, and even the Dokubi call to recharge, then push on forward. You can see it. FaZe give the call, push in the site, Dokubi call hits, Cyber goes into the backstab up top. It doesn't matter if Vidiking or Souls die in the process, because if all of the defenders upstairs are focused and looking down at the vertical angles inside of the site, a flank from Cyber will catch every one of them slipping.
FaZe are really setting up for this now. This is the time where Wildcard needs to be being active. This is the time when they need to listen and remember what Laguna said and said, look, this is the time. They're setting up right now. We need to attack them. We need to be a little bit more aggressive because it could be a little bit too late.
Ooh, here's the Dokubi call. Soulless found down below. That is a really important find that Handy will try to push in. Just as Cyber was moving up top, Handy will be it below. But part of that goes down. Faye is ready for it. And now Hot and Cold, he could be distracted. Can Handy push in? He can relay this information, instead communicates it to Spiker up top. And Hot and Cold, he doesn't even get active whatsoever. He gets the kill just for fun at that point. And Souls, looking to get just anything that remains, anything he can find as the round is falling apart. FaZe tried to outthink Wildcard, and they gave it a really good attempt. But Wildcard with layers 2, thinking ahead of FaZe, beating Cyber, avoiding Handy, and a trap inside of the site. Ends up getting Souls. I don't even know how that slipped by anybody for FaZe. But Wildcard with a really great response. Of course, the vertical angles, but Hot and Cold not overplaying his hand. That is a big-brained IGL right there.
Very impressive. Very impressive indeed. Wildcard taking the time out after that round as well. Going, hey, this is what's worked really well. Lagonis has clearly seen something. FaZe spent so much of that round setting up as well. Everything was about the setup. It was very clear that they were going to try something sneaky, which makes it not very sneaky when it's very clear that that's what they were going to try. But that's what they were looking to do. They were looking to kind of try and pull a fast one. And like you say, a lot of it relied and a lot of it hinged on players upstairs being preoccupied, being busy with Cyber running them down, which, I mean, that's going to do it for a lot of people. That's going to make you a little bit too preoccupied to worry about what's going down on the site. Wildcard were able to hold on in a very big way. Still very curious that Lagonis has chosen then to take that time out just to clear up something. But he's obviously looking to try and give the team a little bit more confidence here 5-3 starts to look like a pretty decent scoreline, and the pressure really on FaZe. They have to find another round here on the attack.
And it seems Wildcard's choice will actually be the one site FaZe have won so far. FaZe have won one attack out of 2 rounds, and it was on CEO. Wildcard could have gone to basement, as that one hasn't even been played so far this second half. Exposition Piano was the second. Wildcard decided to go back to the one site that FaZe have won so far that put them up 5-2. Could be a risky decision. Still one of the primary sites, so it's not like they're going to, the split site, but still something to consider. Clearly not only something they saw in the round, but an idea Lagonis might have had going back to the beginning to what we saw either go well for FaZe or go poorly for Wildcard, and he's in the latter category. This is that admin hole that got quickly dismantled.
This round was won and lost inside of admin, wasn't it?
Pretty much.
FaZe were very quickly able to get in there. They were able to use the Blackbeard a little bit as well. They brought the Blackbeard this time. Souls is going to be playing that Cyber. He was playing his sledge shotgun. I'm sure that we're going to see the same again. Plenty of nades trying to flood those players outside of admin. Now, I doubt that the plan is just going to be run it back, guys. It was fine, because it wasn't fine, was it? There were a couple of glaring holes, and there was a bit of an overcommitment to holding on to that admin side. If FaZe go for the same kind of push now, they're going to be met with a very different prospect.
What is going on here?
There's a crystal maze of Denari Trip right now, just spanning right across the length of the map. All the way from Vending, all the way over to the other side of those user stairs. And it's going to be a bit of a problem to deal with. Now, a couple of nades and it should be done. But if you're able to provide enough distraction and you're able to provide enough sort of nonsense going on inside of admin, it might make things a little bit easier. And that could be something that gets a little bit overlooked, or something that takes even more utility.
Visual indicator appearing on Vidaking's drone. We'll confirm the position, but to give some good information though, as we know, Bay is just sitting out by the vending shield, not even really having an impact. Anybody could be playing this spot. It doesn't really matter that it's Bay, but it will at least stoke some uncertainty in the mind of FaZe. Just gonna be worried about the possibility of a visual. Get the barbed wire, hit on these stairs. Cyber logically backs up, dodges the oncoming C4. It is a very calm back and forth between these two teams at the beginning. Remember that mid-round, when they're setting up, when they're calming, when Utility's being thrown, that's when Lagonis wanted them to disrupt. And Spiker now creeping up the main stairs as Utility hitting behind the shield, as FaZe moving beyond the admin position, hitting the normal spot on a take like this, and taking the normal long amount of time we often see.
Yeah, FaZe, they're hitting pace right now, aren't they? There's a minute left on the round, and they've done exactly what you would expect. They've got a good portion of control inside of admin, but they are now trying to get the plan down with everybody left alive. It's no surprise that Souls is getting Toxic Babe kind of stood out of there. Hot Cold's still got another one of those in his pocket. Cyber needs to have a bit more impact from below, because his job in this round is going to be to disrupt those players inside of Meeting.
He's got to do it. Somebody has to. It's a bad job. It's a thankless job. KDS on the next attempt. That'll be Hot and Cold's last toxic canister. Nade to keep Bay at Bay inside of the long desk. Trying to find some way around this air jab. I don't think he's going to see it. But Spiker, he's found by Handy, but again, there's still the site push to worry about. KDS gone up, finds his way in, and those are the 2 kills we needed. Souls might be down, but FaZe are up, baby. They are up and at 'em. 6 rounds. Promotion point, 1 round away from main stage.
That little insertion there from Visaking, getting himself through Meeting single and just finding himself in the Viper's nest of the site, able to pick up a couple of kills. KDS as well, having to pick up the diffuser because Souls was just so low from the Toxic Babe canisters. The setup from Wildcard, it was decent, there wasn't too much wrong with it, but FaZe were thinking on multiple levels. The presence of Cyber down below, it just alleviated any threats from Spiker that was going to be a successful flank. And there was enough time on the board that FaZe were able to bait out that utility. It was only Toxic Babe canisters. It wasn't like there was Vulcan packs or anything like that was really going to start to chew up a little bit of time. Even a Tachanka in that instance might have been good because you would have had a larger span of denial. Yeah, you've got to place a lot more utility. But there just wasn't that level of denial. It's not enough just to make it off the back of one Toxic Babe.
You can even see FaZe, I think, really thinking that there was going to be something else because we had both Cyber and Handy down below for most of that round. I think expecting there to be a Solus that comes from below, a C4 that gets tossed up, and aside from Spiker on LA, it just never arrived. And I think they were probably just as surprised as us when it never manifested and Cyber was like, oh, guess I'll join the push.
Especially for a Solus, because look, we've got a Solus here and now. We've had a Solus a couple of times already this game. It is expected. It's a map that you're going to be getting the plant down on, and there's a lot of verticality. Guess what? A Solus is going to be a pretty popular pick. As it stands though, FaZe 1 round away from locking in main stage. Yeah, hell of a journey that they've been on so far. We've kind of joked about it and poked a little bit of fun, but they really have been the nemesis of NA so far this event, winning every single one of their matchups against the North American team. That cannot continue. If they are successful here, they will have to play somebody. I hope so anyway. I hope they don't get drafted into a bracket and it's another NA team. I don't know if it could happen though. I don't think it would be possible.
That'd be so funny. I'd find that very funny at least. Got to address it. Wildcard decided to go to the split bomb site. We have not defended basement whatsoever. Not a single time throughout this defensive half. Before going to that, they have decided to go split. We have the contractually obligated 3 C4s and tons of plant denial that you have to run on this site. Solus being another important element of that. The pulse also, I feel like, being obligatory since all the way before we were CJX, all the way before console was even reworked. Main site, you see this operator. They spotting that blitz through the wall. So we'll know that there is a push coming from the yellow side. Cast barricades in their way, of course, so they'll be able to fall back. We'll see how long Wildcard decide to hold out on this side. Cyber with that AK, laying down a very intense line of fire through the soft wall. Defense has to be careful now as the castle barricades are getting destroyed, as FaZe are getting real close to Longbar. Baby Shark and Bay need to be careful and might need to fall back, especially as the Death Mark tracker activates. Bay's ready for it. Instead, just swings out the bathroom window. Long guess still in the hands of the defense. Just fighting tooth and nail, not falling back an inch. Now the blitz pushes forward, all alone. Have they overplayed their hand? No! 50 bullets, and Bay uses every single one. Up 4-2, KDS, much too late.
It's a trade, but it is a trade that comes in a little bit late, especially when you think about what you've thrown at that problem. You've thrown a blitz and one of your best guns in Cyber to try and deal with him. They have both been sent back to the cameras. The diffuser, able to be recovered now. Souls can pick that up. He's placed a couple of booty drones upstairs. There is going to be a few lines of sight that needs to be worried about, but Wildcard aren't stupid. They know that FaZe can't occupy all of that space. They can't be in every position at once, and you can take some very good calculated risks as to where people are going to be. The diffuser juggled around. Souls is now taking control of that as KDS is turning his attention lower. There are a couple of C4s here, and Kansan, more importantly, on the heartbeat scanner. He should be able to call this entire play. And given the fact that it's 3 versus 2, he's only really leaving his teammates even. Souls is going to start to attempt to get this plant down, but he's got a little bit of time to bait.
Ooh, Kansan, I was going to say, caught switching weapons. KDS looking a bit too high. Evades the site entirely. Now with 1 C4 remaining. The worst player possible to try and attempt to plan against. C4 will hit the floor, and up goes Souls. Still match point for FaZe, but Wildcard, off the back of a 3K from Bay, still got something to say.
Doing a really good job of holding on that top floor, and the push was great. Let's not get away from that. FaZe did a really good job of trying to make that push happen. The stuns were well placed, but Wildcard were helping each other. We had a player at Vending, and we had a player at top of Spiral. The top of Spiral player starts to struggle, and bang, Vending player is immediately there for assistance. They, of course, being that player at the top of Spiral, and well, I mean, it just happens sometimes, doesn't it? It looks a bit windy, it looks a little bit dicey, but who cares how you get the kills? If you get a double and you put both the players in the dirt, then who cares?
They will get the job done. Kansan sealing the deal at the very end. Split site paying off. But Wildcard continue their reluctance to go down to basement. We'll give a retry of Exposition and Piano. Other than split the one site that Wildcard won. And one they did. You could see FaZe thinking, really calculating for a long period of time how to disrupt it. And Wildcard, even though FaZe came up with good solutions, Wildcard were ready for not only one, but both of them.
Yeah, I don't think we can't see the same thing from FaZe again because it didn't work, and I don't think that it would have worked even if it had gone as they sort of anticipated because of the line. Now the lineup's very different. We've actually got a Capcom coming out this time as well. A brilliant time to bring out a Capcom, by the way. Just when you least expect it, and you already think you're having to drone every inch. Well, get ready to drone every single doorway now. All bring something to deal with it, of course. We can see the lineup there for FaZe. He's not got an IQ. They've not got anything that's going to assist them really in finding where those Capcan traps are, or even understanding that they are there. Speaking of, FaZe takes a good portion of damage early on into the round. Hanging out over there inside of admin. But FaZe can't go for the same thing again, and they're not going to are they? The lineup's very different here. We've got the ramp. It's going to be this top floor clear. They know they have to flood these players out of this top floor and take a little bit more map control. It's not going to be as simple as just trying to send Cyber in a ball.
No, they'll have to come up with something a little bit more complicated. So many magnets getting used in the first 45 seconds. Catching a lot of secondary utility nades, flashbangs, all being nabbed by this wildcard defense. They just poking. Prodding within the first minute. That's likely going to be what will continue for the next 30 to 45 seconds. I was going to say maybe we'll see a Selma tossed on the main lobby wall. We won't even do that. Could go over the admin side, try to clear this second floor from that position. It's where we saw Cyber last time, hanging out around admin. But no Dope B this time, instead it's Damos.
Cyber's going to need a bit more help, and I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see both Fist King and Souls occupying that space as well. It isn't going to be as easy as just let Cyber do this on his own. He's not capable. Nobody is. You can't just send one player after multiple every single time. And I think it's a good call. Use the sledge, open up some of these lines of sight, and really get in there. You've got the Damos. You should be able to find out the information.
Should be able to find it. Cyber gets some information on Cold's position. Never mind Bayo. That Capcan's the one that goes down. It's hot and still a factor. Baby Shark trapped inside of the single panel. Don't know how you're going to get out of that one. Cyber's not even aiming at him. He knows that guy's not doing anything. Nade over top, but Baby Shark still gets him. On the way out the door, knows he's not making it out alive. Accepts his fate, decides to take a FaZe player with him. Hot and Cold and Spiker now rotating back as it's a 2v2 FaZe with the vertical control.
Spiker still has a Toxic Babe canister here, and both attackers are very low. Mozzie targets down on the death mark. Hot and Cold, no option but to try and retreat. Try and just feed this information over to Spiker as to where Souls is going to be playing. He's also got a drone that he can place inside of sight. That's massive right now. If only Hot and Cold had a C4.
If only he had a C4, could rotate below and take down this exact plant spot, but he can't do it. So Soul's watching. Oh no, Hot and Cold dances right around him. Creeps in, but right around Vidiking as well. Checking the other site, now taking the long angle. Spots his head and shuts him down. Calling him a sub feels a bit demeaning, but Hot and Cold still having massive impact for just making a quick entrance on this roster. And Soul's at the post plant. He's got the best position. Now just a 1v1, looking for his 4th kill on the round. Spots him with a revolver, but it's Hot and Cold quicker. So little ammo on that Roni though. He'll make another attempt. He commits to the retake up top, and a death mark, 2 of them for this exact moment. Hot and Cold, his chances might be dashed as Souls pulls back deeper and deeper on this top floor. Hot and Cold will commit, but can he get there in time? Does he have the angle? No, Hot and Cold commits, and Souls has nothing!
Hot and Cold nerves of steel there. Doesn't matter who you're playing for, that is always going to be a nerve-wracking situation. But I can't help but think he feels a little bit freer to make slightly different decisions. Just cut things slightly finer. He was playing entirely unleashed there. He really domed Souls, by the way, through the reverse there. So much so that Souls really backs all the way up and started panicking, trying to send a death mark out there. A death mark that never actually really materialized. Not often we see Souls lose a 1 versus 1 like that. Especially after we got the first kill on Spiker. And with the vertical that was being held, I'm just so surprised to see him go so far away with so little time left.
And can you think, if he had just stuck with that death mark tracker, he might have seen Hot and Cold go down that quick. And it's understandable with the time remaining for Souls to think that Hot and Cold might commit and
He just dropped the hatch. Like, it's not like he's got to go all the way down yellow, he just drops the hatch. It's so simple. Like, from Hot and Cold to make that play to go upstairs, it's perfect. It's the right thing to do because, guess what? He can be back down in less than a second.
Insane stuff from Hot and Cold. Again, calling him the substitute feels a little mean. He's one of the most experienced players in North America. And a player who, once he gets dropped, boy, does he seem to just skyrocket back into relevance. So that being said, Hot and Cold was very relevant before making it on wildcard. I just want that. This is a 2-time major champ we're talking about.
It was also quite relevant because he'd just been dropped by a mate.
Well, okay, but I've been relevant for a different way. Relevant for a different way. He's an excellent player and proving it right there.
Well, it's the sole reason that wildcard is still in this game, and it's the sole reason that they've got a chance to take this to an overtime. One of 2 things are going to happen at the end of this. Either FaZe is going to win, They're going to take it 2-0, or Wildcard will win this round and take us into an overtime. At that point, anything could happen. A lot of importance needs to be placed on the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You better believe that FaZe Clan are going to start to feel that heat.
And I know we don't like setting one player at 5 people, but if anybody's going to do it, it'll be Cyber. Dopey call goes out. He hears the P90, but the Solus drops. Whether Wildcard know it or not, that was the right move. With Cyber moving in for the kill, they drop off in the first minute. Wasted Dopey call. What am I thinking? Bay moving back up to top yellow. Taking advantage of now that Dopey call lapsing. He's got a shotgun close around the corner, trying to punish anybody from FaZe who decides to step a little too far. But Cyber has also completely left that side of the map, instead walking down to Visa and into Visa proper. Kansan in the depths of Consulate. So we have our first basement defense at 12 rounds. This is where Wildcard decided to bring it out. Good information being shared. Spiker prepping that C4, but not committing just yet as the second Dopey call goes out. I don't think FaZe are going to get anything from that.
I like the addition of the mute here into the lineup. You've got the mute jammers. That's going to keep players safe, especially when those death marks start to fly around. A big focus on C4s as well from Wildcard. They're bringing 4 of them at the moment, and of course they've got the information to back that up. Kansan is going to be frantically yellow pinging left and right. Again, mute targeted by the Deimos, bang immediately into the mute jammer. So you get a brief idea. Like Souls knows at the bottom of the stairs, but there's no information beyond that. You don't know if he's still there or if he's moved off.
Ooh, a lengthy pre-fire, but he just gets the bandit after Wildcard get 2 kills before. Cyber and Handy, the Dokkaebi and the Deimos taken out. Handy still with 3 death marks, by the way. Full utility eliminated by the defense. And the setup they still have down below, these mirror windows, as FaZe takes some time to drone, they've got a big thing to overcome.
4 versus 3 right now. Going to see the drop from this King. So he can start to try and work his way in just a little bit. Another C4 sends out. You can be quite liberal with these at the moment because you've got plenty to spare.
Plenty to spare. FaZe can't say that about their time. Almost hits the flick on the yellow pillar, but Bay, just a few shots, shuts down Souls. Wildcard keeping things ahead, 2 bodies wide, and Vidiking not trapped in a crossfire, but in a hallway with no way to exit, no way to retreat, and he walks right in the middle of them. 3 in a row for Wildcard. Hot and Cold went big in round 11, but it's all 5, the full team victory to push us to OT.
Nothing separating these 2 teams. We are going to overtime. Round 13 is upon us. Both teams good for 2 rounds on the attack, and for 4 rounds on the defense. As we said at the start, sometimes 1 or 2 rounds is all it takes. The coin flip in this, the dice roll, is that FaZe kind of get the short straw.
Unlucky.
They're going to have to attack twice in this overtime. Wildcard, they get the defense side. So if the balance of things remains the same, we would expect Wildcard to walk away with a map here and now. FaZe, they're going to have to do something they've not been able to do. They're going to have to be successful on this attack. Yeah, they've done it twice. Wildcard did it twice as well. So what? Wipe the slate at this point. It's 6-6. We need them to bring out some very convincing attacking rounds here. And from Wildcard's point of view, kind of business as usual. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. They don't need to go looking too far to try and get these rounds, because what they've been doing up until this point has been fantastic. They've been suffocating FaZe out at every turn.
It's only been 1 round that really came down to a big clutch for Hot and Cold. Everything else, as you said, was business as usual. That first exposition round, 4 players left alive. That next site on Split, I mean, that was honestly kind of crazy. Sure, there might have only been 2 left alive, but they had really good control. Still a lot of C4s going into the late round. Then, of course, round 12. Didn't even feel close overall. Putting FaZe down 5-3, then very quickly 4-3. Wildcard, the majority of the defenses they've won have been team victories, really good, strong, team-wide performances. Though, of course, with a triple kill from Bay thrown in there, and a Hot and Cold 1 VX as well. Baby Shark, just trying to find some information, contemplating a run out, maybe just shooting a drone. Ooh. Decides not to reinforce off the rotate. Now decides to reinforce off the rotate, thinking better of it, probably for the best. Wildcard's first defense will be on Expedition and Piano, and you don't want to drop the Solus of all operators within the first minute.
No, I think he was maybe trying to bait to see if he could get someone to come up on the rappel, anticipating that it had been closed. Vidiking is going to be that player, but they're a little bit too long in the tooth to be falling for those little tricks, especially given the importance of these overtime rounds and where they're going to want to see Vitiking's utility used, given that he is the only hard breacher here. He's going to be pretty crucial to trying to get that meeting wall open, which I believe it has been. Of course, mid-4 defense, so still top 4 requirements to take. and we've seen some of these top 4 rounds come very close. Obviously, we've got the hot and cold clutch of only a couple of rounds to go. I don't think that FaZe are going to want to be leaving it that close this time, but there is a difference. Whereas we've seen them bring the blitz earlier to try and assist that a little bit, they don't have that same level of pushing power at the moment, and Souls has already gone down.
It's gone down, but can be picked back up. Don't have to spend much effort or time to pick him, but Soul's now 1 HP. Something to consider going forward, especially as a lot of these attacks have come at quite low time. Exposition in particular. Both times you saw it, I mean, for Exposition the first time, opening kill not happening, it took 55 seconds left. These have been slow defenses, slow attacks for FaZe. Faye hitting the standard program, running his routine, drops down, runs back up, ooh, gets a little antsy. Fires the shotgun very quickly with nobody around the corner. That'll reveal his position to Souls, but still a shotgun close on yellow stairs. I would favor the mute to win out on this engagement, but you don't want to push too far, Ben.